online auction, which is available now. Powered by Dynegy.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hey, folks, Marty. Why did MediConnect choose to sponsor the Warmathon and KDKA Radio? Well, their folks see firsthand the pressures, financial pressures, seniors are facing every day. No senior should overpay for services that may be included in over 70 different Medicare options. There's never a fee for MediConnect's top-rated service to assist seniors in finding the right Medicare plan. Call MediConnect, 888-818-6334, or visit MediConnectInsurance.com.
When was the last time you watched your home movies?
Disasters strike unexpectedly. Every year, American families lose the one thing they'd run back into a burning building for, their family's memories. Hi, I'm Nick.
And I'm Adam. We started Legacy Box to help save your family's most important recorded moments so you don't have to worry.
Load Legacy Box with your old movies, film reels, and shoeboxes of photos.
We work our digitizing magic, converting those memories right to the cloud so they're safe and accessible forever.
It's fast. We always send your originals back, and it's done right here in the USA.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box. Better Homes and Garden, Real Simple, and Inc. magazine are all talking about Legacy Box.
New York Times columnist David Pogue says, have them digitized. I wish I'd done it sooner. Take action. Save your family's memories today with Legacy Box.
Go to legacybox.com/value to get an incredible 50% off your Legacy Box. That's legacybox.com/value for 50% off while supplies last. legacybox.com/value.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
You're invited this Saturday at 7 a.m. to enjoy the sweet sounds of breakfast with Dorothy's as Nan Cohen welcomes the folks from Dorothy's Candies. In the second half of the show, it's Dealing with Divorce. Jam-packed show this Saturday morning at 7 a.m. with host Nan Cohen.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Brought to you by Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
Been 30 time, would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional event on March 25th and 26th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, Northeast Maryland, and North Franklin, Connecticut with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
Attention Pittsburgh area residents. If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more, and Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-981-1620. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-981-1620 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-981-1620. Again, 412-981-1620. 412-981-1620.
Freedom Care, we're here for
Wall Street has seen the Dow Industrials cross the 50,000 plateau for the first time. The rally today is led by the strength from the energy sector as well as rallies by the tech sector along with cryptocurrency. It's been 3.5 years since the Dow crossed 40,000. So we mentioned cryptocurrency prices are rebounding as well. Bitcoin and others have had a rough week, exacerbated yesterday by comments from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent that the administration would not perform a bailout if the crypto markets continue to struggle. The big three automakers have each taken a big charge due to the switch away from electric vehicles, and the combined total is $52.1 billion. Stellantis just announced its charge yesterday, and it was the largest of the three at over $26 billion. Yahoo Finance notes that in comparison, the big three automakers had combined profits of $34.1 billion in 2024. I'm Dan Loney on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You've heard the news. Now, talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I love these give Americans what Americans deserve people. In 2023, Bad Bunny had over 3.6 billion on-demand streams in the United States, placing him among the top 5 in every category you can think of. You think any of those people watch the NFL? Maybe just a couple of them. I just love poking holes in all these John Rambo, beat my chest, I'm going to wrap myself in the flag even though I don't know what the hell I'm talking about people. They are the worst kind of fake patriots. They are. They want people to think that they're this big Uncle Sam. And they're not. They just got the U.S. Blues. That's it. They think they're something, and they're not. And it's all for show. And the other part, too, is when you talk about a worldwide artist, it's lost on them that the United States is part of the world. I mean, really. So here we are. I'm rooting. I was like kind of, I don't know what this is. Is it a story? Is it not? Yeah, what is? The more people crashed out and got mad about Bad Bunny, the more I want this guy to succeed. And the more I want all eyes on him. Honestly. Anyone who doesn't get that this is about a big appeal is just a dummy. And I'm all right to say that. And I'm going to call you a dummy. I'm in a good mood this Friday. As always, you can listen to us, 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA, or on the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. You can watch us online, KDK's video stream. It's presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Why don't you go to KDKRadio.com, click on Watch KDK Radio's live stream, and now you can go to our YouTube page, which is fantastic. That's how I consume our product, and it's oh so great. All right, big event in here today. It was really great. Bubba Show, Star 100.7, best pizza in the burg. Now, I don't know who won. I just don't. But I know this. They had pizza when I got in here, and not too long afterwards, they said, all right, the contest is over. We've judged and done everything. And there were a bunch of different judges. I saw Ray Petlin was here. Sheriff Krause was here. Daisy Jade was here. You know, a couple other dignitaries, if you will. So I meandered in, sauntered in, figured it out, and saw a couple. There was immediately pizza I knew I wouldn't like. I mean, there was, I don't know, 100 boxes of pizza in there, at least. Seemed like. Immediately pizza I knew I didn't like. And I was like, nope, I'm not going for that. Then I saw pizza. I'm on the fence. But I promised myself I was going to have 2 pieces of pizza. That was it. I was limiting to 2. I reached down. I said, this looks it. This looks like it's the one. And man, was it ever. Black Dog wood-fired pizza from Ambridge. Merchant Street in Ambridge. And then I started following them on Instagram. It was spectacular. It's how I like it. Black charred bottom to it. The cheese was like just perfect. And it wasn't too thick to where you felt like your stomach was a bowling ball after you ate it. Black Dog wood-fired pizza. I've never been there. I would go out of my way to get pizza from there. Margo, did you have some pizza in there? Uh-huh. Yeah?
Yes, but I don't know.
No, it's all right.
At all what it was called.
Was it as I described? Were you, I don't want to say overwhelmed, but were you surprised at how many pizza boxes they fit in one room?
Well, by the time I got here, it was mostly cleared out. But from the videos I saw this morning, it looked crazy.
Yeah, it was nuts. It was great, and I found the kind that I like. Tina's in St. Clair. Hi, Tina.
I wanted to talk about Bad Bunny.
Sure.
So I'm a 40-something conservative, and when you hear, maybe not to generalize, but like the boomer generation, like anti-Bad Bunny. So I'm a very like liberal conservative, and the man is from Puerto Rico, who in our generation we kind of consider that the United States, and the bigoted rhetoric is really what is starting to turn off maybe those middle-of-the-road people that either voted for Trump or support certain things and not others. And I think that conservatives and other generations really have to watch their step with how they approach things, because it sounds intellectually lazy, and it's not unifying. And as much as people think that everything's divisive, that's really what we want. So you have to not be polarizing, and I think this is not the hill to die on.
Well, I'm not dying on any hill.
I think you have an older generation that's willing to over really dumb things.
Well, I'm not that person. Talk to them.
Oh, I know, but I'm just saying, like, obviously there's some discord about the whole Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah. As long as you're not lumping me in with them. I like that Bad Bunny's playing.
No, I think you're totally middle of the road, and that's why I'm probably a younger person. Younger, I use that relative, right?
Same.
That listens to you, like, Allegheny County is not old, not young.
Right. No, the average, my audience is about 48 and a half. We've done studies, we figured it out, and that's the audience we're trying to reach. And I'd even like to skew that a little bit younger. 866-391-1020. One call that I got working at KDK haunts me to this day. I mean it, I'm not joking around. And I need to go over that coming up at the top of the hour. And we will.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas. The perfect place for mom.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 26 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 3 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. For your home's windows, siding, doors, and bath, trust PJ.com. A fatal multi-vehicle accident has closed I-79 in both directions in Butler County. Trooper Bertha Casey tells our family that it's part of a fatality.
I-79 in the area of the 80 to 88 is currently closed due to several crashes. The number I received was about 18 cars are involved. Not sure how many crashes. There is one fatality confirmed in the crashes, so that is why the road's closed right now.
Northbound lanes are closed from Cranberry to Zelienople. Southbound I-79 is shut down from Zelienople to the Turnpike exit in Cranberry. State police say the roadway will be closed for at least 5 hours until the scene is cleared. PennDOT reminding you to slow down in this type of weather. News Radio KDKA's David Botterato has more.
PennDOT says when it's bad out, stay home. But if you do have to drive, they want you to play it safe, issuing a reminder about driving in wintry weather conditions. First and foremost, they say drivers need to slow down and use caution, especially during snow squalls or low visibility conditions. Other reminders: don't use cruise control on snow-covered roads. And if they're packed with snow, then slow your car down by at least half. If the roads are a sheet of ice, slow down to a crawl. And keep your distance from the car in front of you to avoid slamming into it if you skid. And finally, PennDOT says you should always be wearing your seatbelt. David Botterato, News Radio KDKA.
Crashes are causing issues on Interstate 70 this afternoon. There are road closures near the split with Interstate 79 in Washington County. Pennsylvania State Police say we're handling multiple crashes. If you're driving, be on the lookout for changing road conditions and emergency vehicles. South Strapane Fire Department reports the westbound lane is closed after the 519 on-ramp to I-70. A winter weather advisory now in effect with 1 to 3 inches of snow expected and wind gusts as high as 35 miles per hour. And a cold weather advisory begins at 1 a.m. The real-feel temperature could drop as low as 18 below zero. Today's snowfall, a mere faint echo of last month's superstorm, but it still has the attention of Pittsburgh's new mayor. Mayor Corey O'Connor says public works drivers have a lot of work to do because snow from the last storm has piled up at dead ends at intersections. But O'Connor told KDKA's Larry Richard better days are ahead.
Knowing that we're going to be able to buy more equipment next summer is very helpful. It's building the morale with the DPW workers.
O'Connor expects it to be a busy travel weekend with people driving to Super Bowl parties, and the mayor wants the city's roads to be clear. The musician headlining the alternative Super Bowl halftime show is coming to Burgettstown in June. Kid Rock's tour is scheduled to be at the Pavilion at Star Lake on Saturday, June 20th. General ticket sales start Friday the 13th at Ticketmaster.com. On Wall Street, the Dow is up 1,095 points. The NASDAQ is up 429. The S&P 500 up 118 points. KDK Sports High School Basketball Game of the Week tonight. Gateway hosting McKeesport. Our coverage begins at 6 o'clock. KDK Radio News Time, 3:03. Time to call Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman at One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873 for the right health insurance plan that can save you thousands. Right now, cloudy and 26 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA Traffic and AccuWeather together next.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Make 380 Auction of Murraysville your next stop for name brand furniture. Stop in and compare their quality and pricing. 380 Auction has name brand furniture for less. Before you buy, shop 380 and save on your next furniture purchase. 380 Auction is open Tuesday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m., Sunday noon to 5 p.m., or call 724-339-3132. That's 724-339-3132, or log on to shop380.com and save.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Margo.
All right, thanks, Colin. The big story is 79. So looking at that route, still closed because of an earlier crash on the northbound lanes between Cranberry and Zelienople, and on the southbound lanes that is closed from Zelienople towards the exit towards the turnpike. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Periods of snow as we head through this afternoon, and perhaps a heavier squall into this evening, accumulating a total of 1 to 3 inches. A high 30 this afternoon, low 3 later tonight, and a high of just 13 with a gusty wind tomorrow. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
The following is an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli.
With an extreme cold watch this weekend, conditions will be bleak in the Pittsburgh area. Real field temperatures are forecast to bottom out around 25 below zero. This harsh season underscores the importance of the 18th annual NRG KDK Radio Warmathon. The fundraiser to benefit the Dollar Energy Fund provides utility assistance for Western Pennsylvania families in need, especially during one of the worst winters in memory. And it's been just a few weeks since higher utility rates took effect. So far, the Warmathon has raised more than $3.3 million so our neighbors have safe utility service. The Warmathon starts Thursday, but you can donate online now through the Dollar Energy Fund Warmathon page. There's also an online auction. You'll find the links at kdkradio.com, and be sure to join us on the 12th from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. and help Pittsburgh area families stay warm.
This has been an editorial by KDKA Radio Senior Vice President Market Manager Michael Spacciapoli. To view a transcript, go to kdkaradio.com.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
A story where they take your money at the airport. And man, it caused me to jolt back. Not that I take a bunch of money to the airport, but it did. It caused me to jolt back. We'll get into that in a little while. So there's that. And a report that I saw in the Trib yesterday that I read, and I thought, this is odd. It's odd, or it's at the very least atypical. And it's somewhere I just drove over just the other day. And I started thinking about this. And I wonder what the impetus behind this was. We'll get into that coming up at about 4 o'clock. Okay, so there's one call in history that I've ever taken, I mean this, where I need to know the finality. It was from a caller. I'll get into it in just a little bit. But the reason I started thinking about it was Tamara Rush, the great Tamara Rush. She had a story that she reported on just a couple days ago. And I heard this story, and it jogged my memory. Give a listen to the story Tamara put together from a couple days ago.
New AARP research shows nearly 1 in 10 adults 50 and older, about 11 million Americans, have been asked for money or cryptocurrency by someone they met online and believed they had a romantic connection with. Adults between 50 and 64 are hit hardest, receiving scam solicitations at more than double the rate of those 65 and older. Yet despite major losses, more than half of victims never report the crime, often due to shame or misunderstanding how scams work. AARP experts say awareness is key. Warning signs include urgent money requests, pressure to invest in cryptocurrency, and requests to move conversations off dating apps or social media. Victims are urged to stop contact immediately, report scams to law enforcement, and notify your bank right away. Tamara Rush News Radio, KDKA.
All right, so here we go. 866-391-1020 is that number. That's 866-391-1020. Do you know any older people have been scammed? And I want to hear the stories. To the call where it haunts me, it sticks with me. You may have been listening that day. Oh, it was about almost 2 years ago now, probably. At least a year and a half. A guy called in, and I distinctly remember he was from South Park. Okay? And he said he was in his 80s. And he was pleasant enough. I don't even know how we got on the topic. Maybe we were talking about something like this. And he then went on to describe chapter and verse about how his wife had passed away years ago. Okay? And I thought, well, that's not great. Whatever. He said, but no, I'm happy. You know why? And I said, well, why? And he said, because I met somebody else. I said, oh, you did? Well, tell me about that, you know? Started digging into his brain a little bit. And he said she was in her late 20s or 30s. I think he said, maybe late 20s or early 30s. I said, oh, wow. That's interesting. Tell me more. And he said, well, she lives in the Philippines. And I talked to her on the computer. And immediately, red flag, you know? I said, well, wow, you sure? I said, this on the up and up? And he said, oh, yeah. I've met her mom on the computer. I've met her. Seemingly everybody in their village. And I've sent her a bunch of money, and they're planning a really great wedding. And my heart just sank. And there was so much happiness in this guy's voice. And then he went on further to say, and this was all during a phone call on the show live. He said, yeah, in a couple months, I'm flying to Manila, and then I have to take a bus to this one place, and then you take a boat to this other place where her village is, and they have us all planned out. We're having a big marriage. Because she's the one, I'm getting married, and hey, it's not my place to tell the guy. It felt like the scam of all scams in big, bright, bold neon letters. And he said, yeah, I have pictures of her, and I talk to her every night on the computer. And the time difference is different. It's like 12 hours. It's like reversed. Something like that, I think I remember him saying. So whenever it's like 9 o'clock in the morning here, it's 9 o'clock at night there. And I said, oh, okay. And part of me said, maybe I don't even want to ruin it for this guy. If he felt like he was loved. But his bank account's going to dwindle. And then I said, well, do this. I said, are you sure you've checked it all out? And he said, yeah. She loves me. I love her. I can't wait to go. And I never heard from the guy back. And I said, please be sure to call me when you come back. And my whole being just slumped and melted and thought, somebody has to be listening. Who was this guy's neighbor? Who is maybe in his family? Who maybe knew him? Who knew his wife? I don't know. And I thought for sure I would get a text. I would get a tweet. I would get somebody to get back to me within a day or two. And then it just frittered away in the wind. Never heard another thing about it. Never heard from him. Whatever. And it's the one call I've ever gotten in all my time doing this, both on the sports side and here, that I actually did care about the closure. I wanted to hear the end of the book. I think I know how it went, but I wanted to hear about it. And then when I heard Tamara's story, just yesterday, I believe it was, I think she may have done it 2 days ago when I wasn't here on that Wednesday. When I heard Tamara's story, my heart just sank. And I said, well, I think I've probably had interaction with somebody who fell victim to something just like this. And you do weigh the risk. Like, okay, if this guy thinks he's loving, thinks he's in love, and it's bringing him happiness toward the tail end of his life, is it my place to really step in? He may be getting bilked out of thousands and thousands of dollars. But if he has convinced himself he's in love, is it my place to end that happiness, albeit artificial? And it was just really strange. So 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Do you know anybody, an uncle, your parents, somebody, a neighbor, that's been scammed like this? And I want to hear from you because, honestly, every once in a while I'll see stories about this, and I think of that guy from South Park that called, and I never found out the rest of the story. From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, it's all powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Looking at a few accidents starting out this rush hour. One on the 100 block of Sewickley Bridge in Moon Township. Another on 28, the outbound side in Harrison Township. That's on the 100 block of that. And on West 5th Avenue in McKeesport City. Also, 79 is still closed northbound and southbound. That is from the northbound lanes closed from Cranberry to Zelienople and the southbound lanes from Zelienople to the Turnpike exit. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
You still thinking job change in the new year? Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy. IT? Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI. That's what I did. Really? How? Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up. Sweet. Are classes online or on campus? Both. Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
You're next to order. Please pull forward.
You know, Josh, when you said you were springing for lunch, I didn't think you meant drive-through fast food.
Ah, come on, man. Money's been tight lately, and these high gas prices are killing me.
You pay full price at the pump? Get your head out of the sand and start using Upside.
What's Upside?
Come on, dude. Upside is the free app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy. I use it every time I fill up my tank.
Does that really add up?
I've already banked around $200.
That's serious cash.
Hi, can I take your order?
Yeah, I'm ordering the free Upside app to start earning cash back on every gallon of gas I buy.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code ORDER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code ORDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code ORDER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Welcome. You are in the Beer Garden with Gene from the Sini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. Today in the Beer Garden, we are enjoying the iconic Stone IPA, the benchmark West Coast IPA that launched generations of hop fanatics. Originally brewed to celebrate the brewery's first anniversary, Stone IPA remains a testament to total hop forwardness 29 years later. Bursts of dank pine, bright citron rind, and assertive hop bitterness pave the way to a tropical, balanced, and clean finish. Stone IPA stands its ground with bold and savory food flavors. Gumbo, nachos, hot sauce, hot pretzels with spicy mustard, spicy shrimp tacos, buffalo wings, Roquefort cheese, and key lime cheesecake. Stone IPA contains 6.9% alcohol by volume. Let's toast to 30 years of Stone Brewing and many more with the Stone IPA. Stone IPA is available wherever better beer is sold. This message has been brought to you by the Sini Distributing Company. Beer since 1933. Cheers.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss awesome snacks for the big game. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents
and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. For more than a decade, I've been working with CertaPro Painters doing great work for me, and now is the time. Get a free estimate, get on the schedule at the right price. You never have to wonder what's next with CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
'Tis the season for germs and viruses. Fight back with Sniper, a hospital-grade disinfectant that kills germs, viruses, and bacteria. Pick up a bottle of Sniper at participating True Value hardware stores or visit disinfectwithsniper.com.
If you're thinking it, he's saying it. Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, go ahead and listen for The Drive at 5. Stories driving the news every single day at 5. It's all brought to you by Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. Demand the yellow van. 866-391-1020 is that number. That's 866-391-1020. A haunting story. Haunting's the wrong word. A strange story about money and airplanes. Yep. Money and airplanes that I got to get into. And then there was a story that was reported in the Trib. And I read it and I said, wow, this is atypical. This, while it makes sense and it's news, I'm just wondering why it was reported. And we'll get into that coming up at 4 o'clock. Oh, programming note. I like to give you programming notes when I can. So Monday at 2, you won't hear me because you'll hear me at 3 o'clock on Monday. The WPIL playoff pairings come out. Basketball, they have their regular season wraps up this weekend. I'm going to a game with huge playoff implications this evening. So, as my kids are in high school, and the more I've started going back to high school sporting events, they're still incredibly pure. And it's great to see communities gather and get together and kids go to their games and all that stuff. They are. There's not a whole lot of amateurism left in sports, and that feels like the one fleeting portion of the sports playing populace that feels even just a little bit pure. And so, anyway, Monday, I'll be on at 3 because the WPL playoff pairings will be unveiled at 2, and we're going to run an hour-long show from 2 to 3. So I'll be kicking around, but I won't be on the air until 3. 866-391-1020 is that number. Jack's in Mount Lebanon. He's fired up for the big game. Right, Jack?
Hi, Colin. How's the family? No.
What? The family's great, and I'm disappointed in you. I thought you were fired up for New England and Seattle.
I got Verizon.
So
Margot figured it out for me.
Oh, did she give you that cheater situation or what?
Well, no. Well, she told me to read something, and then the internet, which confused me. But then she said, you're going to have to go to a bar.
Are you going to do that?
Well, there's one right around the corner.
Oh.
It's called Corner.
Are you going to go?
Probably.
You're going to go to a bar and watch the Super Bowl?
Probably.
You know what my prediction is? No, not on the game. You didn't let me finish. Between noon and 1 on Sunday, this Verizon and Fios, whatever, it gets figured out.
I hope so. I don't like to go out and drink.
Right, you like to stay in and drink.
Yeah.
I know. Going out and drinking's too expensive. You can drink a whole case of beer at home for as much as it costs you to drink like 3 beers on the road.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, Margot figured it out for me, what to do.
Yeah, go to a bar. Did you start today yet?
Oh, yes.
What time?
A little before 2. After I ate my hoagies.
Oh, you had 2 hoagies today?
Well, 2 halves.
Oh, so that's 1 hoagie. You had a half of the steak and then a half of the Italian, or what?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good stuff. So you got a half of a steak and half of Italian left, right?
No. I got half of a steak left.
Oh, how's that work?
Well, I only get a half Italian.
Oh, you get a whole and a half when you order?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, fair enough. What else is up?
Nothing much. You know, you're talking about getting scammed and stuff.
Yeah, no, not me. Other people.
Well, no, yeah, but you're talking. The scammers probably call the police when they try to scam me.
Oh, how come?
Well, they do it over the phone.
Oh.
And you know, I don't have a computer, and so I can't get scammed that way. And the language I use on them, tell them what I'm going to do to them. They probably call the police and say, hey, I was threatened by this dude.
Do you know when I get those phone scammers, do you know what I do? I'll start talking to them. Like, they'll call, and it'll obviously be from a foreign country, and they'll act like they have an Americanized name or whatever, and they'll be like, you know, we want to change your power company, whatever, and it's just a total scam, and I want nothing to do with it. But I'll take them in for about 30 seconds, whatever. You know what then I do, Jack?
Hang up on them.
No. I'll abruptly say, oh my gosh, I have just cut my penis off. And I seriously. And then it goes stone silent on the other end, and then I hang up. Seriously, do you think they ever go home and they're like, you'll never believe what happened to me at work today? Try that one. Can you try that one next time one of those jokers call you?
I'm going to try something like that. Yeah, I'll try that one.
Yeah.
Can I use it?
Yeah, oh, sure. It's full credit. You can have it. It's yours. Stay warm this weekend.
You too. Enjoy the Super Bowl.
See ya. That was a bad dismount. We normally have these great dismounts, me and Jack. But I do that to those scam callers. Those are the exact words I use. And oftentimes it just goes stone silent. News bottom of the hour, KDKA.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hey, folks, Marty, why did MediConnect choose to sponsor the Warmathon and KDK Radio? Well, their folks see firsthand the pressures, financial pressures, seniors are facing every day. No senior should overpay for services that may be included in over 70 different Medicare options. There's never a fee for MediConnect's top-rated service to assist seniors in finding the right Medicare plan. Call MediConnect, 888-818-6334, or visit MediConnectInsurance.com.
The Colorectal Cancer Alliance wants you to know a lot of things in life are preventable. Ooh, gas station sushi. That's preventable. And even colon cancer can be preventable if you get screened. If you're 45 or older, talk to your doctor. Go to colorectalcancer.org to learn more.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 26 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 3:30. I'm Paul Alexander. A winter weather advisory is now in effect with 1 to 3 inches of snow expected and wind gusts as high as 35 miles per hour. And a cold weather advisory that will start at 1 a.m. with the real field temperatures possibly dropping as low as 18 below zero. Today's snowfall is a faint echo of last month's superstorm, but it still has the attention of Pittsburgh's new mayor. Mayor Corey O'Connor says public works drivers have a lot of work to do because the snow from the last storm is still piled up at dead ends and at intersections. But O'Connor told KDK's Larry Richard better days are ahead.
Knowing that we're going to be able to buy more equipment next summer is very helpful. It's building the morale with the DPW workers.
O'Connor expects it to be a very busy travel weekend with the Super Bowl, people heading to parties, and the mayor wants the roads to be clear. A Wimbledon man has been arrested by Allegheny County Sheriff's deputies on a number of child pornography charges. News Radio KDK's David Bolorado has more.
43-year-old Anthony D'Alessandro was arrested Friday on 5 counts of possession of child pornography and 1 count of criminal use of a communications facility. That's following an investigation that started back in November of 2024. Investigators say his Android phone contained numerous sexually explicit videos, including 5 with toddlers. Their affidavit says D'Alessandro told them he frequently breaks his phones because subconsciously he doesn't like what he's doing, saying he used to look down on people like that until about 10 years ago when his daughter died and something changed inside him. David Bolorado, News Radio, KDKA.
A racist video shared by President Donald Trump's social media platform is drawing sharp criticism during Black History Month. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has the details.
A video circulating online that depicts former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama as apes is renewing concerns about racist and dehumanizing imagery, especially when it comes from national leaders. Dr. Kyan Connor, director of the Center on Race and Social Problems at the University of Pittsburgh, says the imagery carries real consequences.
Social science research continues to tell us that these dehumanizing portrayals actually increase societal tolerance for discrimination and for violence.
Dr. Connor says rejecting dehumanization is a shared responsibility, warning that silence can signal endorsement. The White House says a staffer mistakenly posted the video, which has since been removed. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow is up 1,095 points. The NASDAQ up 437. The S&P 500 up 119 points. KDK Radio News Time is 3:32. Our next update at 4. I'm Paul Alexander on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Crowded waiting rooms, 5 rushed minutes with the doctor. No real answers, just solutions that mask symptoms. For so many, that's what healthcare has become. In and out, no time, no connection. Just another appointment on the schedule. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, it's different. They take the time to listen, explain, and design a plan built around you. Because real relief starts with understanding what's really going on, not just treating the surface. From allergy testing to in-office sinus and nasal procedures, their experienced team uses the latest technology and a personal touch to help you breathe, sleep, and live better. Here, you're not just another number. You're the reason they do what they do. Discover a better way to feel better, one that's built around you. Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-4950. 878-231-4950. That's 878-231-4950.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2. And you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp. And they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
Margot's got your traffic report covered. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic. It's powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Lanes on 79 are still closed because of an earlier accident. The northbound lanes from Cranberry to Zelienople. The southbound lanes from Zelienople to the Turnpike exit. Those other major roadways, I'm starting to see some accidents, starting with one on 28 outbound in Harrison Township. That's on the 100 block of that, and on West 5th Avenue in McKeesport City. The major roadways around the city, just looking at some delays on the Parkway East outbound starting from Technology Drive. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
We'll have periods of snow through the rest of this afternoon into this evening, even a heavier squall in spots. Total accumulation about 1 to 3 inches. High 30 this afternoon, low 3 later tonight. Frigid tomorrow with a gusty wind, high 13. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This report brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything. The big game is here, and now you can trade on football legally nationwide on Kalshi. Right now, New England is trading at 32% to beat Seattle. A $100 trade pays out $289. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade $100. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. You will hear from the winners of the Super Bowl. Not the players, the commercials, and a whole lot more Monday morning.
They're doing the opening ceremonies of the Olympics, and Lebanon just came out. And they have 2 athletes. Lebanon does. Can you imagine being not the flag bearer for Lebanon? How does that go? How do they figure out which one of the 2 is the flag bearer? Liechtenstein had 8 athletes. And it looked like one bobsled team and something, I don't know. But Lebanon, just one of the 2 people were the flag bearers, I think. Anyway, crazy. Oh, our great friend Ian Smith. Everybody knows Ian Smith. Great camera person, cameraman. Oh, by the way, I'm not politically correct, so I'm going to call Ian a cameraman because he's a man. Ian Smith, the cameraman at KDK, long time. He is super great. He gets right in the heart of it. During those 2020 riots downtown, he took a punch from behind. A coward sucker punched him. He's just never afraid to go where the action is. He also has, his drone license, okay? So he was up on that scene. He has incredible footage from 79 that I just saw on social media. And the cars and the carnage and the way that this metal is all twisted and stuff is just a sight to behold in a scary and eerie way. So there's that. I don't often, I like to keep it to our news house and talk about what we do, but if somebody does a great job, you have to tip your cap to them. The footage that Ian has out there right now from his drone on 79 is really, really something. And he's on social media, Ian Smith is, and he's a wonderful man, too. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. I love these takes that are coming at me. Hope you learned Spanish. Ugh, bad take. Well, no, I don't know much Spanish. But I'll be okay to get through the halftime show because it's about the beat. It's really not about the words. George is in Baden. Hi, George.
Hi, Paul. How you doing today?
I'm great. Thank you for asking.
Good. I got a good one for you for the scammers. This is what I tell them. Hello, you've reached Joe's Mortuary. You stab him, we'll slab him.
Huh. Does anybody ever fall for it and think it's a real mortuary?
I don't know, but they hang up or they cuss at me, one of the 2.
Nice.
But that chases them away for sure.
Yeah, do they never call back?
Sometimes they'll call back. They'll have the cuss words,
Do Do you think that at Ace's Mortuary is business dead?
Joe's Mortuary.
Yeah, same place. 866-391-1020. How about this story that I saw? So, 6 years ago, security officers at Pittsburgh International seized $82,000 from this lady named Rebecca Brown. She had it in her carry-on luggage. She was trying to fly home to Boston to set up a bank account for her father. She had $82,000 in cash in her bag. So what began as a father trying to help her daughter, or a daughter trying to help her father, spiraled into this crazy legal battle. TSA and the DEA took her money. Yesterday, Brown, who lives in Boston, appeared in federal court here as one of 4 plaintiffs represented by the Institute of Justice in D.C., a nonprofit group. The plaintiffs are trying to stop TSA and the DEA in these policies that allow the agencies to seize large sums of money from travelers. And you know how they do it? Simply on the presumption of criminality. They just think and presume that you're a criminal. They take your money and seize it. Now, the agency's secret operating policies go beyond the authority by directing TSA employees to take extra steps when they encounter a large amount of cash. Additional screening up into taking your money. Now, Brown's father, this guy named Terry, he lived in South Fayette. He had entrusted her with his life savings while she visited him in Pittsburgh for a wedding. She said her father, who had squirreled away cash for years in hiding places at his home, asked her to open a joint account to help him manage his savings. Even though it's legal to fly domestically with any amount of cash, that's the key here. Legal to fly with any amount of cash, she was stopped by security and questioned by state troopers and the DEA. The DEA took the money without charging her with a crime or arresting her. Her and her dad filed a lawsuit in 2020 and were able to get the money back. She goes on to say, luckily he got the cash back and enjoyed a bunch of it before he died. Now, she's not the only plaintiff. There were other people that were stopped and they seized their money. Were you aware they did this and could do this to somebody? Now, let me ask you this at 866-391-1020. Have you ever traveled with large sums of money? Going to Vegas with cash? Going somewhere? Another guy said he had $55,000 in banded $100 bills because he was traveling to go potentially buy a pre-owned commercial tour bus in New York. And he had the business purchase paperwork inside his carry-on luggage. And TSA took it out. They began photographing his cash and the documents or whatever and his driver's license. They still seized the cash for civil forfeiture. They didn't believe it. They thought he was up to something nefarious. This is a bridge too far for me. That's my money. Give it back. It's me. And they can simply say, no, we think that you're up to something no good. This is wild to me. How much money do you take when you travel? How much money have you taken? Have you ever been suspicious? The only time anything even adjacent to this has happened to me is when I went to the bank to go to Vegas once. And I like to travel with cash to go to Vegas. And the lady at the bank looked at me and said, "What is this for?" And I think she was put off when I looked at her and I said, "None of your business." Not in that tone. I was a little nicer. I said, "None of your business. It's my money." And she said, "I'm mandated to ask." And I said, "I'm obligated not to answer. Am I going to get my money or not?" And we kind of went back and forth for a minute, and she gave me my money. But it was a very tense situation for about 30 seconds because I'm thinking, I'm getting on that plane later today. Am I not going to have the money that I put in this bank to take it in cash? Because I didn't want to take any other form. I didn't want to take a check. I definitely didn't want to go to the bank machine in Vegas where you get $500 out and it charges you $37 or whatever. I don't want to do that. That was the only time it's ever been like that. Very weird story. Top of the hour, I want to tell you about a story that the Trib reported on, and I want to question the ethics of it or not. I don't know. I'm just very confused about it. We'll get into that. We'll take your calls next. 866-391-1020 is that number. Traffic now. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. It's KDKA AAA Traffic, and it's powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Still looking at closures on 79, the northbound lanes from Cranberry to Zelienople, the southbound lanes from Zelienople to the Turnpike exit. The other major roadways are starting to build just a bit on the Parkway East outbound from Technology Drive. The Parkway West outbound is bumper to bumper starting from 2nd Avenue, and still looking at that accident on 28 outbound that is in Harrison Township. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Are you ready for retirement? Hi, this is Brian Quaranta, host of On the Money, heard every Saturday morning, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. Join me and your host, Rob Pratt, as we tackle the most important questions about retirement planning, financial strategies, and securing your future. From avoiding costly mistakes to maximizing your savings, we'll help you feel more confident about your financial journey. Tune in every Saturday from 8 to 9 a.m. on KDKA Radio. Take the first step towards a worry-free retirement. That's On the Money, your retirement planning destination.
Hey, folks, Marty, why did MediConnect choose to sponsor the Warmathon on KDKA Radio? Well, their folks see firsthand the pressures, financial pressures, seniors are facing every day. No senior should overpay for services that may be included in over 70 different Medicare options. There's never a fee for MediConnect's top-rated service to assist seniors in finding the right Medicare plan. Call MediConnect, 888-818-6334, or visit MediConnectInsurance.com.
Hi, I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, America's largest family law firm. During this time of year, difficult relationships sometimes become impossible. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
Staples has hundreds of great ways to boost your brand, like spectacular signs, brilliant brochures, eye-popping posters, mouth-watering menus, and more. Shop now through April 18th and save up to $125 on all your custom prints. Staples. That was easy.
Let's go! You've still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
No one should have to face a winter without heat. You can help your neighbors in need stay warm by supporting the Dollar Energy Fund during our annual NRG KDKA Radio Warmathon on Thursday from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Presented by MediConnect. Details on how you can support are at KDKARadio.com. Powered by Dynegy. And brought to you by Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh, Impact HVAC, and by Phillips Heating and Air Conditioning. Help us help your neighbor on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Hey folks, Marty here. CCAC rocks. They're the best, from training for careers in skilled trades to programs in robotics, cybersecurity, aviation, culinary arts, business management, and more. CCAC has it all. Folks, it's the real deal with expert instructors, industry-grade equipment, high-tech learning spaces, and more. Want a future with little debt? Campus open house events, virtual information sessions, on-site tours. ccac.edu, ccac.edu.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
Think spring? Yep, right now. Get to Schultz Ford. All the great locations. Schultz Ford, Wexford, Schultz Ford, Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford in Wheeling. And have your eyes on spring with a great vehicle. Inventory, gigantic right now. Service and sales departments, best in the business. Just wonderful people to work with. So look around online right now. SchultzFord.com. Pick out what you want and get there. Always online. SchultzFord.com.
Attention, Pittsburgh area residents. If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more. And Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-674-5196. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-674-5196 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-674-5196. Again, 412-674-5196. 412-674-5196.
It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Here we are. 866-391-1020. Top of the hour. I read something really interesting in the Trib. Actually, atypical is, I guess, the best way to put it. Roger's on the road. Hey, Roger.
Hey, buddy.
How are you?
Can you hear me?
Sure can.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Hey, so I got a story with the asking you about your money.
Sure.
Because the wife works at a bank.
Uh-huh.
And when somebody comes in there to withdraw an extra large amount of cash, they do have to ask them because a lot of older people get scammed and they don't know it. And they'll come in there. A lady came into the wife's bank one time and asked her, said, hey, I need to pull out $5,000. And the wife's like, what is this for? And she goes, it's my money. Give me my money. And the wife pursued it, and the lady said, somebody has my grandson, and he got locked up, and I need to give him $5,000 to get him out.
Yeah, but I'm not old.
I know. Well, it doesn't matter. Even young people get scammed, too. It is what it is. It is what it is. But, hey, the too much money, in 1996, driving through Corpus Christi, Texas on vacation.
Yeah.
Carried $21,000. Got pulled over. They found the money. They ripped the entire car apart because they knew for sure that I had drugs, that I was buying drugs or something like that with the money. Didn't have nothing to do with it. Got done with it, gave me my money back, and drove off and left me with a car tore apart.
That's unfortunate.
It was rough. It was rough.
Did you get $21,000? Yeah. Did they give you $21,000 back, though?
They gave me the money back. Yes, totally gave me the money back. And I'm looking at my car because, listen, I kid you not, when I say they tore the freaking car apart to the point you weren't driving off.
Well, let me ask you this. Was it tore down from the floor down, Roger?
Tore up from the floor up.
Hell yeah. Oh, I have friends from down in southeastern Kentucky that talk exactly like that, even worse. My boy was tore up last night. He was just wilder than a billy goat tore up like that. I mean, that's how they talk. And it's like they need subtitles. But they're the most fabulous people on earth. Brian's in Munhall. Hi, Brian.
Hey, hi, Colin. Hey, I'd like to back you up in your last caller about that. I've heard of many cases. Just say you're on the highway and you get pulled over. Maybe it's a burned out taillight, something else.
Uh-huh.
And the police see something in there. I don't know whether it's money, maybe it's jewelry, could be almost anything. And it's called civil forfeiture.
Yeah, that's what this case was about. That's what this case was. They did it with TSA. They took this lady's money, $82,000 at the airport. They eventually gave it back, but it took like years through a court case. And they just said, we had the suspicion that you were doing something not on the up and up. The presumption of criminality, Brian.
Yep. Did she have to hire an attorney for that case?
That is where that's a great question, and that's the crux of this story a little bit. 4 plaintiffs are represented by the Institute of Justice, a Washington, D.C.-based nonprofit legal group, and they're filing a big lawsuit to kind of cover everybody. They are that's what they're doing, a big legal battle against the TSA and against the DEA. And they're suing in a big case. Yes. So she's represented by this agency that has attorneys.
Good. Well, I hope she wins. She deserves it. And thanks for taking the call.
Well, thank you. Have a good weekend. Get that shovel out again. Lee's in Pittsburgh. I love ripping through a couple calls here. Hi, Lee.
How you doing? I had 2 points I wanted to make. First, TSA, would they do the same thing if you had traveler's checks, like seize your traveler's checks if you were traveling, or is it just cash, or they'd be after? That's one thing. That's one question I had.
That I don't know. Traveler's checks. What do you need to do to have a traveler's check? Do you need to match up your ID with the traveler's check, right? Or can anybody just write them? I haven't used a traveler's check in 25 years.
I think you have to, like, before you go on a trip, you have to, get them from, like, a bank or something and already verify that you are who you say you are. But, like, are traveler's checks just as valuable or just as risky, or, I'm trying to say to them that they would take them as well as cash?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't work for TSA, and I deal in cold, hard American cash, fella.
Well, me too. Okay. Next point, real quick, is I saw the article on KDKA's website, radio's website, about they're now trying to legislate that all kids from K through 12th grade
recess in school,
have recess. Yeah. What happened to, like, gym class and regular sporting events? Is that not enough exercise for kids anymore?
That I don't know. That's an interesting thought. The one thing that I think they need to regulate, and if you want to I think schools should do this. I can't stand when Harrisburg gets involved with mandates school to school. Talking about that with cell phones yesterday. One thing that absolutely should be done, and it's done at some schools. If you're a varsity athlete, no way you should have to take phys ed. None at all. There are dudes out there and girls out there on a Tuesday and a Monday night that are playing basketball in front of a full house, and then on Wednesday they got to go play freaking kickball. Why? That's ridiculous and silly. They should not have to take a phys ed class if you're a varsity athlete. All right, top of the hour. I read something. I don't know if I should just move on from it and just say, news is news. I don't know if I should be dismayed. I don't know if I should be let down. But I feel that it's certainly atypical. I'll explain in just a little bit. News top of the hour, KDK.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020, and KDKARadio.com.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
At AHN, we see you juggling 100 things at once. That's why we made it easier to book with the doctors you need. With AHN online scheduling, you can book with your primary care provider or get time with a specialist. Visit ahn.org/schedule, answer a couple of simple questions, and search for providers, locations, and times that work best for you. Easy online scheduling. Because at AHN, we see you.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 27 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 4 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. One person was killed in a multi-vehicle accident that closed I-79 in both directions in Butler County earlier today. State police have confirmed that at least 18 vehicles were involved. The northbound lanes are closed from Cranberry to Zelienople. Southbound I-79 shut down from Zelienople to the Turnpike exit in Cranberry. State Police Trooper Bertha Casey of Butler Barracks tells KDK Radio it's going to be a while before they reopen those roadways.
I was told several hours, probably at least 5 hours before we would be able to get everything cleared out from there.
PennDOT is reminding drivers to slow down in this type of weather. News Radio KDK's David Bolorado has more.
PennDOT says when it's bad out, stay home. But if you do have to drive, they want you to play it safe, issuing a reminder about driving in wintry weather conditions. First and foremost, they say drivers need to slow down and use caution, especially during snow squalls or low visibility conditions. Other reminders: don't use cruise control on snow-covered roads. And if they're packed with snow, then slow your car down by at least half. If the roads are a sheet of ice, slow down to a crawl. And keep your distance from the car in front of you to avoid slamming into it if you skid. And finally, PennDOT says you should always be wearing your seatbelt. David Bolorado, News Radio, KDKA.
And this just into KDK Radio. I-79, both northbound and southbound, is now reopened. A winter weather advisory is now in effect with 1 to 3 inches of snow expected and wind gusts as high as 35 miles per hour. And a cold weather advisory starts at 1 a.m. The real field temperatures could drop below 18 below zero. Today's snowfall is a faint echo of last month's superstorm, but it still has the attention of Pittsburgh's new mayor. Mayor Corey O'Connor says public work drivers have a lot of work to do because the snow from last week's storm, well, it's still piled up and there's a lot of it to get rid of. O'Connor told KDK's Larry Richard, better days are ahead.
Knowing that we're going to be able to buy more equipment next summer is very helpful. It's building the morale with the DPW workers.
O'Connor expects it to be a busy travel weekend with people driving to Super Bowl parties, and the mayor wants the city's roads to be clear. More than $270 million federal dollars are headed to projects across Pennsylvania, with millions earmarked for Allegheny County and Cranberry Township. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush has the details.
Senator Dave McCormick says the funding will support public safety, infrastructure, and economic growth statewide, with a strong local impact. In Allegheny County, the money includes upgrades to police and fire training facilities, storm and wastewater systems, light removal in the Mon Valley, and major improvements to Ohio Riverlock and dam infrastructure. In Cranberry Township, $1 million is set aside to replace aging water lines along Route 19, a key commercial corridor. McCormick says the goal is keeping federal tax dollars working in Pennsylvania communities where they're needed most. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 1,189 points. The NASDAQ up 501. The S&P 500 up 134 points. KDK Sports High School Basketball Game of the Week tonight. The Gateway Gators hosting McKeesport. Our coverage starts at 6 o'clock. KDK Radio News Time 4:03. If you're injured, time to hire America's largest injury firm, Morgan & Morgan. Dial poundlaw. For the people. Right now, it's cloudy and 26 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA Traffic and AccuWeather together next.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it! Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Margot.
All right, thanks, Colin. PennDOT is reporting that all northbound and southbound lanes on 79 are now open after they were closed from an earlier accident this morning. They are also lifting the speed limit restriction on 79 in Butler County. So it should be clear there, hopefully, starting soon. The other major roadways are bumper to bumper on the Parkway West outbound from 2nd Avenue, and the Parkway East outbound is brake lights from the bend at Bates. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Snow at times through the rest of this afternoon into this evening, even a heavier squall into this evening. Untreated surfaces will be slippery with total snowfall of 1 to 3 inches. High 30 this afternoon, low 3 tonight. Windy and frigid tomorrow. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Come with me to get my Invisalign. They walked me through everything I needed to know. How long it'll take, how it works, and what to expect. Then it was time for the real part. They put on the attachments, they blend in with my teeth, they help the aligners grip your teeth and move them the right way. It felt a little weird at first, but honestly, not bad at all. They popped in my first set of aligners, showed me how to take them out, and that was it. I'm officially part of the Invisalign Club. I even wore them at a football game, super comfortable and easy to talk with. For someone who's always filming on the sidelines or covering sports nonstop, this fits my lifestyle perfectly.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Reacting to the stories you're talking about. Colin Dunlap, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, here we are. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. Oh, I need to get this off my chest, and he's going to be embarrassed, and I don't care. I was flipping through the channels going home last night, and Paul was doing play-by-play on the girls' basketball game. Paul doesn't get enough credit. Honored to work with him every day. But think about this. Paul does TV. Paul does radio. Paul does play-by-play. Paul can host opinion shows. Paul can do the news. Not enough credit for his versatility and what he can do in town, and I just needed to mention that today. So, good stuff, Paul. I was listening to play-by-play last night, and not everybody, I've never done one quarter of play-by-play. So many people think they can and can't. So, good on our man, Paul Alexander. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Okay, this struck me as interesting, and I wonder where you come down on this. The Trib today had a story, and I was just in this part of the world. In fact, I just drove over this parcel of land, and it's a sad story. I'm going to warn you. A Pittsburgh man died after jumping from the Route 28 bridge over Buffalo Creek. State police are investigating the public death of William Tegetoff. Tegetoff. He was 45. Armstrong County Coroner Brian Myers said Tegetoff died from multiple blunt force trauma. Myers ruled his death as suicide. Tegetoff jumped from the high-level bridge near the border of Armstrong and Butler counties, where if you're going on 28, you know that bridge. It goes over a big valley and there's a house way off in the distance. Anyway, calls from witnesses were first reported at 1:30 p.m. Thursday. An empty SUV sat parked on the berm of the bridge deck. The coroner's office was called, and Deputy Coroner Timothy Graham pronounced Tegethoff dead at the scene. State and Buffalo Township police were on the bridge, but traffic was moving normally on 28. Other crews were assessing the scene via the Butler-Freeport Community Trail at the Monroe Road trailhead. The trail was shut down at that point. The trail is the only access to the deep gorge the bridge spans. There are no roads in the immediate vicinity. Butler Township VFD Chief Matt Seifer said the zone served as the main staging ground for emergency crews. Crews from Buffalo Township, Saxonburg, and Harrison were among those at the scene. Why is a suicide reported? I'm asking. I don't know. 28, and if you've ever been in that part of the world, kind of between Freeport and Katanning, you know the exact bridge I'm talking about. It's very high. It's over that gorge. And it's a tragedy. I don't know what cards this man was dealt, but this fellow, William, was 45 and decided to commit suicide off that bridge yesterday. Had the newspaper not reported this, we'd still be trucking along, right? And his family would still be very sad, probably, and the event still would have happened. Unless it's in public purview and or somebody who is exceedingly famous, I'm not understanding the merits of doing this. I could be wrong in all of this. Maybe I don't get it. Maybe I don't understand it. And I'm not saying that they're wrong. And I didn't reach out to the Trib. Maybe I should have. But I'm wondering how this is different than the coroner being dispatched to any other person who takes their life. And I come back to this. Perhaps their family might be struggling enough. And maybe I'm doing a disservice by even mentioning this, but I'm actually more mentioning the coverage of it than the act in and of itself. But I'm sure there are probably people who found out that William Tegethoff had died. And maybe they didn't need to know the manner. And now there wasn't just a little blurb, there was a full-on story written about it. And again, I'm asking questions because I'm confused as to this. I always thought it was policy where, unless it was someone famous, and maybe William Tegethoff was, or if it was an extraordinary public situation, and or both, those were the reasons why it would be reported. I saw this and I just thought, maybe erring on the side of privacy or erring, and they're not breaking any rules. They're not breaking any laws here. They're free to report what they want to report. But perhaps a little grace in this situation may go a long way. Did this guy make somebody mad at the Trib? Did they have something against them? Was there, and it doesn't show, a long and involved and protracted rescue operation in order to get his body? It would have detailed that, I think. This feels like, there's no other way to say it, but, somebody jumped off a bridge, which is awful and terrible and no good. But I don't understand the need to report it. So I ask you, at 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. When someone takes their own life, should the newspaper report it as such? They are reporting fact. The coroner did rule the death a suicide. The car was found on the side of the road just at the bridge abutment, and it's rather simple, I guess, to make 1 and 1 2. But if you didn't know that news, if you'd never found that out, I don't think that people would feel a thirst or a need or a want to have it. I'm not calling the Trib sensationalistic. I'm not saying that they did this to get eyes on their product and up their hits or whatever. But if you tell me they did, I have a hard time arguing with you. Again, 866-391-1020 is that number. I am probably the best way to put it is perplexed. Because I just didn't think that things like this got reported as such. I want to talk to you next. Take your calls on this. We'll get back into a bunch of other things as well. Margot hits traffic right now. PJ Fitzpatrick, home improvement traffic now. KDKA-AM traffic. It's powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Getting reports from PennDOT that all lanes on 79 southbound and northbound are now open after an earlier accident this morning caused them to close those lanes. The other major roadways, I'm getting a report of an accident on Penn Avenue and Pearl Street in the city and seeing some congestion back up the Parkway East outbound. That is from the Bend at Bates. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This report brought to you by NJM Insurance.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than getting stuck in an elevator with an overshare,
Bean burrito for lunch.
you have Insuranoia. You should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really helped me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-839-8484. That's 800-839-8484.
We're talking with Joe Sabulis from Highwood Cemetery about cemetery care. Joe, can you please explain your perpetual care fund to us?
Sure. A perpetual care fund is a trust established by cemeteries to ensure ongoing maintenance of burial grounds and mausoleums forever. We set aside 15% of the sale price of burial lots and other cemetery items. Income generated from this fund is used to cover costs like mowing lawns, road repair, and other essential upkeep after all the remaining burial plots have been sold.
So people with lots at Highwood Cemetery can be assured that there are sufficient funds to maintain the cemetery in the future.
Yes, at Highwood Cemetery, our perpetual care fund is in excess of $1 million. A third-party trustee, a fiduciary, is responsible for managing the fund. Everything your family has at Highwood Cemetery will be protected by our perpetual care fund.
You can learn more about Highwood Cemetery by calling 412-766-6600.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer & Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
Do you have experience working on Class 8 heavy-duty trucks? Consider a career with PGT Trucking Maintenance. PGT is now hiring experienced diesel fuel mechanics in Midland and Blairsville, PA. Support the fleet by helping to maintain PGT's late model equipment, including International and Peterbilt tractors. Technicians should be able to complete a preventative maintenance inspection. Experience in the trucking industry is preferred. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. A reversal of fortune on Wall Street this week after several days in a row of losses, especially in the tech sector, mostly on worries about overspending on AI. Investors today dove right back into the market, scooping up beaten down shares, sending stocks as well as oil, gold, silver, and Bitcoin all higher. The Dow today up 1,207 points, 2.5%, topping the 50,000 threshold for the first time ever, notching a new all-time closing high. The Nasdaq up 491, a more than 2% gain, and the S&P shot up 134 points, also 2% higher. Despite today's turnaround in tech, Amazon shares 5.5% lower. That's after spooking investors late Thursday by saying it plans to spend a staggering $200 billion building out its AI infrastructure this year. Despite that, the CEO of chipmaker NVIDIA says that level of spending on AI not only appropriate, but also sustainable, could last 7 or 8 more years. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
Your drive just got easier. It's Colin Dunlap on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
There we are. Be careful out there. It's slick in some spots. What is this? The opening ceremonies. Now, I've never taken acid. Mushrooms, yes, way back in the day. You know, should I tell them? We were like 19. We ate mushrooms on Halloween. Try doing that one time. That's what this ceremony looks like. This opening ceremony for the Olympics. I don't get it. It's all neon and real bright. And anyhow, back to serious things. 866-391-1020. The Trib had a story today. A man, he's from Pittsburgh, jumped off a bridge on 28, took his own life. And there wasn't anything particularly noticeable or different or noteworthy about it. And I'm wondering why they reported on it. It seems odd to me. They didn't do anything illegal. Some will say journalistically they didn't do anything wrong. But generally, suicides like this don't get reported. How do you feel about that? I guess I'm torn. Becky's in Butler. Hi, Becky.
Hey, hi, Colin. Hey, I knew 3 people that jumped from that bridge. I live like 2 minutes from it. And the one lady died 24 years ago, and the Butler paper said they had to report it because it was out in the public. That's why they report it. And they have tried to get PennDOT or someone to put a barrier up so people won't jump, but they won't let them do it.
Yeah, I just drove over that bridge.
Very sad.
I just drove over there the other day on my way to Katanning. And, I mean, you can see for miles. And there's that one grand house off in the distance that sits up on the hill. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. I can see 28 from my back window, but I can't see the bridge. But like I said, the bridge is like 2 minutes from my house. And like I said, I know 3 people that jumped. And the one lady had 2 little girls. This was about 24 years ago. And they put it in the paper. And it was so sad.
Yeah,
so sad.
Becky, I'm just torn in so much as sometimes it's okay to just have compassion, you know?
Yes.
It's just where I am with it. I don't know. I just saw it today and I thought, if I didn't know that, if the masses didn't know it, If maybe somebody who went to high school with this guy that lost touch with him didn't know it, we still would have been all okay. And to report it maybe just is the wrong thing to do. I'm not going to criticize the trip too much because I don't think did they break ethical. It's very gray. It just is. I'll take your calls next. 866-391-1020 is that number. That's 866-391-1020. Margo with traffic now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic. It's powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. An earlier accident closed 79 on the northbound and southbound lanes. However, they have lifted it now, so all lanes now should be open on 79. The other major roadways are starting to look just a bit congested on the Parkway East outbound from before the bend at Bates, and the Parkway West inbound having a bit of congestion around the 79 interchange. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss awesome snacks for the big game. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
I was ordering food for the office from the same few places for too long.
For workplaces suffering with office food fatigue, every day's a struggle.
Before starting Easy Cater, I assumed having no good vegan options for Carl in finance was normal.
Easy Cater is designed to treat OFF with a huge variety of favorite restaurants, plus tools to help you meet dietary needs and stay on budget. Used daily, one platform lets you save time and shine. Ask your app store about Easy Cater or start an order at easycater.com. Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
When sinusitis has your nose constantly blocked, life can feel smaller. You're stuck breathing through your mouth, which leads to sleep struggles, snoring that keeps your whole family up, fatigue, and more. The mornings start groggy, the days drag on, and it feels like nothing really helps for long. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, relief isn't just one size fits all. Their specialists use a wide range of innovative in-office treatments designed around you, designed to open your sinuses, restore natural breathing, and help you finally sleep through the night. You don't have to keep pushing through. If you're tired of the congestion, the pressure, and the endless cycle of sprays and pills that aren't providing relief, discover a treatment option that works for you at Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Breathe easier, sleep better, and start feeling like yourself again. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-6036. 878-231-6036. That's 878-231-6036.
You served behind the desk.
You served in combat.
You did 4 years and got out.
You were drafted.
You gave 20 years.
You gave exactly what your country needed.
And so did you.
When you raised your hand and swore an oath to your country, when you put your name on a dotted line, you became part of only 1% of Americans who did the same. You are a veteran.
You are a veteran.
You are a veteran. Because no matter when, where, or how you served, you made a sacrifice for your country, and you deserve support.
If you're struggling with life after service, don't wait. Reach out.
Reach out to a loved one, to a fellow veteran, to VA.
Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
When you need to talk, we're here for you. Always have been. News Radio KDKA. from the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 27 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 4:30. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. TrustPJ.com. A fatal multi-vehicle accident on I-79 this morning claimed one life. It involved at least 18 vehicles. 79 has just reopened in both directions after being closed for more than 5 hours. Trooper Bertha Casey tells us that one fatality is confirmed.
I-79 in the area of the 80 to 88 is currently closed due to several crashes. The number I received was about 18 cars are involved. Not sure how many crashes. There is one fatality confirmed in the crashes, so that is why the road's closed right now.
And I apologize for that. That was earlier. The roads have reopened in both directions. Again, there was one fatality, 18 vehicles involved. And those lanes are opened in both directions on I-79, both north and south. PennDOT is reminding drivers to slow down in this type of weather. News Radio KDKA's David Ballarado has more.
PennDOT says when it's bad out, stay home. But if you do have to drive, they want you to play it safe, issuing a reminder about driving in wintry weather conditions. First and foremost, they say drivers need to slow down and use caution, especially during snow squalls or low visibility conditions. Other reminders: don't use cruise control on snow-covered roads. And if they're packed with snow, then slow your car down by at least half. If the roads are a sheet of ice, slow down to a crawl. And keep your distance from the car in front of you to avoid slamming into it if you skid. And finally, PennDOT says you should always be wearing your seatbelt. David Ballarado, News Radio KDKA.
Pittsburgh police have arrested a man who's accused of breaking into his former girlfriend's home and raping her earlier this week. They say it happened on Wednesday in the 400 block of Parkwood Road in Mount Oliver. 36-year-old Calvin Bennett was arrested today on Highland Road in Bethel Park. In addition to rape, he's also facing other charges, including robbery and false imprisonment. Sentencing today for a man who was convicted on charges that he and his drug ring distributed hundreds of milligrams of illegal narcotics in this area, as well as elsewhere. 28-year-old Bryce Hill of Seattle was sentenced to 35 years in prison and another 5 of supervised release. Federal prosecutors say Hill was a member of a drug trafficking ring out of Phoenix that pumped hundreds of thousands of fentanyl pills and fentanyl powder for distribution in western Pennsylvania, as well as other parts of the country. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 1,206 points, the Nasdaq up 490, the S&P 500 up 133 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Our high school basketball game of the week tonight, Gateway hosting McKeesport. Our coverage begins at 6. KDK Radio News Time, 4:32. If you're injured, time to hire America's largest injury firm, Morgan & Morgan. Dial poundlaw. For the people. Our next update at 5 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander, the voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA. Are
you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Margot's got you covered. Traffic, I think, is flowing a little better now on 79, but we'll check in with her. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic. It's powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Hey, Margot.
All right. Hey, Colin, you would be correct as PennDOT announced that all lanes on 79, northbound and southbound, have reopened after being closed earlier today. Those other major roadways are starting to look a little bit congested on the Parkway East outbound around the bend at Bates and the Parkway West outbound around 2nd Avenue and after the Fort Pitt Tunnel towards Green Tree Hill. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Periods of snow as we head through this afternoon and perhaps a heavier squall into this evening, accumulating a total of 1 to 3 inches. A high 30 this afternoon, low 3 later tonight, and a high of just 13 with a gusty wind tomorrow. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This report brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything. The big game is here, and now you can trade on football legally nationwide on Kalshi. Right now, New England is trading at 32% to beat Seattle. A $100 trade pays out $289. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade $100. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. You will hear from the winners of the Super Bowl. Not the players, the commercials, and a whole lot more Monday morning.
My son was explaining about some full-on AI commercial or something that's going to air. Not that it goes in one ear or out the other, but he communicates so much that sometimes I'm like, whew, I feel like I've been in a tornado after talking to him for 10 minutes. But he was telling me this morning about some full-on, full-go AI commercial, and it's like the first of its kind. He's fired up for everything this weekend. Anyway, text here, getting back to serious matters. I think it's a good thing this suicide was reported. They should use it as a reason to promote crisis hotlines for help. It's such a sad situation. And that's Lisa in Lebo. She says, stay safe and warm this weekend. She's a great listener. I appreciate her sentiments always. We don't always agree, but she sends texts, and I appreciate her listening. And thank you for chiming in on this, Lisa. The story on 28, Route 28 bridge over Buffalo Creek. People who travel it know it well. It's a huge, very high gorge. And the trip, for some reason, reported a man jumped off it yesterday. Now, it's crazy and coincidental, I guess. During the break, I went to Facebook. And somebody I know has a GoFundMe link for this gentleman. I don't know this gentleman. He has mutual friends of mine on Facebook. But it's a sad story. But I'm wondering why the Trib chose to report this and not other suicides. And that's where the question comes in. It's 866-391-1020. Should they? Let's talk to Joey. Haven't talked to him in a while. Hi, Joey. How are you?
I'm good, Colin. I hope you're all well.
How you feeling? Wait, first of all, how you feeling? You good?
I'm getting better. Yeah, I had that traumatic brain injury, TBI. I'm still in recovery from it, but I'm feeling a lot better.
All right. Are you back to work, or what's going on?
Still not back to work, but I come out and hang out with the boys just to get out of the house. That's about it.
All right. We know I'm thinking about you, and I need you to get back to work, get back to regular, because there's nobody better in the world, Joey. So what's up, man?
I appreciate that. A little over 20 years ago, I was working for a company. We had the police contract, that section of 28. They're never detailed when they call, but they said, hey, we need you to head up 28 Buffalo Bridge here. We got a vehicle, need you to grab. Okay, get up there. It's an investigation. That's all we know. As the officer starts wrapping up, the troopers are up there. I'm walking down to the vehicle there, over 20 cigarette butts right there on the ground outside the window. So I'm like, and I still don't know. We do tows for anything. Somebody could have pulled over and had a heart attack there. You don't know. I asked the officer, what are we towing this for? Well, He said, you look over the barrier over there, and you'll see them looking for the body down there, or cleaning the body up and that. And yeah, that bridge right there. That's very. I mean, I know 2 other times as well with that bridge right there.
Yeah, it's just a sad state of affairs, and it's an unfortunate reality. I read this story. What do you think? Should it be in the paper or not, Joey?
I think in the paper with maybe family's permission, unless it's somebody famous, like you had said, and so a few other callers said.
Yeah, thank you. Get well, man. Joey went through some rough stuff, and he's a great, great guy. Listens to our station all the time. Just a wonderful, wonderful guy. I don't know. I'm still torn. I just am. And, the text that I got here from Lisa and Lebo, it definitely makes sense. If you can spin it into a positive, however tough that is, maybe have a disclaimer or some sort of line at the bottom for a crisis hotline to remind people. That might be the way to go here if you feel the need to report it. But I don't know. Sometimes you read, and I read so much in the morning. I just do. And I go through stuff for the show, and this is one that caught me as atypical. I read a lot of stuff, and you read the papers online, the Post-Gazette and the Trib, and this is no knock at either one of them, but they become templated. There's a Steelers story. There's what's going on with Trump. There is this is happening, that's happening. Here is your run-of-the-mill ICE story and how everybody's mad at them, and then here is this story, and it's just a template day after day after day. And you see very few things that are different than the day the day before. And now there's this. And so that's why it kind of caught me. Top of the hour, I do want to get back into Bad Bunny and how you feel about him. But I'm going to flip it at 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. There's a story out there that I heard David Ballarado do. Somebody alluded to it a little bit earlier today that we have to get into, and it's this.
Democratic Representative Danielle Friel-Otten of Chester County says she plans to reintroduce legislation that would give students a 30-minute recess and a 30-minute lunch period each school day to help support students' mental and physical health. She says recess gives kids a necessary break for physical activity, helping their social and emotional development. Right now, there is no recess requirement, and sometimes recess and lunch periods that are on the schedule are missed for things like detention or to make up missed work. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
All right. I don't hate it. Recess and lunch. Now, here's the thing that's crazy. My kid, not crazy, but the way that it works. At my kid's school opens at 8 o'clock. They don't do anything till 8:30. They get in there, they relax. There's a coffee shop. They don't have homeroom. They just are allowed to walk around the whole school, kind of socialize, get ready, hunker down on some couches. I find that to be very therapeutic to kind of get a soft launch into their day. That is great for them. And then they have kind of a different schedule where a few days they have 80-minute periods, and then I think it's 3 and 2. 2 days they have 80-minute periods. 3 days they have 40-minute periods. And it provides them enough time. But mandatory recess. Now, they're not going to go out and play Red Rover and Foursquare. Foursquare is a hell of a game. I mean, Foursquare is one of the greatest games ever invented. It just is. They're not going to be made to go outside and do that. But I don't mind some time of reflection. If you want to say a quiet prayer to yourself, if you want to have some time just to think, if you want to screw around with your friends, yeah. Do they need to have a half hour? I don't know. That seems like much. When you want to couple it with a lunch period and squeeze that in, and maybe on the backside of that lunch period, go ahead and have that as that time that is all in one, I'm for it. Go for it. But I do agree with the lady that is in the legislature in that there does need to be a decompression time. And before I take the calls, and people will have this opinion, that's fine. I'm not trying to talk you down from it. Kids are soft, kids are this, kids are that. Well, kids are going through a whole lot more stuff now. They just are. And it's okay to have some time to decompress. They ain't getting a whole hour from me, but a little bit of time here and there is A-okay, and that's the way that it should work. And I think, this is another case, though, where I don't think we need the government involved. What should happen is schools and districts and administrators should be savvy enough to build that in and figure out a way to have their kids be most productive and be optimally mental health-wise in order to have the best learning environment possible. That's the way that it should work. We'll talk about Bad Bunny at the top of the hour. Take your calls next, 866-391-1020. And something's contagious, highly contagious. I'm going to tell you about that in just a little bit. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center. It's KDKA AAA Traffic, and it's powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Just reiterating that all lanes on 79 are now open southbound and northbound after an earlier accident closed it for quite a while. Looking at some congestion on the Parkway East outbound from the Bend at Bates and through both sides of the Liberty Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hi there, I'm Lisa Luro from Secure Money Health. Let's be honest, Medicare can be overwhelming. That's why I created the Ultimate Medicare Book, a clear, no-nonsense guide to help you navigate every twist and turn of Medicare. I'm here to empower you with the insights you need to secure the right benefits for your health. Don't let uncertainty slow you down. Visit MedicareBookOffer.com to get started and reclaim your confidence today.
Larry Richard for CertaPro Painters. I've been a customer for over a decade. Why? Because the professional work CertaPro Painters does protects your home, quality paint, worry-free process, free estimates. That's why I've relied on CertaPro Painters. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated right here in our community. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. When choosing a painting professional, the choice is simple. Choose happy. Choose CertaPro Painters.
When it comes to building Pennsylvania's future, the laborers are on the job. From highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, energy projects, the men and women of the Pennsylvania Laborers District Council deliver the skilled work that keeps our communities moving forward. Joe LaQuatra is leading the charge to train the next generation, protect worker safety, and stand up for fair wages and benefits. When laborers build, Pennsylvania grows stronger. The Pennsylvania Laborers District Council, working hard every day. My people.
Been 30 time, would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29. If that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional event on March 25th and 26th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, Northeast Maryland, and North Franklin, Connecticut with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
It's the KDKA Radio High School Basketball Game of the Week. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Every Friday at 6, we bring you the best players, the best sounds of the game, and the best matchups in the WPIAL. This week, McKeesport visits Gateway. Presented by Invisalign. Allegheny Health Network Sports Medicine. Official sports medicine of high school basketball. And brought to you by Tobacco-Free Adagio Health. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Well, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Hey, folks, Marty, why did MediConnect choose to sponsor the Warmathon and KDK Radio? Well, their folks see firsthand the pressures, financial pressures, seniors are facing every day. No senior should overpay for services that may be included in over 70 different Medicare options. There's never a fee for MediConnect's top-rated service to assist seniors in finding the right Medicare plan. Call MediConnect, 888-818-6334, or visit MediConnectInsurance.com.
Fabulous February savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, fresh split chicken breast, $1.99 a pound. In the produce department, Sunkist navel oranges, 8-pound bags, $5.99 each. In our deli, Silver Star Square bologna, $7.99 a pound. Additional savings, Heinz tomato ketchup, 29 to 38-ounce bottles, $3.99 each.
It's happening now at Coons Market. Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood. Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
All right, here it is. Goldberg, Persky, and White. Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk. A look ahead to 5 and Paul Alexander. Hi, Paul.
Colin, thank you. We do have updates on our weather-related accident that really wreaked havoc on I-79. Details coming up. Top of the hour right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
You've heard the news. Now, talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know what's contagious? It happened today in the newsroom. Tamara's like the greatest, right? But here comes it. But no, I'm not going to assail her or anything. She yawned, right? And I wasn't tired. I didn't think so. But about 30 seconds after Tamara yawned, and she was probably tired because she works hard. I'm just a goof that talks into this microphone for 4 hours. She goes out on stories and does like hard stuff. I just sit here and talk. She yawned, and I found myself yawning like 30 seconds later. And maybe 5 minutes goes by, and she was on the phone. She went, and I thought, man, I think I'm tired. I need to yawn. 100% contagious. It is full-blown case of contagious yawn. And it zipped through the newsroom. I don't know. You hear that, you think that's like a wives' tale or something. It truly did happen today. I want to talk about Bad Bunny at the top of the hour. And even as such, do you care about the Super Bowl? I want to get into that. Do you care about the Super Bowl? And will you watch more for the game or the halftime? We'll talk about that in the 5 o'clock hour. We talked to Brody. Were you out driving today? Brody? Brody does this. Brody's one of my favorite callers. He is up there in the top tier of callers. Is he a Hall of Fame guy? Nah, shade below. But he is definitely a top-tier caller. But about, 2 times out of 10, so like 1/5 or whatever that is, about 1/5 of the time, you'll go to Brody and just get silence. Something tells me that in between you, Brody calling and being put on hold, and then you going to him, he finds something else to do, or I think sometimes he gets another call. Unlike call waiting. So it still shows up as Brody is on the line, and you set him up, you go for it, you press the button where it says Brody in Swissvale. Because after you call, I'll let you behind the curtain. After you call a couple times, it recognizes your number. So, number one, you can't screw with Margot. But you're not going to screw with Margot anyway because she's nice. But anyhow, you call in and it recognizes your number. So I see Brody in Swissvale. Margot screens it and whatever. Make sure it's not some joker. It goes through. I set it up. I hit the button about 1/5 of the time with Brody. Honestly, like 20% of the time. Silence. So I've come to kind of expect it, and I can't get mad at it anymore, that Brody leaves me in a lurch. It just sort of is the ultimate is what it is situation. All right, top of the hour. Bad Bunny. There are so many hot takes, so many mad people, so many why are you mad people. Why is our opinion so all across the board on Bad Bunny? It's just somebody singing a few songs at halftime of a football game. Do we really need to politicize virtually everything in this world, including someone singing a few songs at halftime of a big football game? We'll get into that in just a little bit. We get into traffic right now. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. It's KDKA AAA Traffic, and it's powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. All lanes now open on 79 northbound and southbound after an earlier accident closed that roadway for quite a while. On the other major roadways, rush hour not looking too bad today, as just seeing some small delays right before the Fort Pitt and Squirrel Hill tunnels on those outbound lanes. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company, larger than light, and brought to you by Butler Transit Authority. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Hey guys, this is Pavel with Schley Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. That's right, 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. We need to keep our crews working. Guess what? You save big money on your deck and fence projects this winter with SchleyDeckCompany.com. To help keep your loved ones safe, don't forget to replace the long overdue paint chipping rotten railings with new maintenance-free railings from Schley Deck and Fence. That's SHLY.company.com, SchleyDeckCompany.com.
Attention Pittsburgh area residents. If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more, and Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-981-1620. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-981-1620 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-981-1620. Again, 412-981-1620. 412-981-1620.
What is life-changing medicine? The discovery of cancer at the earliest possible stage, challenging limits and transforming the impossible into reality, or connecting people to doctors and specialists when they need it most. At UPMC, we believe life-changing medicine is all those things. Our goal is to change the world of medicine and the lives of those around us. UPMC, changing healthcare, changing lives. Life-changing medicine.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Brought to you by Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 27 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 5 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. 45 years of experience and thousands of five-star reviews. TrustPJ.com. Nasty weather is being blamed for an 18-vehicle pileup between Cranberry and Zealy and Opal, which resulted in one death and closed I-79 in both directions for more than 5 hours. 79 has recently reopened, and State Trooper Bertha Casey did confirm there was a fatality.
The troopers are still investigating. I do not have an update on the extent of injuries of anyone else at this time. They're not really calling back with updates. They're trying to clear everything up.
There's no ID released on the victim yet?
No, we can't do that until we at least notify next of kin.
PennDOT is reminding drivers to slow down during this type of weather. News Radio KDK's David Botterato has more.
PennDOT says when it's bad out, stay home. But if you do have to drive, they want you to play it safe, issuing a reminder about driving in wintry weather conditions. First and foremost, they say drivers need to slow down and use caution, especially during snow squalls or low visibility conditions. Other reminders: don't use cruise control on snow-covered roads. And if they're packed with snow, then slow your car down by at least half. If the roads are a sheet of ice, slow down to a crawl. And keep your distance from the car in front of you to avoid slamming into it if you skid. And finally, PennDOT says you should always be wearing your seatbelt. David Botterato, News Radio KDKA.
A winter weather advisory now in effect with 1 to 3 inches of snow expected and wind gusts as high as 35 miles per hour. A cold weather advisory begins at 1 a.m. The real field temperature could drop below 18 below zero. Pittsburgh police have arrested a man who's accused of breaking into his former girlfriend's home and raping her earlier this week. They say it happened on Wednesday in the 400 block of Parkwood Road in Mount Oliver. 36-year-old Calvin Bennett was arrested today on Highland Road in Bethel Park. In addition to rape, he's facing other charges, including robbery and false imprisonment. President Trump shared a racist video of former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama on a social media platform late Thursday. Dr. Kyan Connor, director of the Center on Race and Social Problems at the University of Pittsburgh, is urging everyone to speak out against racist behavior.
There is nothing neutral about what has happened here. This is racist behavior. This is discriminatory, and we have to speak out. We have to talk about it. We have to talk about the impact. And this is not just about the impact in the Black community. This has consequences for our society as a whole.
Following the backlash, the White House said Friday around noon that the post had been removed from the president's page. Today's snowfall is a faint echo of last month's superstorm, but it still has the attention of Pittsburgh's new mayor. Mayor O'Connor says that the public works drivers have a lot of work to do because now, from the last storm, a lot of snow is piled up at dead ends and intersections. But O'Connor told KDK's Larry Richard, better days are ahead.
Knowing that we're going to be able to buy more equipment next summer is very helpful. It's building the morale with the DPW workers.
O'Connor expects it to be a busy travel weekend with people driving to Super Bowl parties. The mayor wants the city's roads to be clear. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 1,206 points, and Nasdaq up 490. The S&P 500 up 133 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Our high school basketball game of the week tonight featuring Gateway hosting McKeesport. Our coverage begins at 6. KDK Radio News Time is 5:03. Right now it is cloudy and 27 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDK AAA Traffic and AccuWeather together next.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Newsmax, you like Newsmax. I like it too. Newsmax has been terrific.
President Trump is right. Millions like you are tuning into Newsmax. You're watching Newsmax on cable. You're going to our streaming channel, Newsmax 2, and you're downloading our free Newsmax app on your smartphones and TVs. Reuters Institute says we're now one of the top news brands in the nation. Every night, watch great shows with Rob Schmidt, Carl Higbie, Rob Finnerty, and more as they expose the big media lies, the Washington swamp, and they're never afraid to talk about faith, freedom, and the values that made us great. Find out why Newsmax is the fastest-growing news channel in America. Make the switch today and join our news revolution. Get Newsmax on cable, on streaming, and download the free app today. It takes just seconds to start. Let President Trump know you stand with Newsmax. It's for real news, for real people. Make the switch today.
All right, traffic time. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Margo.
Thanks, Colin. All lanes are open on 79 southbound and northbound after they were closed for a little bit today. The other major roadways are not looking horrible this rush hour, as just seeing a bit of a delay on the Parkway West outbound into the Fort Pitt Tunnel and the Parkway East outbound into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Also, just a bit of traffic through both sides of the Liberty Tunnel, but nothing too bad this rush hour. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A couple of snow squalls this evening could continue to lead to some slippery travel, then bitterly cold, a low of 3 degrees tonight. Tomorrow, a couple of flurries to start, otherwise windy and frigid with some sun, a high only 13. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cold weather can freeze pipes, and when they burst, the damage adds up fast. For homes or businesses, call ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh. On call 24/7, 365 for water damage emergencies. Demand that yellow van. Call 412-RECOVER.
The Drive at 5. The stories driving today's headlines. Brought to you by ServiceMaster of Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, demand the yellow van. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Here we go. I just had to tell Margo, great job. She crushes it out through weather. She does a lot better than the U.S. mail, I'll tell you that much. More reliable. I'm kidding. All those postal carriers. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. So much happening. I do want to get into Bad Bunny, but I'm going to give us another whirl. Brody, are you out driving?
Return to sender.
Well, there's a song called. Isn't there a song called U.S. Mail too? Elvis song.
Listen, it's really sorry, postal workers. It's lame, but they do their job. Listen, I'm really sorry. Every once in a while I get just seriously bombarded. I should just hang up. So that's my get out of jail free card. It's my birthday yesterday. Yeah.
Happy birthday, Brody.
Thanks, man.
Uh-huh.
And you know what? You know what's great with the correlation, man? You're the same birthday as Keith Richards, and I'm the birthday of the guy that played Hammond organ on Like a Rolling Stone with Bob Dylan. Hal Blaine, he's a part of the Wrecking Crew. Duff McKagan from the Guns N' Roses, and a bunch of cool people. Hank Aaron. So you have Keith Richards.
Yeah.
Hey, that's
what's so civil about war anyway?
Yeah, that's right. What is war? What is it? What's so civil about war? Oh, that's a great song. Yeah, that's interesting.
That is.
Even though
what were you wanting to
Rose is
say?
a bit.
Recess. Talk about recess.
Oh, talk about what?
Recess. That's why you called.
That's why I called. That's what I was saying. What's Foursquare? I never played Foursquare. How do you play Foursquare? And they need to go out. The kids need to go out there and get a little air or something.
I'm hanging up on Brody because he doesn't know what Foursquare is. Who doesn't know what Foursquare is that grew up in Western Pennsylvania? Maybe that was a Catholic school thing. I don't know. Brody, my gosh. Foursquare. You don't know what Foursquare is. I'll explain it very quickly. So this is going to sound nuts, but 4 squares. In Catholic schools mainly, I think, at least one, it was like painted on the ground. Like the people that worked at the school, the works guys, the janitors, whatever, they painted it right on the ground. So what happens is you have squares designated one. I can't believe I've got to explain this. Everybody knows what it is. You got squares designated 1, 2, 3, and 4. The person in square 1 serves the ball, which is a kickball for the most part. You hit it underhand, okay, by serving it. And you've got to be in the back half of the square. And the squares are, I don't know, 6 by 6, perfect square, 6 feet by 6 feet maybe. And the squares all interlock. They come to a point in the middle where they all touch, okay? So you serve the ball into another square. You bounce it and serve it into a square. Then those people hit it, and they try to hit it into a square. And it's got to bounce in a square, and you don't hit it back. If it hits the ground and you're not able to hit it back into a square, you're out. Or the way that it works is you move to the 4th square. That person moves up, whatever. If you're in the 4th square and you are the one that's eliminated, you're out of the game, and somebody waiting moves into the 4th square. And every time you move up. That's the way that it works. Foursquare. You don't know what Foursquare is? It is an addictive game when you're an elementary school kid. I can't be... You know what? Screw Bad Bunny. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. Quick straw poll here. You need to call me. Am I nuts or is Brody nuts? I'll be 50 years old this year. Didn't every single elementary school when we were growing up have Foursquare? Or am I dreaming this? Because I seem to think that Brody is the guy that is way out of line here. I'll go so far as to say this. I don't know of somebody my age or around my age, and Brody is. I don't know of someone who doesn't know what that game is. It's like he's the only person on a planet, or at least in Western Pennsylvania, that's never heard of that. Carol in Bethel. Hi, Carol.
Hi there. I'm a grandma. I work in a Catholic school, and I only learned about Foursquare since working at the school.
What?
And it's a fun game. You're right. That's right. And I went to a Catholic school as a child. We did jump rope and hopscotch. We did not do Foursquare, but things have advanced, and the kids have a good. I mean, and we're talking older kids. They have a good time. You're talking 7th and 8th graders. They enjoy Foursquare, and I like watching them play it.
Hey, when you were in Catholic school growing up, Carol?
Yes.
Did all the nuns have a bad habit? I got her. 866-391-1020. 866-391-1020. I'm getting more texts here on that same line, 866-391-1020. Nope, no idea. We play dodgeball and gym hockey. No idea what Foursquare is. These people are crazy. They're nuts. Marianne in Forest Hills. Hi, Marianne.
Hi, Colin. I think it's because you're young. I went to Catholic school all through high school, and God knows we played jump rope, we played all sorts of things, hopscotch, all that. But Foursquare wasn't anything that I ever heard of until recently.
Recently. I was born in 1976. What are we talking about recently?
Well, I was born in 1954, so that's more recent than me. So.
Holy heck.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So, I don't know.
I do think it's a generational thing. And if you don't have kids, like I don't have children, then it's not anything I'd hear about people playing.
What did you guys play?
I told you, hopscotch. We played jump rope. We did all that kind of fun stuff.
Like double dutch?
Yeah.
Can you do that?
We even had the nuns. We even had the nuns in their habits, because when I went to grade school, the nuns still wore the habits, the long habits.
Same with me.
Mercy.
Same with me.
We had the Sisters of Mercy, and they had those long, long habits and the big white surplices and the high thing above their head. And they would do jump rope. We even had one nun who unfortunately got a compound fracture because she skateboarded down Fillmore Road in Forest Hills on a skateboard and fell at the end and broke her leg. So
Sister Tony Hawk. Right. Tough scene for her. I'm lost on this. I am. I need there are a bunch of calls on the line. I'll take them. 866-391-1020. First, hold through the break, by the way. I will grab your calls. Demand the yellow van. Freezing temperatures across western Pennsylvania mean one thing: frozen and busted pipes. Yep, real risk for homes and businesses. And I'll tell you this, it could happen this weekend. Temperatures diving and diving and diving down real low. So when disaster strikes, demand that yellow van. ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh. There was a ServiceMaster van in front of me the other day when I was leaving work, and I thought, I wonder where they're going. I'm glad they're not coming to my house, but you need them when you need them. I'll tell you this. Again, 412-RECOVER. That's 412-RECOVER. Cold weather can freeze pipes, and it does. And when they burst, the damage adds up fast. That's when you call ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh. Again, 412-RECOVER. That's 412-RECOVER. They're going to respond 24/7, 365. Demand the yellow van. Margo, let's hit it. Yep. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. 79 is reopened to the southbound and northbound lanes after an earlier accident closed it. The other major roadways not looking horrible this rush hour, just a few delays heading into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel on the inbound and outbound sides, and the Fort Pitt Tunnel on the outbound side of the Parkway West. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margo Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Time now for a Black History Month Spotlight.
Today, we recognize the groundbreaking impact of Pittsburgh's Freedom House ambulance service. Born out of the Hill District in 1967, it was the nation's first community-based EMS, staffed largely by African Americans, providing emergency care where it was desperately needed. Freedom House paramedics pioneered life-saving procedures, trained to unprecedented standards, and answered thousands of calls, saving hundreds of lives. Their innovations in ambulance design and paramedic training set the foundation for modern emergency medical services. Today, that legacy continues with Freedom House 2.0, a program training first responders from underserved communities, continuing to transform healthcare in Pittsburgh and beyond.
This weekend forecast brought to you by KFC Bowls. 5 different bowls to fill up 5 different ways. In Pittsburgh, Saturday's going to be breezy and bitterly cold with clouds and sun and a high in the low to mid-teens. Remaining brisk and very cold Sunday with clouds and a few flurries, the high in the upper teens. Go to KFC and get a whole lot of bowl for a whole lot less money. 5 delicious bowls for just $5 each. From the classic famous bowl to Chef Matty Matheson's bowl and even more in between. KFC, it's finger-licking good. Prices and participation may vary.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Well, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Well, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020 KDKA.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Goldberg, Persky, White, Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk. Look ahead at 5:30, and Paul Alexander. Hi, Paul.
Well, Colin, we're going to go from bad to worse. We had some bad roads this morning. Wait till you hear what the temperatures are going to be tonight during our cold advisory. Details coming up, bottom of the hour, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The Dow today crossing the 50,000 mark for the first time ever, closing at a fresh all-time high. Now, this comes after 3 days in a row of losses on Wall Street, mostly on worries about overspending on AI and some new AI-powered software that could revolutionize the legal and financial industries. But investors roared back into stocks today, buying on the dip and driving stocks, oil, gold, silver, and even Bitcoin all higher today. At the close, the Dow was up 1,207 points. That's a 2.5% spike at a record high. The Nasdaq up 491, the S&P up 134. Those are gains of about 2% on those averages. And Bitcoin today jumping 11% higher. It's now valued at back around $70,000. And Apple is gearing up to allow voice-controlled AI apps from other companies in its CarPlay platform, so users can ask questions of different chatbots right in their cars. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
By the way, do yourself a favor. I'm not going to tell you about it. Go watch a story, read a story about the ski athletes and what they're doing to cheat their ski suits. And make sure you look at the pictures. Fascinating stuff, if I do say so myself. Anyhow, hello to you. Just a little time left. I'm out of here at the top of the hour. Then going to have a nice, warm weekend. I might actually, I've not done this in a long time. I might actually drink hot chocolate tomorrow. I can't remember the last time I had hot chocolate. And it feels like a hot chocolate day. My wife is not happy with me the last couple weekends because she says I've stayed up too late on Saturday, which I normally don't do, and I've been grumpy on Sunday. So she wants me to go to bed regular time. I'm not going to bed regular time at like 9 something. I'll stay up a little bit. But I stayed up a couple Saturdays ago till the snow fell. Till the snow falled. I sound like I'm 2. Till the snow fell. So I was up to like 3 something, then woke up at 7, so I only had 4 hours of sleep. Maybe 6. I think I only had 3 hours of sleep. And then last week, I stayed up till like 1 and woke up at 4:30 or 5. And then she said I was grumpy all day Sunday, which I very well may have been. So I'm going to try to go to bed tomorrow night at like 10 or 11 and wake up at 5. That's more than fair. Anyhow, Kurt's in Vanport. Hi, Kurt.
Hi, I was calling about the Foursquare. I think it's a Catholic school thing.
Now, Margot did not go to a Catholic school, and she's well aware, and she was like, nah, it's an every school thing. But go ahead.
Well, that's what she told me, too. But whenever we had a communion when we were kids, the public school kids, I went to public school, went to the Catholic school for one day, like the Friday before or something, and they had like 3 or 4 of those Foursquare things. None of the public school kids had any idea what it was or how to do it, so the Catholic school kids kicked our butts. But, I had never seen it until we went to a Catholic school.
Do you know what the public school kids did have, though, that the Catholic school kids didn't have?
Fun.
Cigarettes.
Oh, God.
Yeah. Seriously. 866-391-1020. Tracy's on the road. Hi, Tracy.
Hi, Colin. I have to laugh real quick when you said you go to bed early. Just me and my friends, we're going out late on Saturday night, about 11 o'clock when you're going to bed, which brings me to the Bad Bunny story.
What are you doing? Going all-night bowling? Where are you going at 11 o'clock on Saturday night?
We're going clubbing in the Strip. I know. We're in our late 40s, single, having fun, but anyway, I know what you mean. The next day you feel like blah. But anyway, with this Bad Bunny story, they played one of his songs for almost a year, and I had no clue who it was. I heard the same like Mexican-Spanish mix,
right?
And I didn't know who it was, and everybody went nuts about it, when they played it in the club. So when they mentioned him a few months ago that he was going to highlight the Super Bowl, I heard this song, and I called my friend and said, oh, my God, that's that song they play at the club. So if it wasn't for that, I would have no clue, and so he probably performed it at the Super Bowl.
Well, let me back up, though.
This particular song.
Let me back you up. That's the international appeal, though. It's not necessarily the language or the words or what he's singing. It's the beat. It's much like jazz music. Dance music's the same way. Mm-hmm. It knows no boundaries because it's the beat,
Right, and this particular song, I don't know what it's called, but I would recognize it. But everybody goes nuts when they hear it at the club.
Yeah.
It's really good.
So everybody will go nuts when they hear it at the Super Bowl.
Probably, yeah. I don't know what it's called, but I'll recognize it, that's for sure. Hey, Colin, real quick, I'm traveling, as you know, on my headphones. If anybody's coming Bridgeville southbound, I'm going northbound. Right before the Bridgeville exit, there's a 3-car accident right before the exit, and traffic's backing up. I just noticed that now, so you might want to tell Margot that I just noticed it.
I don't even have to tell Margot. You just did the traffic report for us. That's fantastic. There she goes. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. We just had it. KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. You can take off, Margo.
Stealing my thunder.
Yes.
All right. Like Tracy said, there's an accident on 79 southbound right around Bridgeville. That is backing you up around that exit there. The other major roadways are looking at a few delays heading into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel on the inbound side from Edgewood Swissvale, outbound side from the Bend at Bates, and the Parkway West outbound. Looking at some brake lights around 2nd Avenue as you make your way towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
Italian subs for your finance team at Chicago. Easy Cater. Burritos for your call center crew in Plano. Easy Cater. Bagels for your sales reps meeting clients in Charlotte. Easy Cater. Hot chicken sandwiches for your third shift warehouse workers in Memphis. Easy Cater. Your teams may be spread out across the country, but you've got one platform to feed them all, whenever and wherever they work, with food they love from favorite restaurants. Easy Cater. Food for the workplace, all in one place. Order now at easycater.com.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Want to treat yourself to something safe, gorgeous, and affordable? Call PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold with tons of design options. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
At a time when children are in crisis, the Kids Mental Health Foundation envisions a future where mental health is a vital part of growing up, and support starts with all of us. At home, at school, at practice, everywhere kids are.
If you're at school having a bad day, you just don't want to do anything.
I just get these thoughts like, do better. All my little emotions in my head is just running crazy. I don't know what to do.
As a teacher or coach, do you ever feel overwhelmed?
He's just in tears in the huddle. I was like, what's wrong? And he's just like, I'm just so frustrated, and I didn't know what to do.
None of my undergraduate studies talked about mental health.
Teachers need tons of help.
The Kids Mental Health Foundation is the leading organization promoting mental health for children in the U.S. and has free tools and information developed by experts.
Having those resources is the same as the CPR class to me. We're trying to save a life here.
Check out kidsmentalhealthfoundation.org to get started.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Cloudy and 26 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 5:30. I'm Paul Alexander. A winter weather advisory is now in effect with 1 to 3 inches of snow expected and wind gusts as high as 35 miles per hour. There's also a cold weather advisory that will start at 1 a.m. The real field temperatures could drop below 18 below. A Wilmerding man has been arrested by Allegheny County Sheriff's deputies on a number of child pornography charges. News Radio KDKA's David Bolorado has more.
43-year-old Anthony D'Alessandro was arrested Friday on 5 counts of possession of child pornography and 1 count of criminal use of a communications facility. That's following an investigation that started back in November of 2024. Investigators say his Android phone contained numerous sexually explicit videos, including 5 with toddlers. Their affidavit says D'Alessandro told them he frequently breaks his phones because subconsciously he doesn't like what he's doing, saying he used to look down on people like that until about 10 years ago when his daughter died and something changed inside him. David Bolorado, News Radio KDKA.
Allegheny County is rolling out a new plan to address the housing shortage through an executive order. News Radio KDKA's Tamira Rush has the details.
County Executive Sarah Innamorato signed the Housing for All executive order, creating the county's first unified housing strategy. The plan brings together housing production, preservation, eviction prevention, and land use under one coordinated framework. As part of the order, the county will launch a new housing investment fund with the goal of raising between $50 and $100 million to support affordable, workforce, and mixed-income housing. The order also calls for a countywide housing needs assessment, expanded blight remediation, and continued support for programs like 500 and 500 and First Home Allegheny. County leaders say the goal is simple, making sure every resident has access to a safe, affordable place to call home. Tamira Rush, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 1,206 points, the Nasdaq up 490, the S&P 500 up 133. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. High school basketball game of the week, Gateway hosting McKeesport. Our coverage begins at 6 o'clock. KDK Radio News Time is 5:32. Our next update at 6 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander on the voice of Pittsburgh. News Radio, KDKA.
Are your glass shower doors past their prime, dated, tarnished, faded, or maybe just boring? Transform your shower into a spa-like retreat with a customized glass shower enclosure from Boulevard Glass and Metal. Check out their easy, hassle-free quote request online at boulevardglassandmetal.com. Simply pick a layout, answer a few questions, and send it. They'll get back to you with a price. Or call 412-621-1799.
Hey folks, Marty. Why did MediConnect choose to sponsor the Warmathon on KDK Radio? Well, their folks see firsthand the pressures, financial pressures, seniors are facing every day. No senior should overpay for services that may be included in over 70 different Medicare options. There's never a fee for MediConnect's top-rated service to assist seniors in finding the right Medicare plan. Call MediConnect, 888-818-6334, or Visit MetaConnectInsurance.com.
A luxury vacation home where the only decision is pool time or beach time. Your own private indoor pool, a real movie theater, a kitchen big enough for everyone to cook together. Whether it's a deep water dock on the lake or a private path to the ocean, SWAC Vacation Rentals has the place where this summer's memories are made. And when you book direct, you skip the extra platform fees and you get the best price. Give yourself something better to look forward to this year. Let's be honest, you've earned it. Visit SWAC, SWACK vacations.com.
Fabulous February savings at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, lean and tender pork shoulder steaks or roast, $2.79 a pound. In the produce department, extra large cantaloupes, $1.99 each. In our deli, John F. Martin ham off the bone is $6.99 a pound. Additional savings, selected varieties of Hell of a Good dips, 12-ounce containers, 3 for $5.
It's happening now at Coons Market. Coons Market, a special place in your neighborhood. That's Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. Getting a report of a multi-vehicle accident on 79 southbound. That is right after exit 54 towards Bridgeville, causing a lane restriction and some bumper-to-bumper traffic to follow. The other major roadways not looking too bad this rush hour, just looking at some delays as you head into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel on the Parkway East inbound and the Parkway East outbound. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A snow squall or two this evening could add an additional coating to perhaps an inch of snow. Otherwise windy and frigid, a low of 3 tonight. A couple of flurries tomorrow. Otherwise, times of sun and clouds, windy and bitterly cold, high 13. For AccuWeather, I'm Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
This report brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything. The big game is here, and now you can trade on football legally nationwide on Kalshi. Right now, New England is trading at 32% to beat Seattle. A $100 trade pays out $289. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade $100. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us Monday on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. You will hear from the winners of the Super Bowl. Not the players, the commercials, and a whole lot more Monday morning.
Code word trade. Trade on the big game. Like, how about the translator you need to put that one through? Trade on the big game. Imagine a little kid driving around. Dad! What does trade on the big game mean? Well, son, let me tell you why we can't make our mortgage payment this month. Because Dad traded on the big game last year. And you see, that gentleman did not score the first touchdown. Trade on the big game. Interesting stuff. Terminology. 866-391-1020. That's 866-391-1020. Now, I can't believe we're going to do like more than 10 minutes on the game Foursquare, but we are. Play all the hits, right? I've heard, this is a text here. I've heard from my friends that have young children. Foursquare is only in certain Catholic schools. See, I don't know if that's the case. I don't think so, but maybe. You know, the other thing about Catholic elementary recess, as people, and here's where it ties into something, is that somebody in the legislature is trying to mandate recess. When we were growing up, we played full-on football on blacktop, not tackle. I mean, we're tough, not that tough. We played full-on football, basketball, Foursquare. We didn't have a basketball hoop, so it was touch football, Foursquare, all the other games outside, wiffle ball, in docksides and dress pants. You had to wear hard shoes, and they counted. Like dockside, Sebago docksides, or none of us were rich enough for Sebagos. We got the ones that you bought at like Hills that looked like Sebagos, but they weren't. They were knockoffs. But we were outside running, cutting, thought we were Dwight Stone or Lou Lips with docksides on. That's how it was. Francine's in Mon City. Hi, Francine.
Hi. Hey, I wanted to let you know that whenever I was in grade school, we played, it was called square ball back then. I went to Catholic school, and we played square ball, but it was mostly like the middle school years, 6th, 7th, 8th grade. And then my daughters went to the same Catholic grade school, Madonna Catholic, and they're just in college now. So we were there like 6 years ago or so, and they called it Foursquare like you do, but they also played it, 40 years later.
Is that Transfiguration still going down there?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it was Transfiguration, and then like in the 90s they merged it and they renamed it Madonna Catholic. But yeah.
Yeah, that's a great old church.
Yeah, and believe it or not, for Madonna Catholic, it was Transfiguration. My grandfather was the very first 8th grade class to graduate. Then my father went there, I went there, and my daughters went there. So 4 generations have gone there.
Oh, my. We used to go down and play basketball. It was, like, really far away. But we'd go down there, and there'd be, like, a tournament around the holiday. It may have been around the holidays, I think. Or maybe just one Saturday.
Yeah.
It was a fun time. But you went to Monongahela, PA. You felt like you drove to Virginia when you were a little kid. It was really far away. Joe's in Elizabeth. I was in Elizabeth the other day, Joe. I think it was the first time in my life I've ever been to Elizabeth, Pennsylvania.
How'd you like it?
I got in and got out. The new high school, because I guess there was a fire or something, was very nice.
Yeah, it's going to be beautiful. It's a good haul though. It sounds like you came all the way across 48, man. You got to switch that up, man.
Well, wait a minute. Well, first of all, the gym was really nice, like super nice, because it's new. Tell me how I'm supposed to come from the North Hills then.
I mean, you came a good way. It's peaceful and all that, but if you're looking at time and there's no traffic, just kick it through town and 51.
Joe, let me let you in on something.
There's a few different ways. Over to Moron, Clairton.
I left my house at 4:00. There's no way I could have gone through town.
Rode it many times from Shaler to all the way there on 48. I know what you went through, but it's good. But hey, man, you're having a good show today. I like your rules about keeping it nice and light on Friday.
Have to.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, did you ever play Foursquare?
Good old St. Phil's. Good old St. Phil's. We did a little Foursquare, but we were doing the same thing. A little bit of tackle football on the hard top and stuff.
Did you wear dock sides?
Football, lunchtime, football practice, football in the morning. It was fun.
Sounds like it. Sounds like you're still having fun. My man. That was top 5 worst rides ever in my life the other day. That school was very nice. But to go from one end of Moss Side Boulevard all the way across, what is that, 48, I guess? Yeah, I guess. All the way across to Elizabeth, Pennsylvania, it's only like 18 miles or something. It takes like 47 minutes. It's insane. It is absolutely insane. Really is. Steve's in the car. Hi, Steve.
Hi, Colin. How are you?
I'm great.
I called the way in.
Go ahead.
Calling the way in on the Four Squares.
Yeah.
So here's my history. I'm 62 years old, so I would have been in 3rd grade in around 1972.
Okay.
We from a public school. We had 5 elementary schools in our district at that time, and each playground had 4 squares in it, along with hopscotch and the basketball court painted on the ground. And so basically, I am the maintenance guy or custodian that you refer to that actually start working for the school after I graduated.
Nice.
And had to maintain the 4 squares and all the other paint them on the asphalt every year. And when they removed them is when they removed all the playground equipment because of insurance reasons. So when they took the monkey bars out and the sliding board, they also took away the games they played, like the 4 squares and hopscotch.
See, we didn't have a playground. So that explains it for some people. We just played right on where they parked for the church. Like, there was a parking lot next to the church that was blacktop, asphalt, whatever. And that doubled as our recess yard. And this was old school. a nun who we didn't like, Sister Ancilla. Nobody liked her. I don't even think Jesus liked her. So anyway, Sister Ancilla would go out with a bell, like one that you hold in your hand like you were one of the bell ringers around the holidays. And that's how she alerted you that recess was over. And she'd ring it. And I thought it was a little bit overkill when I was a little kid. Thinking like you could just say, hey, recess is over. But she rang that bell. Cling, 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 cling. Then you had to line up by classroom. Girls first, then boys. Single file. My gosh. Bernie's in Kiski. Hi, Bernie.
Hey, how you doing?
Great.
You're one of the best on radio.
Well, thank you.
Anyway, you're upbeat and you're fun and you seem to be impartial about most things and you're logical and rational, and that's a rarity today. Anyway, Foursquare, my theory. It's an old game. So I went to Catholic school, St. John's in Monaca, played Foursquare there. But then I went up north. Parents moved up there when the steel mills closed. A little rural school called Lakeview School District. They played Foursquare there. So I don't know. That was a public school, so I think it's everywhere, and it's just a fun game. And
I agree. That's why, and this all got started because Brody, regular caller Brody, acted like when I said Foursquare that I was asking him to fly a spaceship. He had no idea about it, and he's about my age. That was the strange part to me. I can't believe we milked 45 minutes out of talking about the game Foursquare. But, hey, give the people what they want. And they want fun, especially on a Friday. 866-391-1020 is the number. Just a couple more minutes. You only got 10 more minutes to behave. Like I said, no nonsense Fridays. We don't want any fighting. And we haven't had any yet. We got traffic now, or at least a report. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic. It's powered by Bowser Chevrolet, the Dear Margot. Hi, Margot.
All right. Thanks, Colin. Still looking at that accident on 79 southbound right around the Bridgeville exit, causing some bumper-to-bumper traffic around there. Also looking at some congestion back up the Parkway east outbound a little bit right before you head into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, and on the inbound side, lanes jam around the Wilkinsburg interchange as you head into the city. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Rensel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Attention Pittsburgh area residents. If you have Medicaid and need help with activities of basic living, Freedom Care can make it easy. With Freedom Care, the person who cares for you can be someone you love, your family, your friend, or a trusted neighbor. They can assist you with meals, bathing, eating, mobility, and more. And Medicaid pays them for your care. You stay in the home you love, surrounded by the people you choose, and it's 100% free to you. Don't wait. Call Freedom Care now. Call 412-674-5196. With Freedom Care, you get the care you need, and your loved one gets paid instantly after every shift. Feel better, heal better, and live better at home with Freedom Care. Call 412-674-5196 or visit freedomcare.com today. That's 412-674-5196. Again, 412-674-5196. 412-674-5196.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Want to hear a shocking statistic? Medical malpractice is the third leading cause of death in America. Don't believe it? Google it. And that doesn't count serious injuries like birth injuries to perfectly healthy children. All doctors wear white jackets, but it doesn't make them all the same. Most medical errors are committed by the same quacks over and over again. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Many hospitals looking for more profits are forcing doctors and their groups to be employees of the hospital or be forced out of their system. It's a troubling trend in medicine. People make mistakes, but medical mistakes are huge and often forever. If you believe your child suffered a birth injury or a misdiagnosis or mistake led to a loved one's death or injury, let our team of medical malpractice lawyers examine your case for free. No recovery, no fee. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
This is Greg Trzynski of the Original Mattress Factory. Recently, the owner of a large mattress retailer was proudly sharing how over 65% of their queen mattress prices are $15.99 or higher. At the Original Mattress Factory, our focus is a little bit different. We build superior quality mattresses right here in town and do our best to save you as much money as possible. That's why at OMF, nearly 80% of our queen mattresses are lower than those prices others brag about. Stop in or check out originalmattress.com to learn more.
Customers often ask, what's the right mattress for me? At the Original Mattress Factory, our answer is always the same. It's all about personal preference. You should select the one that feels right to you because there isn't a one-mattress-fits-all solution. That's why we offer a selection of quality and comfort choices for every preference. And our sales team will help you find the right product for your specific needs. At the Original Mattress Factory, we have the right mattress for just about everyone. Stop by to find yours today.
Goldberg, Persky, White, Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk. Look ahead what's happening at the top of the hour before basketball with Paul Alexander. Hi, Paul.
Hi, Colin. Thank you. Certainly a rough start to the weather-wise. How's it going to end up, and what's the weekend look like? Details coming up, top of the hour, right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio, KDKA.
If you're thinking it, he's saying it. Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, pretty incredible week. Enjoyed it. I was off on Wednesday, so I had kind of an abbreviated week. Well, 4/5 of a week. I guess that's a fair way to put it. Appreciate everybody chiming in. So much that we got into, and I'm excited for that. Programming note, we will have, Margo, I just clicked on the social media, and the video wasn't attached to the video. Something weird happened with our Twitter. Just letting you know. I don't know, before we get out of here. Who knows? It's the weekend. Our head's in the weekend anyway. So, the top of the hour, we will have the pregame show, and then Gateway and McKeesport. Throw the records out the window when the Port and the Gators get together because there's no love lost there. This weekend, be careful out there. I have to tell people that. In so much as it's going to get slick, it'll be icy, it'll be treacherous conditions driving around. You know, one thing I didn't get to, and I'm fine with it because it's kind of a cliched topic, but the Super Bowl menu at my house. I have not gone over this. And when I say I've not gone over this, I don't think I've gone over it with my kids and my wife. This will be one of the few times in my life that I'm surprised by what we're going to have on Sunday. I think I heard rumblings about a shrimp ring with cocktail sauce, which that's one of those things that's highly addictive. Once you start eating that shrimp ring, it's 60 shrimp before you know it. You just start going and going because you trick yourself and you're like, that seafood is not terrible for you. And it's not terrible for you, but it's not great for you. And then you dip it in the cocktail sauce. Now, what sets off the cocktail sauce, little horseradish. If you get horseradish in there, let's go. Oh, here's a tip. Let me let you in on something. If you're looking for like a quick fix for your big game Super Bowl party, here's a good one. Giant Eagle has like already made up buffalo chicken dip. If you buy that and then add some Red Hot to it and a little bit more canned chicken, it's super. If you kind of use it as a base and then build off of it, it's really, really good. I did that a couple years ago, and it was wonderful. So we're going to do that. As for the game, I never talked about that either. I guess I'm partial to Vrabel and New England. I'd like to see him win. I don't know. Like, New England has this vaunted sort of, you're supposed to hate them because you're in Pittsburgh, and Belichick cheated, as is evidenced by him not getting in the Hall of Fame, and Brady is who Brady is, and he cheated too, and so there's that. And that doesn't sit well with Pittsburghers. And Jesse, all that kind of stuff. But Seattle still irks me maybe more because of the whining and crying and general sort of crying that they did post-Super Bowl when they played the Steelers. It was like they got ripped off to high heavens. And it really didn't occur. They just whined about it louder than anybody seemingly in Super Bowl history. So I guess I'm partial, as tough as this is, I guess I'm partial to New England. But then the other part says this. There is no, if a spaceship landed in America, right, and it landed in my front yard, and the Martians came out and somehow spoke English, and they said to me, outside of murderers and rapists, take me to the worst of the worst people in your country. It's the Boston sports fan. It just is. So that's the hard part for me, to want to root for those people to have success. Happy big game day. Talk to you Monday, an hour late. We'll talk at 3. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Crews continue to respond to a scene on 79 southbound right around the Bridgeville exit. There is a lane restriction there and some bumper-to-bumper traffic to follow. The other major roadways, just seeing some congestion as you head into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel on the Parkway East inbound from the Wilkinsburg interchange. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Who's in and who's out of the playoffs for high school basketball? Monday at 2, it's the KDKA Selection Show. Only on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
Crowded waiting rooms, 5 rushed minutes with the doctor. No real answers, just solutions that mask symptoms. For so many, that's what healthcare has become. In and out, no time, no connection. Just another appointment on the schedule. At Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, it's different. They take the time to listen, explain, and design a plan built around you. Because real relief starts with understanding what's really going on, not just treating the surface. From allergy testing to in-office sinus and nasal procedures, their experienced team uses the latest technology and a personal touch to help you breathe, sleep, and live better. Here, you're not just another number. You're the reason they do what they do. Discover a better way to feel better, one that's built around you. Pittsburgh Sinus Centers. Schedule a consultation today. Call Pittsburgh Sinus Centers, 878-231-4950. 878-231-4950. That's 878-231-4950.
So why will your kitchen from Petite be different? You know, Barry, people get the help they need to visualize the kitchen of their dreams. What kind of help? Design help, interior design help, and Petite eliminates the nightmare remodeling for a surprisingly great price. That's right. No more worries about how, when, or what happens if something goes wrong. Our installation department eliminates the worries and makes sure the project goes smooth as silk. It really is from custom creation to expert installation. You get the kitchen of your dreams without the worry. That's it. A quality new kitchen with some features that you won't find anywhere else, and the expertise to make it happen. Call Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center today at 412-279-2222. That's 412-279-2222. Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
I'm Bob Burke,
founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
No one should have to face a winter without heat. You can help your neighbors in need stay warm by supporting the Dollar Energy Fund during our annual NRG KDKA Radio Warmathon on Thursday from 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. Presented by MetaConnect. Details on how you can support are at KDKARadio.com. Powered by Dynegy. And brought to you by Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh, Impact HVAC, and by Philips Heating and Air Conditioning. Help us help your neighbor on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Light snow and 26 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Paul Alexander. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick with their famous lifetime warranty on materials and labor. Trust PJ.com. Nasty weather is being blamed for an 18-vehicle pileup between Cranberry and Zealy and Opal, which resulted in one death and the closure of I-79 in both directions for more than 5 hours. 79 has now been open for more than an hour, and State Trooper Bertha Casey says there was one fatality.
The troopers are still investigating. I do not have an update on the extent of injuries of anyone else at this time. They're not really calling back with updates. They're trying to clear everything up.
There's no ID released on the victim yet?
No, we can't do that until we at least notify next of kin.
In light of the massive pileup on I-79, PennDOT is reminding you to drive safely. News Radio KDK's David Ballarado with some tips.
Slow down and use caution in wintry conditions, especially, PennDOT says, driving during snow squalls or low visibility conditions. Social media and the hours after the accident are full of posts by frustrated drivers who say they've seen people flying past them on the snow-covered roads. PennDOT says if you don't have to travel in bad weather, don't. But if you do, make sure your lights are on so others can see you. Don't use cruise control on snow-covered, wet, or icy roads. And as last weekend's ice through the windshield accident demonstrated, state law says you need to clean all snow and ice off your vehicle before you hit the roads. David Ballarado, News Radio, KDKA.
We're still under a winter weather advisory. That is 1 to 3 inches of snow expected and wind gusts as high as 35 miles per hour. Still to come, a cold weather advisory. That'll start at 1 a.m. The real field temperatures could drop to 18 below zero. Pittsburgh police have arrested a man who's accused of breaking into his former girlfriend's home and raping her earlier this week. They say it happened on Wednesday in the 400 block of Parkwood Road in Mount Oliver. 36-year-old Calvin Bennett was arrested today on Highland Road in Bethel Park. In addition to rape, he's also facing other charges, including robbery and false imprisonment. President Trump shared a racist video of former President Barack Obama and former First Lady Michelle Obama on a social media platform late Thursday. Dr. Kyan O'Connor, director of the Center on Race and Social Problems at the University of Pittsburgh, is urging everyone to speak out against racist behavior.
There is nothing neutral about what has happened here. This is racist behavior. This is discriminatory, and we have to speak out. We have to talk about it. We have to talk about the impact. And this is not just about the impact in the Black community. This has consequences for our society as a whole.
Following the backlash, the White House said Friday around noon that the post had been removed from the president's page. On Wall Street, the Dow closed up 1,206 points, the NASDAQ up 490, the S&P 500 up 133 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000 Our high school game of the week, Gateway hosting McKeesport. Our coverage begins right after this newscast. KDKA Radio News Time is 6:03. Time to call Dina Schmidt and Michael Coleman at One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873 for the right health insurance plan that can save you thousands. Right now, cloudy and 26 degrees in Pittsburgh. KDKA AAA traffic and AccuWeather together next.
Real talk. Smoking can create consequences that extend beyond yourself. Secondhand smoke causes more than 40,000 deaths per year in the United States. That means when you smoke, you're affecting the health of your friends, family members, neighbors, even your pets can get sick. The good news is that this is preventable and help is available. Adagio Health offers free counseling, support, and other resources. Visit adagiohealth.org/tobacco-free to learn more.
Life-changing medicine is happening every day at UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute.
We have the luxury to be bold, to continue to be pioneers in the world for innovative heart care.
We are the place of discovery. Literally, the world experts in cardiac care are in this institution.
By combining technology, research, and the latest innovations, patients from all over the world come to UPMC.
Because of the expertise that exists here at UPMC, it allows us to take on patients that have been turned down at other centers.
We offer unique heart procedures that you cannot get anywhere else.
One of our founding mantras is that compassion has to be at the forefront of everything that we do.
From leading the region in cardiac procedures to being the only center in the state to offer integrated women's health and heart care, UPMC is pioneering life-changing cardiac care every day. Your heart care matters. Visit upmc.com/heart to learn more.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
From the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, it's KDKA AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here she is, Margot.
All right, thanks, Paul. Crews are still responding to an accident on 79 southbound right before exit 54 towards Bridgeville. This is causing a lane restriction, so bumper-to-bumper traffic backs you up in that area. Not looking at too many more delays, just one on the Parkway East inbound from the Wilkinsburg interchange as you make your way towards the city, and a small delay around the 79 interchange on the Parkway West inbound. With AAA traffic, I'm Margot Renzel on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
A couple of snow squalls this evening could continue to lead to some slippery travel, then bitterly cold, a low of 3 degrees tonight. Tomorrow, a couple of flurries to start, otherwise windy and frigid with some sun, a high only 13. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. Get 3 rooms of carpet cleaned, starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and mention KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The following program was pre-recorded. It's the KDKA Radio High School Basketball Game of the Week pregame show. Countdown to tip-off with Colin Dunlap. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Presented by Invisalign. Allegheny Health Network Sports Medicine. Official sports medicine of high school basketball. And brought to you by tobacco-free Adagio Health. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Countdown to tip-off in... closing a book on the regular season. McKeesport at Gateway tonight. Key, Section 1 in Class 5A battle there. But we get you ready for that coming up in just a little bit. I'm Colin Dunlap, as always. Well, I guess that's me, as always. And he's Mike White, as always. Hi, Mike. How are you?
Good, Colin. Winding down the regular season.
We are. Some key jockeying going on over the weekend, and then the playoffs will come out. The playoff pairings will come out. Let's look all the way to the end of the playoffs. This is I think, perpetual debate, one that always happens and one that I don't know will ever be closed. The end of the playoffs in the WPIL will culminate with the WPIAL championships, right? And they've bounced around different places. So do you like the championships held at the Pete? Let's just talk, but why don't you go first?
Well, I would say 2 things, Colin. I don't mind them. Yes, I do kind of like them. And I think when people complain about it, why aren't they held at Palumbo? Well, Palumbo's not big enough. And yeah, I kind of like them at the Pete. Some people might say they might hold them at the Palumbo, not Palumbo anymore, the Cooper Fieldhouse down with Duquesne. But Colin, on Friday night and Saturday nights with a doubleheader or maybe 3 games, there have been in recent years around 6,000 people there.
Ooh.
And Cooper holds 4,000, I think, at the most. So you're talking, you remember the days back when Hampton and Newcastle played and it was sold out, and how many people were at Palumbo and how many people were upset that they couldn't get in.
Well, how about Beaver Falls and Quip when they bring the whole town?
Yes. People shouldn't be shut out of a WPL's championship game. And the Cooper Fieldhouse, as nice as it is, it's just not big enough for – would it be fine for games in the afternoon maybe and some girls' games and lower-class boys' games? Yes. And the atmosphere would be good. But it's not big enough. Pete, I tell you what, on those Friday and Saturday nights, in some years, Colin, it's pretty loud in there. I think it's a great atmosphere. So I don't mind the Pete at all. I wish we had somewhere around here that held, maybe 6,000. Robert Morris holds around 4,000 or so, but I don't know. They hosted some games a few years ago. I don't know what happened with that. I don't know if they want to host anymore.
Well, let me say this. During the game, when the atmosphere was going on, there was no better place than the Palumbo.
I would agree.
As the game was going on, you think of the Lance Jeter games, you think of all that kind of stuff. But if there were 2 big schools back-to-back, or big traveling schools, I should say, it was pure chaos during that changeover.
Yes.
And I think people understand what I'm talking about. When one game ended, and they'd say, would the teams whose games just end exit to the left and go out there? And half the people aren't getting up because they want to see Beaver Falls play. Yeah.
Yes.
And you have people coming in who paid money for a ticket, and they don't have a seat to see their home team play that they traveled. But while the game was going on, the atmosphere couldn't be beat. But the logistics of, is that my seat? Is that your seat? Where's our section? That just made it too chaotic, I think is the right word, if you'd agree.
Yeah, it's just not big enough. It'd be nice if we had an arena somewhere around here that held like 6,000 to 7,000, but we don't have that. It's the same with football.
Yes.
And it may be solved with Highmark when they redo the stadium. It would be nice if we had a stadium that held like 10,000, 11,000 people that you could play the high school championships at. But we don't have that.
I will say one of my earliest memories, not early, I was like 12, 1988, Fitzgerald Fieldhouse, Jimmy McCoy and the Central Catholic Vikings played Fox Chapel in a doubleheader.
And they lost to Fox Chapel.
Sure did. To the Dave Ostrowski team. I want to say that Ringgold played with Scott Zolak that night, and they were there. And there was a doubleheader that was crazy, Mike. And
there definitely was a doubleheader, Colin, because I was there that night, and I remember there being a second game.
Mm-hmm.
And I actually have it right in front of me. Norwin and Uniontown played in the other semifinal game.
It may have been Norwin, but I think Zolak was in those same playoffs that year. Nonetheless, though, it was as packed as I remember. I still remember being so hot from in this Fitzgerald Fieldhouse and how packed that Central and Fox Chapel game was. I'll never forget it. But the atmosphere was insane and incredible. But like Fitzgerald was it was packed to the gills, Mike. It was crazy, and everybody wanted to see Jim McCoy play.
And the Fieldhouse was that Central was the first game that night. The Fieldhouse was a great place for playoff games and championships. And one of the most memorable games ever I saw in my whole career, Colin, was in 1991 when Blackhawk played Perry. Blackhawk was undefeated with Dante Calabria. They were undefeated, and Perry had Will Macon, went to DePaul, Malik Hightower. You couldn't fit another person at Fieldhouse. A great game. Eddie Benton won it with some 3-pointers in the fourth quarter. I remember Connie Hawkins was there. I remember Sean Miller was there. sitting behind the bench, and he threw his car keys on the floor near the end of the game because he was so mad at the officials. True story. True story.
We'll get into some other things. I do want to talk about McKeesport. They're playing tonight, an old McKeesport team, and also blowouts, which people always want to talk about. And I have a pretty strong take on this. I do. But let's get into this in the last few minutes we have in this segment, Mike, as McKeesport travels to Gateway this evening, because the playoff pairings will come out over the weekend. We're going to have a show on Monday here on KDKA about all of that. The too many teams make it. I know, like, in 5A, there's, a 16-team bracket.
You know, Colin, this comes up with football, too. I used to be of the opinion at one time maybe too many do make it, but no, I don't think so. And the rule is if they have 8 or more teams in a section, 5 teams go, 7 or less, 4 teams go. Are there some bad teams going to be in the playoffs, especially in the lower classes? Yes. But in some of the sections, they're pretty good with competition. And you know what, Colin? As a parent of kids, a couple of sons who played basketball, and one of them enjoyed a playoff experience all the way to semifinals, and it is really an experience getting in those playoffs. Now, I know some of them will be bad, but so what? Getting to the playoffs, I think, it makes some kids feel good. And number two, and people probably don't think of this, it helps coaches, because nowadays, even in high school, if you don't win enough, you get fired. If you can say, I go to the playoff, hey, I went to the playoffs this many years out of this many years, it helps coaches some. So, no, I don't think – this isn't like football where you can only play one game a week. I'm okay with how many go.
I am too. I don't think – here's another component to this, Mike, and you were maybe going to bring it up or not, in that I don't think a kid should play a winter sport and be done on February 6th.
I agree with you. No problem at all with how they do it now.
Because then there are other kids, they may play baseball or they may run track or something, but they may not do anything else. And even if they do, that's an elongated time before something else. And every once in a while, you'll get that team that maybe is a 12 seed that makes a run, or a 10 seed, and they had a rocky start, they had an injury early in the year, the record isn't what it's supposed to be, or maybe they're just in a lights-out section, and then they get it together come playoff time. I think the playoffs are just fine, Mike.
It is my favorite time of the year, the WPL basketball playoffs, Colin. I think the WPIL semifinals and even some of the quarterfinals are the best thing in WPIL sports every year, because now they're played in gyms. The gyms are packed. The electricity is just I love it, the semifinals, and even the quarterfinals to some extent.
And an old joke from the WPIL pairings meeting, the bus driver needs a ticket.
That's right. We don't hear that anymore because they don't have a meeting anymore. They just release them online.
You know what? I might make them write that in. The bus driver needs a ticket. They always would say that during that meeting. You might need a ticket tonight if you're headed to one of these games like McKeesport and Gateway. We'll come right back and talk a lot about what's going on with an old McKeesport team and blowouts. That's next, right here. Countdown to tip-off. KDKA.
Hello, this is Sarah Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management, where I work with my dad and brother. Lester is a chartered financial analyst, and Dad and I are certified financial planners. A favorite client said to me last year, "Someday I'd love to take my girls and their husbands on a family trip together." This was a physician who'd retired after 40 years, and I said to him, "Someday is now." I shared that my parents did the same for my brother and me when we were in our 20s, and the memories we created are priceless. I was so happy when my client and I met again this year, and he showed me pictures from the trip. We want you not just to survive, but to thrive in retirement, to understand what your wealth can do for you and for the people you love. Saving is an important part of a healthy financial plan, but so is enjoying what you've worked for. In retirement, someday is now. Find out how we help you get maximum fulfillment from your money at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Hey guys, this is Pavel with Schlad Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. That's right, 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. We need to keep our crews working. Guess what? You save big money on your deck and fence projects this winter with SchladDeckCompany.com. To help keep your loved ones safe, don't forget to replace the long overdue paint, chip, and rotten railings with new, maintenance-free railings from Schley Deck and Fence. That's SHLY.company.com, Schley.company.com.
This weekend forecast brought to you by KFC Bowls. 5 different bowls to fill up 5 different ways. In Pittsburgh, Saturday's going to be breezy and bitterly cold with clouds and sun and a high in the low to mid-teens. Remaining brisk and very cold Sunday with clouds and a few flurries, the high in the upper teens. Go to KFC and get a whole lot of bowl for a whole lot less money. 5 delicious bowls for just $5 each. From the classic famous bowl to Chef Matty Matheson's bowl and even more in between. KFC, it's finger-licking good. Prices and participation may vary.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Well, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Ready to start thinking like Wall Street without leaving Main Street? Tune in Sunday mornings at 6:30 for a slice of advice with Kelton Burgess. Right here on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-894-7722. That's 800-894-7722. Again, 800-894-7722.
Hey folks, Marty. Why did MediConnect choose to sponsor the Warmathon on KDK Radio? Well, their folks see firsthand the pressures, financial pressures, seniors are facing every day. No senior should overpay for services that may be included in over 70 different Medicare options. There's never a fee for MediConnect's top-rated service to assist seniors in finding the right Medicare plan. Call MediConnect, 888-818-6334, or visit MediConnectInsurance.com.
Come with me to get my Invisalign. They walked me through everything I needed to know. How long it'll take, how it works, and what to expect. Then it was time for the real part. They put on the attachments, they blend in with my teeth, they help the aligners grip your teeth and move them the right way. It felt a little weird at first, but honestly, not bad at all. They popped in my first set of aligners, showed me how to take them out, and that was it. I'm officially part of the Invisalign Club. I even wore them at a football game, super comfortable and easy to talk with. For someone who's always filming on the sidelines or covering sports nonstop, this fits my lifestyle perfectly.
Hi, this is Father Tom Burke of the Diocese of Pittsburgh. Join me for Catholic Education Plus as we highlight the strength of our school-based assessments. Catholic Education Plus airs this Sunday morning at 6:30 and is sponsored by Sam and Judy Spanos in the Diocese of Pittsburgh.
Welcome back to the KDKA Radio High School Basketball Game of the Week pregame show. Countdown to tip-off. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Back to it. Countdown to tip-off. Colin Dunlap, Mike White. Our second segment here as we push you through till McKeesport at Gateway in just a little while. McKeesport, the Tigers, proud history, Mike. People show up for that team, football and basketball for sure. 31 years. Man, I'm getting old because this is my graduation year in 95. Brandon Short, who was a man-child, I can attest to as much. Now, they won football and basketball in the same year, highest classification, but they were chasing some things, and it didn't come to fruition there in that year.
I think it was one of the most interesting teams, Colin, in the last, 40 years around here in the WPIL. And you and I like to reminisce on these pregame shows, and I think this is a good one since you have McKeesport to reminisce about a little because they were in 1995. They were only the third well, even since then, they've been only one of 3 schools to win the WPIAL championship in football and basketball in the highest classification.
Wow.
The others were Newcastle in 98-99 and Central Catholic in the 07-08 school year. And I'm talking about the school year. But they had a team that was 3 of their best players were football players. Brandon Short, who was just you said a man-child.
He was.
He was just, but he had, he would play underneath, and he was intimidating. And they had Glenn Allen and Drew Cromartie. But their star player, and it was a sad story, but with a funny little twist. I'm sure it wasn't funny at the time, but their leading scorer was a kid named Ryan Sturgis. He did not play football. And McKeesport legitimately thought they had a chance of winning the state championship. And I think they would have had a legitimate shot at getting there.
Mm-hmm.
They went to the quarterfinals, I think, but they won the WPL championship on a Saturday afternoon in Palumbo. They beat North Allegheny. And at nighttime, Ryan Sturgis, their leading scorer, it wasn't a celebration. He was just, I guess, a little bit of a celebration. They were at some gymnastics gym, and he tried doing some gymnastics flips or something.
Oh, man.
And he broke his ankle. And their leading scorer was lost to a gymnastics accident. And they only won, I think, 1 or 2 games in the state playoffs, and they lost in the quarterfinals. But that was a really good team. And, it's still not easy to do, to win in the highest classification in football and basketball, and with players who played both sports.
Yes, he was a very good baseball pitcher. I actually played with him some, Ryan Sturgis. Super baseball pitcher. And that was a sad state of events because that team was loaded. And that classification, everybody scored a ton of points that year. I remember NA was good. Butler was good. Central Catholic was pretty good. But McKeesport Ringgold was good.
Ringgold lost in the semifinals.
And the big talk was always the AAA team was Blackhawk. Could they beat all the Quad A teams? I remember that. But you're right. And the Erie teams were very good that year. They had, I think, Jed Ryan played for, who ended up playing at Penn. He played at McDowell, and Prep was good. But, yeah, that was a real kick in the pants. Do you think that they would have won both? That they would have won a state championship in basketball, Mike?
I think they had a decent chance, Colin. I went and looked at my own little personal history book. They lost in the second round to Bradford, and I remember them saying they got homered, 71-69. But the team that went on and won the state championship was Ringgold.
Oh.
With Mike Horan, a 6'9" kid, and Czar Walsh, one of the most famous names I remember. And he hit a shot to send the game into overtime from half court to beat Erie Prep in the quarterfinals. But McKeesport beat Ringgold in the semifinals that year, and Ringgold went on and won the state championship. So that tells you McKeesport was good enough, probably, to win the state championship.
Yeah, that would have been a Phil Pergola coach team, Mike.
That's correct.
Mm-hmm. Way back in the day.
Yes.
All right, now those games were all close. Let's talk about games that aren't. I see games, and you did a story on this about blowouts, especially on the girls' side. This is interesting to me. Let me give you my take as it's countdown to tip-off. And I see scores that are 81-12 or whatever. And because I have this, I got to be I can't stray from this. I always subscribe to, I worry about my team, you worry about your team, and those two things don't intersect. Like, if I want to try to run something in a game and we're up 40, I can't apologize to you. I do what I do, you do what you do, and however it turns out. And I know that might be hard line, but that's how I stand on it.
Well, that's okay, Colin, and you're right there. But when does it get to a point where it's a little ridiculous what you're doing? And up 40 and you want to run something, fine. That's fine. Up 80 and still fast breaking against a team that has teams that, a tiny school and can't really do anything, and you're still playing defense at half court. And I mean, I wrote about it. The girl from Geibel last week had scored 62, and they won 106-19. And they only have 7 players. She never came out of the game. Her mom's the coach. I think there's inherently. I mean, we talk about maybe and this isn't about everybody getting a trophy. This is about maybe having some humility. And do you think something is wrong in that game when the athletic director of Geibel sends a text to the athletic director at Mapletown saying, "I apologize on behalf of our school"?
Oh, man. Yeah.
So,
throw the records out when Geibel and Mapletown get together in that rivalry.
I mean, Mapletown doesn't even have a stoplight or a gas station in their town. And they just got girls that maybe want to play a little bit, and you're up 76-17 after three quarters and outscore them 30-2 in the fourth quarter. And I saw some highlights, and they only have 7 girls. I get it. But 3 of the girls from Geibel didn't score a point. As a coach, I've coached many years, many levels, Colin. I'm saying, you know what? Hey, we're getting Susie. We got to get Susie the ball. Get her basket. We got to get Mary a point. We got to get Jody a point. No.
Well, let me ask you this: what about the mechanism that's put in place by the PIAA or WPIL, both sort of? That's the running clock that tries to offset this, Mike.
They did. That was in effect, and that's true. But the other thing, Colin, that doesn't. When coaches want to run it up, some coaches just don't get it. And I'm not talking if you're up 30 or 40 or 50. You're up by 80 points, and you're still fast breaking. And you know how hard it is to score 30 points in a quarter with a running clock?
Yeah,
I mean, that's hard. But you know what, Colin? This has been going on for a long, long time, and I just looked up. There are, of the girls that scored 60 points or more in WPL history, I think there's about 7 or 8 of them. A lot of them were in ridiculous games, and when I say it has been going on for so long, I mean, in 2003, Kamala Gissendanner tied a WPIL, or second ever, to second most points. She scored 60 against Winchester Thurston. The final score was 123-24.
Oh, my gosh.
And she was still in the game in the fourth quarter scoring points. So I say that. It's been going on. It's going on. They won by 99 points.
They did. She was still in the game. And plus, we got Mapletown in on the show tonight, the first time since Derek Bonner played, I think.
No, since George Message played there, I think.
Yes.
And went on to win a national championship at Pitt.
Not bad. Well, our time's up, Mike. McKeesport at Gateway. Going to be a good one. Real quick, when can people look on the website and check everything out and see the playoff pairings?
Well, they won't be on the WPL website until Monday afternoon, but the pairings will be revealed on KDKA Radio Monday afternoon, a show between 2 and 3, and I'll be part of that show. So everybody can listen in and find out who they're playing then. That's what you call a tease. Between 2 and 3, listen to Mike White. He'll be in here, and I get an hour off of my regular show Monday afternoon, which is fantastic. So, playoff pairings then. Countdown to tip-off right now. We'll be back. KDKA.
Been 30, time would have been 30, no, would have been 30, being 30, been 29, if that'll help, been 29,000.
Get ready to bid on the equipment you need in the Ritchie Brothers Northeast Regional event on March 25th and 26th. Inventory is housed at locations in Pittsburgh, Northeast Maryland, and North Franklin, Connecticut with in-person inspections available. Bid on a wide selection of construction and transportation equipment. Don't miss this great opportunity. Visit rbauction.com/Pittsburgh to sign up. Again, that's rbauction.com/Pittsburgh.
Folks, we're joined again by John Diagardi of Rome Monument. John, what is bundling?
When a family is planning a funeral, sometimes cemetery salespeople will talk to them about bundling or combining products with their services. They may pressure a family, telling them they can get a substantial discount by buying everything from the cemetery.
Is this not a good idea?
Not when it comes to the monument. When there is a middleman involved, you're paying an inflated price, even when you think you're getting a discount.
John, this is something families really need to know.
I'm going to be as direct as I can be about this. At Rome, we are the manufacturer. No middleman is involved. Our artists and craftsmen make your memorial from start to finish right at our facility. you've eliminated the middleman and saved as much as 50%.
Friends, you can learn more at one of Rome Monument's 9 showrooms or visit RomeMonuments.com.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really helped me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by LendSeek.
Video game industry sales rose in December thanks to a big jump in subscription spending. Industry researcher Circana reports that game content rose 3%, mainly due to subscriptions, while PC, cloud, and non-console virtual reality content also saw solid demand. Hardware sales were boosted by Nintendo Switch 2 demand, while Sony's PlayStation and Microsoft's Xbox saw weaker sales. I'm Jason Brooks.
If you own a small business, the pressure never lets up.
Cash flow, tariffs, payroll, taxes, every day starts with a full plate.
So you got ahead of it.
Had to. That's why I checked out LendSeek.
How was the process?
It was simple. LendSeek's AI platform showed me real funding options. Fast, clear, and no games.
Any upfront costs?
None. Zero out of pocket. No prepayment penalties either. Up to $5 million, with funding in as fast as 24 hours.
Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Don't delay in getting that plumbing repair done. Call Palucci Plumbing today for all of your plumbing needs. From trenchless sewer repair and waterline repairs and replacement, hot water tanks, sewer camera inspections, to Pittsburgh potty repairs, no job is too small for Palucci Plumbing. Owners Amy and Nick Palucci have been in business for 26 years, so give them a call for your next plumbing repair or replacement. Palucci Plumbing, 412-782-5050. That's 412-782-5050.
Hi, I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, America's largest family law firm. During this time of year, difficult relationships sometimes become impossible. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Let's return to the KDKA Radio High School Basketball Game of the Week pregame show. Countdown to tip-off. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Countdown to tip-off. Yep, our third segment of the night. We'll send you to McKeesport at Gateway, Section 1 in Class 5A in just a little bit. The man on the call, Josh Roundtree, both for football and basketball, voice of KDK, and all our high school coverage. He joins now. Hi, Josh. How are you?
I'm good, Colin. How are you?
Wonderful. Before we get into this game proper, Mike White and I just a little bit ago were talking about blowouts. Let me ask you this, because I don't think we don't go inside what you do enough, and I think that people need to know some different things, and I like to go behind the curtain. Is it hard when a game is out of hand, or do you feel you owe it to the parents listening, the people who may go back and listen on tape or whatever, to call the game the same, whether it's 5-4 a minute in, or it's a 30-point game at the end? How do you treat that as an announcer, as a play-by-play guy if it's a blowout?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to be realistic to the situation, right? I mean, I'm not going to, if a team's up by 30, I'm not going to act as if, a shot by the team that's trailing that makes it a 28-point game is, as consequential as if they were tying it at the buzzer, so to say. So, I mean, I think you have to be realistic to, what the reality of the game is at that point. But that said, yeah, I mean, I try to, obviously we're not, going to get down in the dumps because the game's decided. We're still going to bring the action and the energy. I mean, last week, we had a game that, kind of got a little bit lopsided early, and then North Hills was able to fight back a little bit, and you try to, keep that window open from, your energy level, I think, as a broadcaster, that, there is, the possibility that a team could come back. Obviously, you get to a point in the game where that becomes not realistic. And, I think that's, from my standpoint, Colin, where we oftentimes dive into, the preparation that you put into the broadcast. You start talking about maybe some things that aren't specifically related necessarily to the game that's being played. You look around, maybe the global picture, the scene of high school basketball, the section, meaningful stories that, might relate to these two teams and players and whatnot. So that's kind of how I approach it. I mean, I try to bring, I hope at least, an energy level throughout the course of the game. But there obviously are times where, and we're seeing it more and more, like I'm sure you and Mike talked about, more and more we're seeing some lopsided games right now. And it's unfortunate, but I don't know why it's happening exactly, but it's something that we're dealing with right now for sure, where there's a good amount of games that are, kind of getting out of hand.
Yeah, they are crazy. Yeah, last week you talked about it. It's crazy, too. On the way in, still no Colin Dunlap statue next to that Fox statue on the way into the gym there at Fox Chapel, which I'm disappointed about.
You might have to donate, maybe. I don't know. That might happen, but you might have to pony up for it.
Well, they have an alumni base that I don't think I can get in the top 500, no matter the donation at Fox Chapel, my alma mater.
Fair.
Anyhow, Josh Roundtree joining. Now, McKeesport at Gateway. This one, very interesting. Here's why Gateway's run away with the section. McKeesport is 9-11. They're 6-7 in the league, but everybody is 6-7 in the league, which makes it really, really clogged up, Josh.
Yeah, so you mentioned Gateway 12-1. They're the section champions already. Franklin Regional, Penn Trafford, they've also clinched as well at 8-5. But then, two more teams get in from this section, but you have 4 teams right now that are all sitting at 6-7. Laurel Highlands, Uniontown, Latrobe, and McKeesport. The bad news, I guess, for 3 of those teams is that Latrobe tonight is playing Albert Gallatin, which is winless in section and has really struggled this year. So you would assume that Latrobe is going to get a win there. They're going to be a 7-win team, which should get them into the postseason, obviously. After that, then it's up to the 3 other teams that will be battling it out for what you would assume to be the final playoff spot. You have Penn Trafford that's at Laurel Highlands. That's obvious. It's a game that Laurel Highlands certainly can win, especially on their home floor. And you have Uniontown on the road at Franklin Regional. I could see Uniontown going there and winning that game potentially as well. So if you're McKeesport, the good news for McKeesport is that when you start comparing the section tiebreakers, it actually breaks in their favor because of their head-to-head victories over the other teams that they would potentially be tied with. If everything sort of pans out the way that we're anticipating. The issue would be if McKeesport loses this game and then those other 2 teams win, or one of those other 2 teams win, then they're going to be on the outside of the playoffs come next week. So the number one thing for McKeesport is you got to win the basketball game tonight. If you can't win the basketball game tonight, then you really got to start hoping and praying that some other teams lose some games and nobody pulls an upset in the section. If that happens, they're going to find a way to get in if it breaks their way because of the tiebreaker situation. But that's certainly not what you want to have happen if you're this McKeesport team and Dan DeRose.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. People talk about this, and you see these. You have to get the abacus out. If this team beats that team, if that team beats this team, all of that. If you don't take care of business, none of that begins. And that's so often the case with all these situations late in the year, Josh. You got to win.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I don't think anybody wants to back their way into the playoffs anyways. I mean, it's just not how you want to go in. And unfortunately for McKeesport here, they've had their top player, Lamont Perkins. I know he's been a bit banged up here down the stretch, but they've lost their last 4 games. They lost the game to Latrobe last time out, a team that's also 6-7 in the standings. So they lost a section game there. They got blown out by Penn Trafford in a section game. They lost by 5 at Uniontown, another one of those 6-7 teams. So they have really kind of backed their way into this situation right now where now, it's not necessarily a must-win because there is a path for them if they don't. But in all intents and purposes, this is a must-win game for McKeesport tonight. And you're going to be facing a Gateway team that's kind of surged here of late. They've won 3 in a row, all of those being section games. And they seem to be playing their best basketball with Michael Bruce McCrommon and his ability to score the basketball. They're starting to play some really good ball right now, and I think they're going to be a really hard out in the 5A playoffs as well. Obviously, McKeesport hoping to get there, and you have a team that's probably less desperate coming into this game, or at least should be less desperate coming into this game, but also one in Gateway that's going to be playing on their home floor tonight.
Do you think Gateway has any designs on, especially if they get up even just a little bit, trying to figure out who can give them some minutes in the playoffs in going with a rotation that they didn't otherwise go with this year because of their comfortability that they're already in, they're already pretty high seed, or do you think that they'll just play it out regularly tonight?
Something tells me no, just because it's Gateway McKeesport. If this was Gateway Albert Gallatin, potentially, if you get up, you might you might try to work some different things in, maybe save some guys, what have you. When it's Gateway McKeesport, though, I mean, there's enough between these two schools, particularly in the basketball side of things, where they have played quite frequently over the years. I mean, I think you go back the last 20 years. Colin, I added this up today. You go back 20 years, they've played 37 times. This will be their 38th meeting in 20 years. So they are very familiar with one another. There's definitely a rivalry there. I don't know that we would see that. Now, obviously, if the game gets really, really lopsided, then, if you're Vern Benson and Gateway, then you start making decisions about the playoffs coming up. That said, they still have another game left. They're going to play Cannon McMillan on Monday in a non-section game. So they still have one more tune-up for the postseason. But I think at this point in the year, you make conscientious decisions, certainly, but you also don't do anything that's, going to maybe get your guys out of a rhythm or anything like that. So I think we'll see Gateway pretty much play it straight up here tonight, and I'm looking forward to watching them play because I haven't got to see Bruce McCrommon yet, Michael Bruce McCrommon. I haven't got to see them, and obviously he's a really, really talented scorer of the basketball. So I'm hoping that they play it straight up all the way, and I think McKeesport will certainly give them a challenge because of their desperation.
Yep, and it comes your way in just under an hour, 7:30 tip. McKeesport at Gateway right here on KDKA. We'll come right back and talk to Jake Lasky, our resident expert. Sees a million games just in a moment here on Countdown to Tip-Off.
Lamont is on the clock. Join Lamont to hear draft experiences from famous football greats. On March 31st, Lamont welcomes Kevin and Dan Colbert and Joey Porter Sr. and Jr. Proceeds benefit St. Anthony School programs and the Jasmine Nairi campus. Visit LamontPittsburgh.com/upcoming for tickets.
At AHN, we see you juggling 100 things at once. That's why we made it easier to book with the doctors you need. With AHN online scheduling, you can book with your primary care provider or get time with a specialist. Visit ahn.org/schedule, answer a couple of simple questions, and search for providers, locations, and times that work best for you. Easy online scheduling. Because at AHN, we see you.
Come with me to get my Invisalign. They walked me through everything I needed to know. How long it'll take, how it works, and what to expect. Then it was time for the real part. They put on the attachments, they blend in with my teeth, they help the aligners grip your teeth and move them the right way. It felt a little weird at first, but honestly, not bad at all. They popped in my first set of aligners, showed me how to take them out, and that was it. I'm officially part of the Invisalign Club. I even wore them at a football game, super comfortable and easy to talk with. For someone who's always filming on the sidelines or covering sports nonstop, this fits my lifestyle perfectly. perfectly.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. You know, the big wireless companies say they have discounts for people over 55, but unless you're willing to sit on hold and ask, you're probably paying more than you should. At Consumer Cellular, there's nothing to hunt down. We're built for people 50 plus with plans starting at just $20. And our 100% US-based customer service actually answers the phone. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today and get your second month free for a limited time.
Taxes, fees, and other third-party charges will apply. See website for additional details.
Breakfast burritos for the morning brainstorm. Easy Cater. Paninis for the lunch and learn. Easy Cater. Barbecue for the clients from Boston. Easy Cater. Brownie boxes and mini bundt cakes for Brenda's workiversary. Easy Cater. One simple platform to feed any size group with food they love from favorite restaurants, plus tools to help you meet dietary needs and stay on budget. Easy Cater. All the food for your workplace, all in one place. Start an order at easycater.com.
File now with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They'll find every credit and deduction or your money back. File in the Credit Karma app.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA. Back to the KDKA Radio High School Basketball Game of the Week pregame show. Countdown to tip-off. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Countdown to tip-off. Final segment. McKeesport at Gateway in just a little while, and that's a key one. Particularly for McKeesport, still clawing, to try to make their way into the playoffs, 5A Section 1. So, as we do in the last segment every week on Countdown to Tip-Off, we talk to our resident basketball expert, and that's Jake Lasky. Hi, Jake.
Hey, Colin. How's it going?
Wonderful, marvelous. Thank you so very much for asking. So, what games have you seen this week? Seen anything exciting?
Yeah, I've been to a couple games. I saw Indiana play again. Aaron Webb had 35 points, had Marquette out there watching him. So more big schools getting after that kid. But the big one really is that Newcastle finally lost.
Yeah, they lost to Pine Richland. I saw that. That had happened, and some thought maybe Newcastle would go through the section undefeated. That did not come to fruition. In that Indiana game, I saw a couple things. Webb scored his 1,000th. And also, Epps had a pretty big game for Shaler, right?
Yeah, he did. He can really score the ball. That Shaler team's going to be a tough out in 5A. There's so many good teams in 5A.
Yeah, and the thing about Epps is he's slight. He's not like, you look at him, he walks up to you. He's not, built super big or anything. He just finds a way to score the basketball.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, not the biggest guard ever, but he can really shoot it from outside. He's got a really quick handle, so he penetrates the defense and gets to the rim pretty easily. Good player.
Yeah. Are you ready for the playoffs, Jake?
I am. I'm ready to go.
Let me ask you this, because Mike White and I talked about this a little while ago. Do you think too many teams make the WPIAL playoffs, or do you like the field as it is?
In some sections, yeah. Some classifications, yeah. I do think too many make it. It's nice that a lot of teams make it because it's good for the kids to be able to get to the playoffs, and it makes for fun upsets and things like that. But there are some classifications where it seems like most of them are making it, and I'd like it to be maybe a little more selective.
Does that does it make it to where there are too many blowouts in the first round, or kind of what's your point of emphasis as to why you think too many make it?
I think it is the early round matchups are maybe not as exciting as they could be. Some games that are going to be blowouts or kind of foregone conclusions. I feel like for playoff matchups, I think I want as many as I can to be, big matchups that you really want to go out and see, as opposed to thinking like, oh, that team's going to roll over this guy in this round. I'll see them later. Yeah,
it goes both ways. I go back and forth on this, and I say, yeah, I want there to be, fewer teams in the playoffs. Then I look at the NCAA tournament, and many times the 1-16 game, the 2-15 game, it starts off close, and then bang, it ends up being a 28-point game too. So it feels like it just follows the model of the NCAA tournament in some ways.
Yeah, that's a good point. And it makes for fun upsets. So whenever it does happen, even if it's rare, it is a big deal.
No, you're right about that. When you do get that rare team that is the 10 or 11 or 13 seed that makes a little run or even just wins one game, it feels like the neutrals get behind them, and that's an exciting atmosphere. Okay, this one tonight, McKeesport at Gateway. We can effectively say, and it's good sports dislike, but we can effectively say McKeesport and Gateway, not the best of friends in any sport. Is that fair?
It's probably fair to say. Pretty close by, play each other tight all the time in every sport. So, yeah, this is a fun matchup, big atmosphere, big rivalry game.
Take me through what you've seen from Gateway to this point. Bruce McCroman, he's a player. I know he was down at Duquesne, I think, not too long ago. I saw on social media. A bona fide Division I player. What's his game?
Yeah, he's such a talented kid. I mean, one of the more talented players in the entire Whitfield in terms of potential. He's 6'6", but he's got the length of, maybe even like a 6'8", 6'10" kid. His arms are so long, and he's still really athletic. And he's got kind of a guard game set, so you won't just see him, in the post. You'll see him bring the ball up the floor, pull up for three, hit turnaround jumpers. I mean, really impressive game for him.
What's the defensive plan for him, do you think, from McKeesport this evening? And can you guard him with one guy at the high school level?
I think McKeesport is uniquely positioned to try to guard him with one guy, being that they have Lamont Perkins, who's another big athletic senior guard who can really play, really score the ball. And, he's a big kid himself, probably about 6'4", a little bit thicker than Mikhail, but not quite as long. But I think that's who they'll stick on him. And that should be a really fun matchup between two of the bigger time athletes and scorers in the senior class.
Yeah, I do want to get into that as Jake Lasky joins. Final segment, countdown to tip-off, McKeesport at Gateway in just a little bit. Lamont Perkins and, Gateway star going head up. You don't get star power all the time, and many times if you do, maybe one guy's a big guy, one guy's a guard, they don't necessarily go head up. Does this have the potential to have two of the brightest WPIL stars kind of matching buckets and guarding each other?
I think so. I think it'll be really fun, and I know Lamont is the kind of kid that if you go at him, he's going to want to go back at you. So I would like to see this game kind of, those guys trading buckets and trying to one-up each other. I think that could be a really fun atmosphere within this game.
A bunch of teams in the section at 6 and 7 in Section 1. How does this all play out, do you think?
That's a great question. I mean, McKeesport has been up and down throughout the year. They've looked strong at times. Lately, they've lost their last 4, so they're, like you said, they're in a 4-way tie with only 2 playoff spots left. So this is a giant game for them late this season.
Who is the best team in 5A right now?
I think it has to go to Char Valley overall. I know they have lost a couple games, but I still think that's my pick for the top team in 5A.
Let's look into maybe the future. And again, we're going to unveil the brackets on Monday right here on KDKA in the afternoon, right at 2 o'clock. Let's say it's down the road in the playoffs. Can Gateway play with Char Valley?
They can. I mean, they have a really athletic team. They have a pretty deep team, and they're going to run. I just think that Char Valley is such a well-oiled machine that it's going to be tough for anybody to knock them off in the playoffs.
Back to this game tonight. Do you think this game has the potential to have a ton of scoring in it, or do you think guys will settle in and run through their offense and sort of slow it up a little bit, or can it rip and run and go?
I think it can. It's interesting. The first game was a pretty low-scoring game. I want to say it was like 45-38 or something in that range. But I think it could be a much more high-scoring matchup, especially with Mikhail and Lamont. Those two could really get hot and get going. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them both score in the 20s in this game, be a little higher scoring than the first time around.
All right, it's time. We do it at the end of the segment, the end of the show, countdown to tip-off every week. Jake Lasky ends the show, and I ask him the big question from the game we're about to air. Again, McKeesport at Gateway, and it's this. The headlines, the websites, the social media posts, all of them in just a few hours from now as you're driving home or as you make it home tonight, and then you wake up tomorrow morning, they will say in big, bright, bold headlines about this game what, Jake?
Gateway gets the season sweep over McKeesport. I think they're just the better overall team. I think they take this one.
All right. That's his prediction. We'll give you the game in just a little bit in Section 1, Class 5A. Listen right here on KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Vaping and smoking can affect more than just your health. The materials in cigarettes and vapes turn into toxic waste that ends up in our waterways, soil, and harms wildlife. This is real. Protect your future in more ways than one. Tobacco-free Adagio Health and the PA Quit line offer judgment-free support at no cost to help you quit smoking or vaping for good. Visit adagiohealth.org/tobacco-free or call 1-800-QUIT-NOW.
Are you turning 65 and have questions about Medicare? Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans that include prescription drug coverage in Pennsylvania with a $0 monthly plan premium. Plus, the plans include benefits like dental, vision, and hearing. You may also qualify for a monthly credit toward your Part B premium. Call Aetna today at 1-888-76-AETNA to learn more.
Aetna Medicare is an HMO PPO plan with a Medicare contract. Our D-SNPs also have contracts with state Medicaid programs. Enrollment in our plans depends on contract renewal. Plan features and availability may vary by service area.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for moms.
Jane Dawson did something smart. She saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With the money she saved, she got herself a pricey bird feeder with an ultra-high-def camera. Should Jane have just bought a regular bird feeder? Yes. Is it hard for her to admire nature when the camera doubles as the bird's potty? Also, yes. But it's Jane's savings, and if she wants to spend her time watching the digestive habits of the white-breasted nuthatch, we say you go, girl. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Cold weather can freeze pipes, and when they burst, the damage adds up fast. For homes or businesses, call Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. On call 24/7, 365 for water damage emergencies. Demand that yellow van. Call 412-RECOVER.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Welcome back to the KDKA Radio High School Basketball Game of the Week pregame show. Countdown to tip-off. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
And welcome to Gateway High School tonight on KDKA Radio, the final Friday of the 2025-2026 high school basketball regular season. The playoffs right on the immediate horizon, but first a good one between a pair of old rivals, the Gateway Gators and the McKeesport Tigers tonight in the regular season finale here on KDKA Radio. Hi, everybody. Josh Roundtree with you. Great to be with you tonight. A cold, snowy evening outside, but inside of Gateway High School, a tremendous basketball matchup on tap as we take a look at the Tigers and the Gators here at Gateway. McKeesport with a record of 9-11 on the year. They are 6-7 in Class 5A Section 1. However, the Tigers losers of 4 straight, and that has put them on the brink as they come into tonight's game of potentially being eliminated from postseason contention or with a win securing a spot in the WPIAL playoffs beginning next week. Gateway, no worries on that front. They are in the dance. They are section champions at 12-1 in Class 5A Section 1. The Gators 14-6 overall. And they will now begin to turn their sights towards the postseason. But first, they want to win a basketball game tonight against a team that has really become a great rival of theirs, whether it's been on the football field or the basketball court or wherever. McKeesport Gateway always brings some thrill to whatever sporting venue they are playing that matchup in. You take a look at the Gators, winners of 3 straight here, defensively strong. I talked to their head coach, Vern Benson, earlier. He said they could be maybe a little bit better on the defensive end, but they have been pretty good here in this 3-game winning streak. You look at the beginning of their year, it was a little bit up and down, a little bit back and forth. Started with a loss in their opening game. Then they were able to kind of settle in after that. Once they got towards the holidays and on the post side of the holidays, started to hit their stride in a major way. They were able to rack up a bunch of wins. They won 5 in a row at one point, including 4 games in section play, including a victory over McKeesport by a final score of 45-33. And Gateway paced by one of the best players in the region, Michael Bruce McCrommon. He is an absolute scorer of the basketball, 6'7", long, good handler of the ball, can D up as well, scoring 21.5 points per game. For the McKeesport side, it's been a trying first season under head coach Dan DeRose, 9-11, but they're 6-7 in the section. They have an opportunity here with a victory to make it into the WPIAL playoffs. If they lose, they still have a path to get in, but they're going to need a whole lot of help. We'll get to that as we go throughout the course of the night. They are coming off a loss to Latrobe their last time out, 52-49. That was their 4th straight defeat. They trailed early in that game, were not able to dig out of a hole. That's been an issue a couple of times this year for McKeesport, just unable to dig out of some early struggles as Dan DeRose, very accomplished head coach in his own right, tries to bring this program back to the excellence that they have had for generations at McKeesport. This is a once very, very proud program. They have not been very good here of late, just 12 wins over the previous 2 seasons, sitting at 9 wins, though, here this year, their best year already since 2023, and hoping to get back into the postseason for the first time since the 2022-2023 year. They will need a victory here tonight over the Gators to, in all likelihood, bring them back into postseason basketball. Dan DeRose, a coach for 38 years, told me before the game, 38 years, Dan DeRose has never missed a postseason. He has made the postseason, whether that's in college or high school. Dan DeRose has made the postseason every single year. He said, I don't know what it's like to not coach playoff basketball, and I don't want to find out here tonight. Gateway, first-year head coach of their own, Vern Benson, but a carryover, a continuation of Alvis Rogers' build here of the Gateway Gators. Vern Benson, an assistant for Alvis Rogers. He now takes over as the head man in charge and has done a nice job so far with a 14-win season to this point and a 12-1 record in section play. Their only section loss this season came, well, relatively early in the year, and that was to Franklin Regional, 56-54, all the way back on December 19th. Since that loss, they have won 10 consecutive section games coming into tonight and 4 straight games overall. So they have been clicking at the right time, and now they have a big-time matchup on their home floor here tonight against these McKeesport Tigers. Gateway leads at section 12-1. Franklin Regional, Penn Trafford 8-5. They're both clinched as far as the playoffs go. This is when things get a little bit hairy. And you can throw up the 6-7 dance that the kids do at this point, because Laurel Highlands, Uniontown, McKeesport, Latrobe, all 6-7 as you move your hands up and down. All of those teams are trying to get a 7th win here tonight. McKeesport obviously taking on Gateway. If they win, they're in outright because they have the tiebreakers against the other 3 teams. Latrobe is playing host to Albert Gallatin tonight. Albert Gallatin has not won a game in the section. You would assume Latrobe takes care of business. They're going to get that 7th win and put themselves in position to make the playoffs. It's the other 2 games that are of importance. Uniontown at Franklin Regional, Penn Trafford at Laurel Highlands. That is where you start to look at this thing and say, all right, if one of those 2 teams with 6-7 records pulls an upset, be that Laurel Highlands, be that Uniontown. If they pull a slight upset tonight, that throws things a little bit haywire for the McKeesport Tigers. If they are not able to win this game tonight, that could put them on the outside of the playoffs beginning next week. Had a chance earlier to talk to Dan DeRose about the mentality of his team heading into this game. Talk to him, talk to Vern Benson as well. We'll get first to Dan DeRose, the first-year head coach of the McKeesport Tigers. We're now joined by the head coach of the McKeesport Tigers, Dan DeRose. Coach, thanks for joining us here as we get ready for the Tigers and the Gateway Gators tonight on KDK Radio. First things first, I want to go back to the start of this thing for you. What was it that drew you to McKeesport? What made you want to take over the Tigers? Obviously, you've had some success at some other places throughout the WPIL, but what was it about McKeesport that drew you to this opportunity?
Well, probably the athletic director, Charlie Kiss, and the school board, because they had reached out to me February, and last February, and they were kind of saying that the program was in shambles and it needed somebody to come in and kind of clean it up, and they felt that I was only the guy that could do that. It's kind of been my MO a little bit. It's what I did at South Park. It's what I did at Penn Hills. It's what I did at North Allegheny. So I kind of like those challenges, and plus they basically told me they'll let me be me and let me, coach the way I want to coach, which a lot of schools administrations don't let you do that. As a coach, you can't be afraid to coach a kid. And, so they kind of let me do what I needed to do to try to get this program, where it needs to be.
What's the biggest challenge in that first year when you're trying to get a program back on track or get it righted? I mean, what's the biggest challenge for a head coach when you walk into the gym and those kids are looking at you for the first time?
Well, when you come into a program that has not been successful and down, you have to try to find out what the causes, what the reasons are. They had a lot, more than the other programs where I've been. So whether it was academics, going to school, being late, discipline, accountability, arguing with each other. They don't like each other on the court. They get along with each other off, but and then a lot of extracurricular activities off the court that interferes. Not a lot of home life, things like that. So there were so many things to try to correct. The problem is, I think a lot of people thought, well, I was coming in a good situation, senior loaded, when actually that's not a good situation, because they've only known one way, and that was bad. So to try to break so many bad habits that they have, the accountability, the discipline and stuff, was just a major challenge.
You guys, obviously, the season up and down so far, but you're still in a spot where you can get yourself into the playoffs. When you look at the season as a whole and where you stand right now, what do you need to do well? And what have you needed to do better, I guess, to get you into the postseason? What have you liked, and what do you want to work on with this team as it stands right now on the court?
Well, we've been really inconsistent. There's, earlier in the year, some of the games we gave away, we came out, started really hot in the first half. I believe we had Franklin Regional down maybe 15 at our place and couldn't hold on, even jumped out on Gateway up 10 in the first half against them at our place. But then there's been other games where we're just, now all of a sudden we're coming out slow. and we're down 15, 14, whatever, and we come back, but it's a little bit too much to climb. For some reason, I have not been able to get this team to play at a fast pace that I'm usually used to doing. So the pressing, the fast break, the things haven't been to my liking, and I just haven't been able to get them to completely buy in.
As I mentioned, you guys are in a spot, though, where you have the ability to get yourself into the dance. Do you convey that to your team? Do you talk about that? Do they know that kind of coming in? And obviously there's some scenarios out there, which I'm sure you've investigated yourself, but do you talk about that with your team, that this is essentially could be like a playoff game for you here tonight?
Well, but it is a playoff game. Yeah. I try to explain to them, we can't worry about what anybody else does. You got to take care of our own business. And we put ourselves in this situation. All we had to do was win one out of the last 4 section games. Yeah. That was it to get in. And but we have dealt with some injuries, and we've dealt with some, kids just violating some, team rules and things that kind of hindered us the way we have played. So, yeah, they know that, their butt's on the line tonight. Don't worry. Don't expect somebody else to help you, but, here's your last shot. And for seniors, it could be your last game. If you want to keep playing, go get it done.
One of those seniors is Lamont Perkins. He's had a great year for you, nearly 20 points a game as his career's coming to a close. Hopefully for you guys that's not here tonight, but what have you enjoyed about coaching Lamont? What type of player is he on the court? And how special of a basketball player are we looking at with Lamont Perkins?
Well, Lamont's definitely one of the most talented players I've ever coached. I think he's, probably top 5 in the WPIAL. It was a struggle. He's a great kid. He's always been good with me. But there was a lot to get him, to change, his ways. And he started off very hot. He was averaging about 24, 25 a game. But then everybody just start collapsing on him and trying to slow him down and stop him. It's frustrating to him, where the other guys have had to step up when that's happening, and we haven't gotten that consistency. So, I've enjoyed coaching him, and he's got a future ahead of him, and, I'm looking forward to following that.
Last thing for you, Gateway tonight, you saw them once earlier this year. You mentioned you guys were able to hop out in the lead in that game. It was a low-scoring game. What do you expect to see from the Gators?
Probably the same thing. They're going to play a half-court man, run a little 2-3 zone, and maybe play their 3-2 half-court trap. I got one rabbit to pull out of the hat left. So I'm actually trying something unconventional today that I haven't done in my 38-year career. So, it's do or die. I mean, your back's up against the wall. So, it was getting the kids to buy in to this different thing we're going to do tonight. We'll see what happens. Hopefully, we'll come up top.
Dan, thanks. Good luck tonight.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
When we come back, we'll sit down with Vern Benson, the head coach of the Gateway Gators. That's when we come back on the KDK Radio High School Basketball Game of the Week, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-793-9858. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-793-9858 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-793-9858 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-793-9858.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America, fighting for you. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Protect your most valuable asset, your home sweet home. With PJ Fitzpatrick, they have the experience and know-how to ensure the structural integrity and energy efficiency of your roof. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick's 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Our professionals install most roofs in just one day. PJ Fitzpatrick has a variety of financing packages that work with any budget. Visit trustpj.com today. That's trustpj.com.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
Let's return to the KDKA Radio High School Basketball Game of the Week pregame show. Countdown to tip-off. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Welcome back to Gateway High School. We're now joined by the head coach of the Gateway Gators, Vern Benson, and his first year. And Vern, I want to start there. You obviously were with this staff previously with Coach Rogers. You take over here in year one. What's the transition like? I'm guessing relatively easy for you and your guys, given that you were here. But what was it like at first, and how has it gone overall, do you think, in your first year as a head coach?
Well, I've been a head coach before.
Right.
So I was at Valley 9 years. I was at East Allegheny 4. So as far as being a head coach, it's nothing new for me. Just moving one seat over.
Yeah.
One thing I can say is the guys adapted pretty well. I mean, listening to Coach Rogers' voice for 7-8 years and then listening to my voice as the head, it's been a little bit of adjustment. Not a lot, but there was a little bit. Being that, Coach Rogers had his style and I have my style. So the styles are different, and that's the only learning curve that they had to adjust to.
Yeah. You guys are obviously playing some pretty good basketball right now. You've been able to win 3 straight as you start to get towards the postseason. What do you like about the way that you've played here in the last week?
Well, I mean, I like to see us play a little better defense. But I think we're playing together as a team more than we have at the beginning. Mm-hmm. So, I want to see us continue to get better as playing as a team.
Yeah.
Our team defense is getting better. I like to see that get even better. But I like the direction we're going in. I like the direction. Guys are starting to feel confident, feel good about themselves, and we have to keep it rolling.
One of those guys is Bruce McCrommon. Outside of good genes, good DNA, what is it about him that makes him so special and so hard to play against?
His skill package. I'm telling you, the kid, the ceiling is high for that kid.
Yeah.
He can handle the ball. He can shoot it. He could defend you. He's a good passer. And more importantly, he's a good kid and a great teammate. Mm-hmm. Very coachable. And he's growing. I mean, he was measured 6'7.5". He's almost 6'8". So, with that skill package, he has to obviously get better at all of them, but get stronger. But I don't know why these schools aren't getting on him, man. Because a couple years when he's a full-grown man, he's gonna be good.
I know you have a couple of his family members that are on your bench, right? Yeah, Kurt Bruce and Chaz. What's it been like to kind of get to know the family, the family history? Obviously, there's a deep family history here in Western Pennsylvania. When you talk about the Bruces and the McCrommons and the Scotts and so forth, there's a deep family history with a lot of ties here to Gateway as well.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So way back when Kurt was actually the coach at Pitt, I used to run the Little Panthers program, and his kids were involved in it.
Yeah.
So I never knew Kurt, but I knew of him. Mm-hmm. But I tell you what, they're a great addition to this staff. Kurt, with his knowledge, Chaz with his playing and knowledge and coaching, and plus Ed Melly is my guy that we coach together at East Allegheny. He's here. I couldn't ask for a better staff, and we work well together. We all work well together, and the good thing about it is, if you agree to everything, it's not really a good staff, right? You got to disagree and then talk about it. Well, let's see about this, and you know what I mean. So I can't ask for a better staff.
You look at you guys. You mentioned that you want to improve the defense. First time around, you were able to play some good defense against this McKeesport team. It seems like you guys are pretty multiple. You're pretty versatile in what you can do defensively as well. Is that the biggest challenge? And as a coach, how big of a challenge is it to get your guys clicking in a variety of different defenses? Is that a challenge for a head coach?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, for sure. I mean, our bread and butter is man-to-man.
Yeah.
And that's what we lean on. I mean, we have some change-up defense. We throw some junk defenses in there, but it's straight man-to-man. And they know I'm big on that man-to-man and defense. And, if you're not doing what you're supposed to do defensively, you're coming out. So that's where we are right now. I mean, we have to be, all 5 guys have to be good defenders, right? And I always tell them, if you got 4 guys playing good defense and 1 not, it's not a good defense. It's not good.
You have a McKeesport team coming in here. They're desperate. They might need to win to keep their season alive. Do you talk about that with your guys? You convey that you're going to have a desperate team, or do you feel like your standards acceptable enough as it is?
What I tell guys is it's one more game for us towards our goal. We don't look at McKeesport needs to win to get in. No, we look at we want to win this game.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So that's the bottom line. We want to win.
I love it. Great talking to you, and maybe we'll talk again later. Thanks, Vern.
Nice meeting you.
File with TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then they help you do more with it. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
I'm with Joe Potocznik, JP Roofing and Siding. Congratulations, Joe. Triple Crown winner from Owens Corning.
Yes, Larry. We are proud to announce that we are recognized for service excellence, product excellence, and MVP based on marketing leadership and customer service.
Call Joe and his team. You'll get the best of the best. Get a free estimate for roof and siding replacements. Call the roofing replacement experts at JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. Congrats, Joe.
Thank you, Larry.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Brought to you by Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
The people you know, the news you trust. Real Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA. Your source for the AccuWeather forecast. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast is brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
Time now for the KDKA Radio High School Basketball Game of the Week. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Presented by Invisalign. Allegheny Health Network Sports Medicine. Official sports medicine of high school basketball. And brought to you by tobacco-free Adagio Health. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Rivals clash on the final Friday of the 2025-2026 regular season with major playoff importance for one side tonight and the McKeesport Tigers as they take on the Gateway Gators. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Gateway High School. This is the KDK Radio High School Basketball Game of the Week, powered by Bowser Chevrolet as we get set for the Tigers and the Gators. McKeesport comes in really a must-win situation tonight. They stand with a record of 9-11 overall. They are 6-7 in Class 5A Section 1. We'll get to their playoff scenarios in just a moment. Gateway on the other side's 14-6, 12-1 in Class 5A Section 1. McKeesport tonight. Gateway's already clinched. They're the section champs. They're good to go in the playoffs. McKeesport, however, work to do. If they win tonight, they will be in the WPIAL 5A playoffs starting next week. However, if they lose, they will need losses tonight from Uniontown to Franklin Regional, Penn Trafford to Laurel Highlands, or what would be a big surprise, Latrobe losing to Albert Gallatin, which has not won a game in section play. So the path forward for McKeesport is as simple as this. If you get in, if you win tonight, you get in. If you lose tonight, you got to hope and pray that some other teams lose tonight as well. So that's a look at what needs to happen for McKeesport. Let's meet the starters for tonight's game for McKeesport under first-year head coach Dan DeRose. It's a 5'9" senior guard, number 1, Brian Jones. A 6' senior guard, number 2, Aaron Reeder. A 6'1" senior guard, number 4, Daryl McCullough. A 6'2" senior guard, number 5, Lamont Perkins. And a 6'3" junior forward, number 12, Malachi Ogroski. For the Gateway Gators under first-year head coach Vern Benson, it's a 6'1" senior guard, number 1, Kofi Jetchi. A 5'11" senior guard, number 4, Jax Vivaris. A 6'4" senior forward, number 11, Isaiah Alla. A 6'6" senior guard, number 12, Michael Bruce McCromin. And a 6'1" senior guard, number 13, Jacob Settles. McKeesport wins the opening tip, but they work it down the floor and step out of bounds on the end line. That was Lamont Perkins who touched that baseline. He is a star to watch tonight for McKeesport. 19-plus points per game for Perkins this season, and bringing the ball up the floor is Gateway star Michael Bruce McCromin, scoring 21.5 points per game. The Gators bring it down low, and now they get it back into the paint. McCromin, pull-up jumper from the foul line, left and short, battle for the loose ball, and it's wrangled in by Ogroski. We'll see what McKeesport does. I talked to Dan Rose before the game. He said he had a rabbit to pull out of his hat, something he has not done in 38 years, and they are going to it right now. McKeesport tonight, according to Dan DeRose, they plan to hold the basketball in an attempt to steal a win here tonight on the road. They will stretch it out to the four corners. They will try to run the entirety of the clock out and get the final shot at the end of the quarter. We'll see if it happens. We'll see if Gateway's defense lets it happen, but that is the rabbit out of the hat. Dan DeRose as McKeesport bounces with the basketball at midcourt. With it right now is Aaron Reeder. Reeder circling up high. Gateway sitting back defensively. Starting a drive is McCullough. Now he gets it back out Reeder's way. Reeder trying to drive. Feeds it back out to the timeline at midcourt. Crossover move and a jump stop by McCullough. He gets it off and gets it right back. Now a pass lob to the right side and a tough catch made by Ogroski. And now with the basketball is Lamont Perkins. Gateway steps out man-to-man as McKeesport holds the ball. I'll tell you what, this will become a very quick, restless crowd if McKeesport is allowed to hold the ball for minutes and minutes at a time. But that is their plan here tonight. Dan DeRose said he has never done this before in 38 years as a head coach. He said he's also never missed the playoffs in 38 years, both at the collegiate and high school level. He has never missed the playoffs, so he is doing all he can tonight, including something he has never done before in holding the basketball as the Gateway crowd growing restless. They get it to the right corner, and on the catch there is Ogroski. And now it's back up high, and some defense coming out here from Gateway. Now with it is Reeder. Reeder with a crossover and a drive. A flip back out to the perimeter, and it's Brian Jones. Jones has a green light to shoot if he is open as the pass comes high to Perkins. Nearly had it knocked away, but gets it back. Now he's out near the timeline and getting into him, and committing the foul is Jacob Settles. Settles, a 6'1" senior guard. And so far, McKeesport doing exactly what they want to do. 5:43 left in the first, no score. The theory is if you hold and hold and hold, it keeps the ball out of the hands of Michael Bruce McCrommon on one side, and on the other side, it allows you to drain the clock down and maybe get an open shot. Work the ball all the way down as McCrommon comes out and knocks the basketball away from Jair Bray, who just stepped in. Now a pass comes back out near midcourt, nearly goes over and back, but it's kept alive, and Perkins going to drive into the lane, goes up with the lefty layup, and scores. Lamont Perkins with the bucket. The 6'2 senior, their leading scorer, 19 points per game, so they get a basket there. A long possession used, about 2 minutes fully off the clock. McCrommon goes right side, and a pull-up three for Gateway. That is Jetchi, and it's going to go up into, off the rim and up into the shot clock, which, needless to say, there is no shot clock tonight. We're going to have a team that's going to hold the basketball. Large contingent for Gateway student section behind the one goal here. They have bleachers at the end. They are in a blackout tonight, watching their team play here for a final time in this regular season. With the basketball is McCullough. Feeds it out to Jones, then back to McCullough. Gateway stepping out its defense a little bit more as Reeder works through the D, gets it off and gets it back. Now it goes up high to McCullough. This will inevitably be a low-scoring game tonight. McCullough picks up his dribble, sends one across the court, and the ball knocked away, and a foul is going to be called as stepping up defensively was Isaiah Alla, and he commits the personal. Can already hear some angst from the Gateway faithful. Ball checked in to McCullough. McCullough looking to drive, puts on the brakes, gets it out to Jones, and then it's right back McCullough's way. McCullough, the 6'1 senior, 7 double-figure games this year. They send one down low. On the catch there is Bray, and then it's back out to the perimeter where it's reset by Reeder, who averages 9 per. Reeder drives, kicks it out right wing. On the catch there, it is Bray. And now it's back out to midcourt, and Perkins will stall. Gateway student section letting them have it. 2-0 McKeesport lead as we approach the midway mark. This the third possession of the game for McKeesport, and they have wasted 4 minutes. Now out on the logo, it is Aaron Reeder. Coming off a 20-point game, I would be stunned if anybody from McKeesport scores 20 here tonight the way that they intend on playing. Bounces it off, and it's Reeder with it. Aaron Reeder going to the left side, kicks it off to Jones. Now back to Reeder. And coming to get the basketball up high with it, it is McCullough. Down low, tries a pass across the lane, and it's tipped out of bounds. Was trying to feed it to Bray, but getting a hand in and deflecting it out was Alla. 3.5 to play in the first. It's 2-0. A lob on the inbound to Perkins. Makes the catch out near the timeline, and they'll reset things in the stall tactic. And there are definitely plenty of critics of this method as Perkins takes it on the left baseline, starts to drive in, then brings it back out to midcourt. Feeds it off, and now McCullough on the curl. Reeder will reset. McCrommon steps out on him, trying to defend him tight, get the basketball away. Drives down the right side, then flips it back down to the perimeter, and it's Jones on the catch there for McKeesport. 3 minutes to play in the first. Brian Jones with the basketball out near the midcourt line. Guarding him is Jetchi. Now Perkins comes to get the ball out on the logo. Perkins starting to drive, gets it off, gets it back, and then goes up high once again to Reeder. This is the tactic as Reeder drives with the right hand, goes all the way, cannot get the shot to go, but he is fouled and will head to the free throw line. Foul will go against Jax Vivaris. 2:36 left here in the first. It's 2-0 McKeesport as to the line goes Aaron Reeder. Reeder's first is up, and it is in. Makes it 3-0 McKeesport. Mentioned coming off 20 against Latrobe in their last game. That was a 52-49 loss. He was the only Tiger in double figures. Second one to come for the senior. Got it. 4 seniors in this starting lineup, including Reeder for McKeesport, as some subs come in here. For McKeesport, it is Gianni Grace, a 5'10 sophomore. He will step on for the first time. And Gateway with Vivaris now with it, pulls up on the left side, and he hits a jumper. Scores over a dozen points per game, does Jax Vivaris. And it's a 4-2 game. McKeesport in the lead, and now they'll bring it up the floor and look to stall. You wonder at some point here, if you're Gateway, do you try to maybe put a press on? Perkins going to go down the lane, Euro hop move around his man, and he scores. Nice take by Lamont Perkins as he finishes with the lefty layup, and it's 6-2 Tigers. 2 minutes to play here in quarter number 1. Gateway goes to the baseline, pass inside, tip stolen. Given away there by Alla and stolen by Jones. Now Perkins will bring it up the deck. Flips it off, McCullough. Crossover, drive with the left hand, feeds it off to the right block. On the catch there is Agroski, and now he'll bring it back out to Perkins on the perimeter. Perkins looking to drive, looking to get some space. Out to guard him is McCrommon. 2 guys that may very well end up Division I basketball players. McCrommon with an offer from Iona. Duquesne interested. Some other D1 schools, mid-major D1 schools are interested in Michael Bruce McCrommon. Has big-time family history, does Bruce McCrommon. We'll talk about that as we go throughout the course of the game, but deep ties to Gateway, deep ties to Pittsburgh basketball. Dribbling around is Grace. Grace now gets it off and gets it back. Grace with it in the right hand. Vivaris guards him. It's a handoff and a travel going to be committed by McCullough as he started to drive. 56 seconds remaining in the first. It's 6-2 Tigers. Vern Benson goes to his bench for Gateway. Settles comes back in. They will also bring on Martin Howard, a 6'3 junior forward. And Jonathan Ward is in the game for Gateway as well. Grace will come off for the Tigers. And back on is Reeder. To the baseline corner with it. Now they get it to McCrommon. Turns around, right-hander in the air. Too strong. It's off the top of the backboard and out of bounds. Well, a key here with the stall tactic, if you're McKeesport, is you got to get stops. If they can get stops, then they're going to have a chance to win the basketball game, because you're just Gateway's not going to have enough possessions. We have possession number 5 for McKeesport coming up. As they bring the ball over the timeline, you would assume that they will hold for the final shot. Reeder has it out near the timeline. Vivaris steps out to guard him. Flips it off, and it's McCullough on the catch. 25 seconds to go. McCullough looking to drive, brings it inside on Bruce McCrommon. Now flips it back out to Jones with 20 on the clock here in the first quarter. Crossover move by McCullough. Drives with the left hand, goes to the rack, blocked by Bruce McCrommon. Ball out of bounds, last touched by McCullough with 9.9 to go. And really, you do not, if you're McKeesport, you do not want to give Gateway the basketball with 10 seconds. If you're stalling, you definitely want to hold there. Work it up over the timeline. Long pass to get it there, and it's going to be thrown away as Vivaris sent it over the head of Howard and out of bounds. Gateway turns it over with 3 seconds to go. Three ticks remaining as the ball will be inbounded by McCullough on the baseline. Gets it in. Perkins over the timeline. Launches from half court. Good if it goes, and it's off the backboard. 6-2 is the score. Stall tactic working so far for McKeesport as we're through one quarter. It's the Tigers 6, Gateway 2. This is the KDKA Radio High School Basketball Game of the Week, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Hereeth my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Welcome back. 6-2 is the score. Low-scoring game. Stall tactic offense being worked here by McKeesport as they lead by 4 after one quarter. McKeesport had 6 possessions of the basketball in the opening quarter. And we will see what changes Gateway makes here. Just have to realize if you're the Gators, your possessions will be limited. You have to be patient yourself with your offense. You can't rush into a bad shot or rush into a turnover. It's critical you don't turn the ball over, and they did a couple of times in that first quarter. Get it to Vivaris on the near side. Sending out help on defense is McKeesport, where they're all over everybody who touches the ball. They're expelling a lot of energy, going for double teams on the ball. McCrommon with it, gets it to the elbow, settles a pull-up jumper. He's fouled from behind.
Number 3, Jair Gray. 2 shots, settled.
Foul is on Bray, his first. And Settles will go to the line, the first free throws of the game here for McKeesport. And the first foul shot up and in. Settles scored 22 in a game earlier this year, one of his 3 double-figure games this season. Did that against Franklin Regional. He has not had a double-figure game, however, since 3 days before Christmas. Second foul shot is up and good. He's got 2 points, and it's now 6-4. We'll see if the stall tactic continues here for McKeesport. Tightening up defensively a bit here is Gateway with Settles out to guard Reeder. Reeder looking to drive, brings it back out. Settles comes hard after him, and now it is Reeder picking up the basketball out near the timeline. Needs to get rid of it, flips it over. Tough catch made by Perkins, and a timeout will be taken by Dan DeRose. 30-second timeout taken by Dan DeRose, the first-year head coach of the McKeesport Tigers. They're 9-11 so far right now. Last year was the head coach at Carlinton. Before that, stints at North Allegheny, South Park, Penn Hills, where he won a WPIL title in 2018 and averaged 20 wins per season in his 5 years there. And he replaced Troy Blackwell, Beaver Falls native, coached at CCBC for 6 years, won 139 games there, coached at Penn State McKeesport, Chowan University, which is a Division II school in North Carolina. 38 years a head coach, Dan DeRose. He told me before the game, he said, Josh, I have never missed a postseason in my 38-year coaching career. Never, not once. I have been in the postseason every year, and he knows he needed to pull out something imaginative here tonight to get his team a chance. And right now they have the lead thanks to their burn offense, the stall offense. With the basketball down low is McKeesport, and on the hop there it is Bray. Now gets it back out to the perimeter, and they'll look to use clock. McCullough gets it off to Reeder. Certainly the folks that paid the price of admission to be here tonight, they'll have some restlessness watching a stall offense, a hold the ball offense. And this is part of the reason why they introduced the shot clock. It's coming in a couple of years to high school basketball in the state of Pennsylvania, is to prevent this from happening. But right now it's totally allowable, and McKeesport's taking advantage of it. With Reeder on the hop now, out on the perimeter, looking to drive with the right hand. Maybe looking to drive, maybe thinking about looking to drive as he kicks it back out. Now it's McCullough with it. McCullough picks it up, flips it off, and on the catch there, Agroski. Now it's up top, Reeder. Reeder looking to drive, spin move in the lane, shuffled his feet, threw it away. Turned over, Settles takes it, Settles up the floor, puts on the brakes, bounces it out, and with it is Jetchi. Now McCrommon on the right wing. They go to the baseline, up and under, layup. That won't fall on the interior for Alla. And the rebound to the Tigers with Agroski. As they lead 6-4, they bring it over the timeline. 5:48 to play here in the second. A pass to the left wing to McCullough. McCullough drives, kicks right wing. On the catch, it's Bray. And Bray, did he step out of bounds? He did on the near sideline. So a turnover for the Tigers. 6-4 the lead, 5:40 remaining here in the second. Good crowd still working their way in here to this gym located in Monroeville, Pennsylvania. We have 5.5 to play here in the first half. Very deliberate now offensively is Gateway themselves. Bruce McCrommon with it. Goes right side. He averages 21 points per game. He's been on a tear here of late. He scored 18 against McKeesport the first time around. He's had a good career against the Tigers. Is up and under with the shot as settles. Misses that, but it's Michael Bruce McCrommon with the offensive rebound. Kicks it out to Viveras. Right side, 3-ball in the air. That's no good, but Bruce McCrommon there for the offensive board. Tries to kick one right side. It's tipped and stolen, and Perkins able to take the basketball away. Perkins front guarded by Bruce McCrommon, able to get around him, drives into the paint, kicks it down low on the cut, shot up, it's blocked by McCrommon, rejects the shot of Agroski, and a takeaway there on a nice looking block for Michael Bruce McCrommon. Now left side, Viveras tries a three, that won't fall, ball loose inside, tipped around, settles, comes down with it, and it's back out to Bruce McCrommon. Feeds it left side, Jetchi for three, in and out. The rebound poked around again, and now a foul called underneath. It's going to go against the Tigers, going for the offensive rebound. That foul on Aaron Reeder, his first. Viveras will trigger the inbound from the baseline. The goal to his left. Lobs it up high, and on the grab there, it's Jetchi. Brings it out to the logo. Goes right side. Viveras going to try another three. Also no good, and the rebound pulled it inside by Gianni Grace. Goes down to the deck, and they call a travel. The McKeesport fans not liking that. Thought he got bumped there. Gianni Grace, also a football player at McKeesport, WPIL runner-up. Viveras will trigger the inbound. The goal to his left again. Lobs it up high, making the catch out near the logo is Michael Bruce McCrommon. 8 straight 20-point games. At this pace, that's not going to happen tonight. Here's Viveras with it now. Left corner three, barely grazed the rim. Bruce McCrommon with it, goes back up with it and scores. Michael Bruce McCrommon, his first points of the game. That ties it at 6. Now a turnover at midcourt. Oh, but they call a foul. They're going to get Bruce McCrommon with the personal, knocking the ball away from Reeder. And that'll be the first on the 6'7" senior Michael Bruce McCrommon. Michael, his dad Chaz, stand out at Shenley. He's now an assistant on this staff as we have a 30-second timeout taken by Dan DeRose. With the game tied at 6, 4 minutes to go here in the second. Michael Bruce McCrommon, his dad Chaz, is stand out at Shenley, played at Robert Morris. He's in the school's Hall of Fame there. But if you think that the family basketball lineage ends there, you would be sorely mistaken. His mom, Chelsea, also a star at Shenley, went on to play at Longwood University. His grandfather, Kirk Bruce, who is now an assistant on this staff as well, was a star at South Hills High School. He went on to play at Pitt, made an Elite Eight back in 1974. He then went on to coach the Pitt women's basketball team for a number of years. Kirk's sister, Jen, played at Pitt and has her number retired. Jen Bruce, one of the all-time greats for Pitt women's basketball. Her number 12 hangs up in the rafters. And he has also had several cousins and aunts who were talented players, like Shayla Scott, who played at the University of Pittsburgh and here at Gateway, one of the top players in Gateway basketball history, and Tyler Scott, who went on to play at Kent State and is now a Division I and a variety of different tiers official, just like Jen. His mother was an official as well, and still is to this day. So very basketball-centric family. The Scotts, the Bruces, the McCrommons, they know a thing or two about ball, that family. With it on the right side, it is Brian Jones with it in a tie game. Circling up high, goes left wing, and it's now Lamont Perkins. Perkins with a crossover on McCrommon. Drives in on McCrommon, shot up, left it short. Battle for the rebound. It's ripped away, and it's going to be off Perkins last and out of bounds with 3:32 to go here in the first half. Gateway student section, they are loud The McKeesport cheerleaders loud, vibrant gym here tonight in Monroeville. Settles with it, goes to Bruce McCrommon on the corner. His pass gets tipped. Oh, and it's saved from going out of bounds by Jones. It came down to McCrommon, who kind of had a finder's keeper's moment as it fell into his lap. Now Viveris with it on the left side. He'll step into a long three. Side of the rim, no good. Ball is going to go out of bounds. Bruce McCrommon unable to grab it before it went out. 3:10 remaining in the first half. Game tied at 6. We have seen McKeesport run more possessions here, but still very, very deliberate with their sets. Right side on it, it is McCullough. Viveris guards him. McCullough looking to drive down the lane. Lefty shot up, no. And the rebound snatched out of there by McKeesport and Alla. Here is Bruce McCrommon up the floor. Pull-up jumper connects from the right elbow. It's Michael Bruce McCrommon. His second bucket, he's got 4 points, and it's now 8-6. Gateway has its first lead of the game. They lead by 2 with 2.5 to play in the first half. McCullough with it. A double team sent his way. And he loses the basketball out of bounds. McKeesport in the stall right now had some success within the first half, but here in this, with the first quarter, I should say, in the second quarter, not so much. They have yet to score here in the frame. Led 6-2 after one. It's now 8-6. A 6-0 run here in the quarter for the Gators. Settles to Bruce McCrommon. Left corner three. Bounces out. Ball loose inside. Ripped out of there by Alla. Now it pokes free. Alla back on it. Now a jump ball is signaled as it will head to McKeesport. They have the arrow. Gateway going to bring back in Ward and Howard as well. And a timeout once again will be taken by McKeesport. That is the third used timeout by Dan DeRose. On the other bench tonight, Vern Benson leading the Gateway Gators his first year. Replaced Alvis Rogers, who coached the team for 7 seasons, stepped away for personal reasons. Vern, though, was on the staff with Rogers for all 7 years, filled in for him during one season in that time as well when he dealt with some health issues. He was also on Mitch Adams' staff for 2 years prior, won WPIL titles in 2010 and 2012. And Vern previously coached at his alma mater, Valley, where he won a state championship as a player. But they were a program that went 0-24 and had a 44-game losing streak in the early parts of his tenure. When he took over, they went 0-24, 44 straight losses. They ended up then making the playoffs 6 years, 6 playoff appearances, 2 trips to the state tournament as well with the Valley Vikings. He went on to coach at East Allegheny for 4 years as well. And now has assembled really a nice staff here with Chaz McCrommon, with Kirk Bruce, who a standout couple of players there. So a great coaching staff around Vern Benson, who was a heck of a player in his own right with the Valley Vikings back in the 70s. 8-6 is the score. 2:14 to go as Gateway leads here in this first half over the McKeesport Tigers. McKeesport has deployed, if you joined us late, a stall tactic offense, holding the ball over the midcourt line. Gateway amping up the pressure. Michael Bruce McCrommon reaches in, and a foul is called against Gateway. Little too much there, and McCrommon just picked up his second foul. So Bruce McCrommon with now foul number 2. It comes with 2:03 left here, and we'll see if Vern Benson takes him out. We'll pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is the KDK Radio High School Basketball Game of the Week on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
McKeesport with the basketball off the inbound. They trail by 2. Aaron Reeder looking to drive. Goes to the rack. Hard layup. Bounces out. And the rebound snatched out of there down low. That is for Gateway. I believe that's Nehemiah Nichols who's on for them. Left side, a pull-up for Settles. That won't go. Offset rebound there on the far side. And a foul called against Gateway is going up to get the ball was McCullough. That is Nehemiah Nichols, the 5'10 senior guard, on for Gateway. Just checked in. Those light gold numbers on the white jerseys. And I guess my advancing age playing tricks on me there for a moment. And now a pass to the far side. Gateway deploying the 3-quarter press. Settles comes up and knocks the ball out of bounds. It'll stay with the Tigers. McCullough to inbound from the far side. Lamont Perkins, 4 points. Michael Bruce McCrommon, 4 points. Gateway leads 8-6 with a minute and a half to play here in the first half. Over the timeline with it. It is Reeder, goes left side. Ogroski with the catch. And now looking to drive is McCullough. Flips it out to the right wing to Jones, and resetting is Reeder. Reeder out the corner. Looking to get around his man and Nichols. Lost the basketball. Picks it back up. And has it near midcourt. I'll back it out near the timeline with 1 minute to play here in the first half. An 8-6 lead. Here comes the double team. They get it off to McCullough. McCullough's pass gets tipped. Perkins comes out to get the ball and grabs it, takes some contact, takes a bump again. Now he looks to drive. Crossover move. Puts on the brakes. Settles coming out to guard him. Settles all over him. Feeds it left side. McCullough open. McCullough now going to split the D. Drive in. Left-hand layup good and the foul. And it's Daryl McCullough. The and one will head to the line for one more. Saw an opening, took it in, and finished. Martin Howard picked up the personal. Reeder will come out of the game. And Bray comes back in. To the line is McCullough. McCullough, 7 double-figure games this year at 15 against Penn Trafford. His free throw rims out. The game remains tied. Is getting the rebound is Nichols. Jetchi with the basketball. Kofi Jetchi gets it off, gets it back. On the left wing with it, trying to drive around the zone. The trap zone here. They feed it down into the post. With it is Ward. Ward turns around, loses the basketball, trying to get it to Howard. It's going to go out of bounds. McKeesport will take over with 16 and a half seconds to play in what's been a relatively quick-moving first half. Gianni Grace will come in, as stepping off will be Ogroski. 16 and a half seconds to go. You would think McKeesport once again will hold for the last shot, though. Thought that at the end of the first half as well. Long inbound pass to Grace near midcourt. Catches the basketball. Dribbling away from his hoop. Now he turns around and goes back the other way. Howard front guarding him. 8 seconds to go. They get it to the corner. Jones, pump fake on a 3. Drives in, loses the basketball. It's free down low. Jones gets it. Out to Grace. Shot up at the horn. In and out. And Gateway with the rebound as the half comes to a close. As low scoring of a half of basketball as you'll find, I would think, tonight in the WPIAL. 16 points combined between these two teams as they make their way to the locker rooms. 8-8. Yes, you heard that correctly. 8-8 is the score at halftime here in Monroeville. It is McKeesport and Gateway all locked up here in the KDK Radio High School Basketball Game of the Week. The halftime report is coming up next, as this is powered by Bowser Chevrolet on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-793-9858. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-793-9858 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-793-9858 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-793-9858.
Uh-oh, fender bender. Did you back into something? Hit and run? Time to call Remarkable Auto Works. Collision repair and service, the quality of their work is outstanding, and they believe in repairing your vehicle right the first time. Along with collision repair, they offer custom painting, welding and fabrication, and insurance estimates. Remarkable Auto Works, Broadway Avenue, McKees Rocks, RemarkableAutoWorks.com. Remarkable Auto Works, make your car remarkable. Congratulations to all the remarkable student athletes competing today.
At AHN, we see you juggling 100 things at once. That's why we made it easier to book with the doctors you need. With AHN online scheduling, you can book with your primary care provider or get time with a specialist. Visit ahn.org/schedule, answer a couple of simple questions, and search for providers, locations, and times that work best for you. Easy online scheduling. Because at AHN, we see you.
Come with me to get my Invisalign. They walked me through everything I needed to know. How long it'll take, how it works, and what to expect. Then it was time for the real part. They put on the attachments, they blend in with my teeth, they help the aligners grip your teeth and move them the right way. It felt a little weird at first, but honestly, not bad at all. They popped in my first set of aligners, showed me how to take them out, and that was it. I'm officially part of the Invisalign Club. I even wore them at a football game, super comfortable and easy to talk with. For someone who's always filming on the sidelines or covering sports nonstop, this fits my lifestyle perfectly.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey, can you blow up some balloons for Jack's party?
I can't. I'm so congested.
You need Sinex Saline from Vicks.
Sinex Saline Nasal Spray?
Yeah, just Sinex. Breathe.
Sinex Saline instantly clears everyday congestion associated with colds and year-round allergies with a gentle, ultra-fine mist that's no mess and easy to control.
Daddy, we need more balloons.
On it.
Enjoy life's important moments without congestion. Try Sinex Saline from Vicks. Just Sinex. Breathe. Use as directed.
Real talk. Smoking can create consequences that extend beyond yourself. Secondhand smoke causes more than 40,000 deaths per year in the United States. That means when you smoke, you're affecting the health of your friends, family members, neighbors, even your pets can get sick. The good news is that this is preventable and help is available. Adagio Health offers free counseling, support, and other resources. Visit adagiohealth.org/tobacco-free to learn more.
Uh-oh, fender bender. Did you back into something? Hit and run? Time to call Remarkable Auto Works. Collision repair and service, the quality of their work is outstanding and they believe in repairing your vehicle right the first time. Along with collision repair, they offer custom painting, welding and fabrication, and insurance estimates. Remarkable Auto Works, Broadway Avenue, McKees Rocks, remarkableautoworks.com. Remarkable Auto Works, make your car remarkable. Congratulations to all the remarkable student athletes competing today.
Time now for the KDKA Radio High School Basketball Game of the Week Halftime Report. Powered by Bowser Chevrolet on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
It is halftime here at Gateway High School, and it is a low scoring basketball game. 8-8 is the score. McKeesport coming out with a stall tactic offense to try to limit possessions for Gateway's offense and to try to steal a victory to clinch a spot in the WPIL playoffs. So far, well, they're tied, so they're not behind. You can't say that it's worked totally, but it also hasn't failed totally as well. And did not work as well in the second quarter, certainly, as it did in the first. We'll see if any strategy changes for Dan DeRose and the Tigers as we head towards half number 2. Let's check in on the scoring from the first half. This should not take very long. Aaron Reeder with 2 points for the Tigers. Daryl McCullough with 2 points for the Tigers, and Lamont Perkins leads McKeesport with 4 points. They were 2 for 2 at the line, scored 6 points in quarter number 1, 2 points in quarter number 2 for their 8 total points here in the first half. On the Gateway side, 2 points for Jax Viveris, 4 points for Michael Bruce McCromin, 2 points for Jacob Settles. They were also 2 for 2 at the line. Those both came from Settles. And they had 2 points in the first quarter, 6 points in the second frame, and that brings us to an 8-8 game here at halftime. Once again, Gateway leads the section. They are section champions already. 12-1 is their record. Franklin Regional, Penn Trafford. We'll try to get you updates on those games as they get a little deeper. They have some meaningfulness with this result as well. They're both 8-5 and have clinched. After that, you have 4 different teams who are 6-7. Laurel Highlands, Uniontown, McKeesport, and Latrobe. And then Albert Gallatin already eliminated from postseason contention at 0-13. Tonight, Albert Gallatin at Latrobe. You would assume Latrobe wins that game. They get their 7th win. Penn Trafford at Laurel Highlands. That's a big game for Laurel Highlands. Uniontown at Franklin Regional. That's a big game for Uniontown. Those teams all need to win. The issue for those teams is McKeesport would have the head-to-head tiebreaker if it does come down to that. But for McKeesport, right now, those teams I think have, you would assume coming into tonight, a better chance of pulling an upset than they do with McKeesport playing the top team in the section. So we'll see how it all breaks down. We'll get you updates here in the second half of that game. And we'll get you the second half coming up in just a moment. 8-8 is the score at the half. This is the KDK Radio High School Basketball Game of the Week, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Come with me to get my Invisalign. They walked me through everything I needed to know. How long it'll take, how it works, and what to expect. Then it was time for the real part. They put on the attachments, they blend in with my teeth, they help the aligners grip your teeth and move them the right way. It felt a little weird at first, but honestly, not bad at all. They popped in my first set of aligners, showed me how to take them out, and that was it. I'm officially part of the Invisalign Club. I even wore them at a football game, super comfortable and easy to talk with. For someone who's always filming on the sidelines or covering sports nonstop, this fits my lifestyle perfectly.
At AHN, we see you juggling 100 things at once. That's why we made it easier to book with the doctors you need. With AHN online scheduling, you can book with your primary care provider or get time with a specialist. Visit ahn.org/schedule, answer a couple of simple questions, and search for providers, locations, and times that work best for you. Easy online scheduling. Because at AHN, we see you.
Uh-oh, fender bender. Did you back into something? Hit and run? Time to call Remarkable Auto Works. Collision repair and service, the quality of their work is outstanding and they believe in repairing your vehicle right the first time. Along with collision repair, they offer custom painting, welding and fabrication, and insurance estimates. Remarkable Auto Works, Broadway Avenue, McKees Rocks, RemarkableAutoWorks.com. Remarkable Auto Works, make your car remarkable. Congratulations to all the remarkable student athletes competing today.
Come with me to get my Invisalign. They walked me through everything I needed to know. How long it'll take, how it works, and what to expect. Then it was time for the real part. They put on the attachments, they blend in with my teeth, they help the aligners grip your teeth and move them the right way. It felt a little weird at first, but honestly, not bad at all. They popped in my first set of aligners, showed me how to take them out, and that was it. I'm officially part of the Invisalign Club. I even wore them at a football game, super comfortable and easy to talk with. For someone who's always filming on the sidelines or covering sports nonstop, this fits my lifestyle perfectly.
8-8 is the score as we go to the second half here in Monroeville. Gateway and McKeesport. The Gators have clinched a playoff spot. McKeesport playing a stall tactic offense in the first half. They so far have kept this game tied. We'll see what happens in half number 2. Gateway with the basketball, white home jerseys, McKeesport in the road red, as it is Michael Bruce McCrommon with it, drives in, little up and under layup, missed the shot, but he is fouled, and we'll head to the free throw line. Will Michael Bruce McCrommon, 4 points in that first half for him. Duquesne coach Drew Joyce in the building to watch Michael Bruce McCrommon tonight, getting some Division I interest. He has one offer, that is from Iona, to be a Gale. First free throws off the back of the rim and no good. Had 30 points against Cumberland Valley earlier this season. He has led Gateway in scoring in 14 of their last 15 games, but he misses both foul shots, and McCullough clears the rebound for the Tigers. Some trap pressure here and a long pass up the floor, and it's out of the hands of the man coming to get the ball, Nagroski, and now a foul is called. Nagroski went down, turned an ankle perhaps. The ball came free to Jones. A foul is called. I think that's going to be against Jones, who's pleading his case right now. So Brian Jones picks up his first personal. And Gateway will inbound from the far side. Settles will do that. Bray comes back in here as leaving the game is Agroski. Grabbing on the bench at his ankle. Might have just rolled it. With the basketball is Jetchi. To Bruce McCrommon, right side it goes. And a pull up by Jetchi, contested three, bounces out, high rebound, and getting to it is Lamont Perkins. McKeesport walks it up the deck, the game tied at 8. 40 seconds into the second half. Reeder turns, looks to go to the goal, hangs in the air, right-hander, missed it, and it's rebounded by Jetchi ahead. Bruce McCrommon all the way, misses the layup, and it's pulled out of there by Lamont Perkins. Here is Aaron Reeder. Over the timeline, flips it off. Making the catch there is McCullough. Gets it back to Reeder. Little give and go. Reeder back on it. Now finds Perkins. Perkins trying to get the ball inside. He is fouled on the take and will shoot a pair of free throws. Settles got into him, but the foul will be on the reach, and that is Settles actually that gets called with the personal. His free throw's important. You just saw Bruce McCrommon miss a pair, and Perkins able to hit that. Now 3 for 3 at the line is McKeesport. Every point in this game sort of feels like 2 points, if not more. 9-8 is the score with 6:48 left in the third. Second foul shot rims out, and it's Michael Bruce McCrommon with the rebound. Long pass, Settles, goes all the way down the floor, missed the shot. Rebound inside by Alla, and he is fouled going back up to the goal. So now the game's starting to get a little choppy with foul calls.
2 shots, Isaiah Alla.
As Isaiah Alla will head to the free throw line for the first time yet to score in the game. 9 double-figure scoring games for Alla this season. 13 against Albert Gallatin, his season high. He makes number 1. And the second one upcoming for Isaiah Alla, the 6'4" senior forward. And he got it. Ties, or rather gives Gateway the lead at 10-9. Some pressure here from the Gators, and McCullough over the timeline breaks the press. Drives down the left side, gets some space, drives it in, and he scores. A word for the student section as well from Daryl McCullough, his second bucket. He's got 4 points. McKeesport goes ahead 11-10. A lob to Michael Bruce McCrommon in the right corner, bounces one inside. Alla, pump fake move, gets his man in the air, and he scores. Got Perkins off balance, and Isaiah Alla with 4 points here in the quarter makes it 12-11 Gators. Now Reeder has it knocked out of his hand, goes right side to Jones, thought about a three, but passed it up. Dan DeRose said their stall tactic, they will only allow Jones to shoot from deep if he's wide open. As bringing the ball inside is McCullough, a little spin move, and he misses the bank shot from the mid post. Now Bruce McCullough finds a pass down low, a cutter inside, and he scores. And it's Alla again. Isaiah Alla coming alive here with 6 points in the third quarter. Gateway has its largest lead at 14-11, and a timeout will be taken by Dan DeRose, who now has just one timeout remaining in the game. So a full timeout taken by Dan DeRose. These two teams, a long and lengthy history. You can go back years and decades, Gateway and McKeesport. Gators have won 6 in a row in the head-to-head. Over the last 20 years, Gateway and McKeesport, this is the 38th meeting in the last 20 years between the two programs. Gateway 20-17 in the previous 37 games. They met once earlier this year, low-scoring game, not quite like this. 45-33 was the win for Gateway. That game played at McKeesport. McKeesport led early in that game. In fact, they led at half, but Gateway outscored them 18-10 in quarter number 3 and 12-4 in the fourth quarter. The Gators with 30 of their 45 points after halftime, and they outscored McKeesport 30-14 after the break to come back and win. Michael Bruce McCrommon with 18 points. Jax Viveras scored 10. Lamont Perkins led McKeesport with 17. Low-scoring game tonight, no doubt about that. But I don't think it's going to even match that total, 45-33. I think we'll be needing a miracle to get to either team scoring maybe even 30 points in this game. 14-11 is the score. Aaron Reeder with the basketball. Will bring it over the timeline, gets a screen. Drives in with the right hand, takes some contact, and he's fouled. It was Alla who stepped up and committed the personal. Second one on Isaiah Alla. And that will send Aaron Reeder to the foul line where he is 2 for 2 in the game. Did not have much foul shooting in the first half, just 4 combined foul shots. Both teams were 2 for 2. So far, though, here in the second, foul shots 3 and 4 coming up from McKeesport, and Gateway has taken 4 of their own as Reeder misses the first one badly. There have also been here of late some poorly missed free throws at that. Some ones that really are not all that close to going in, including that one there from Aaron Reeder, who scores 9 points a game on average. Second one up coming for the senior, and he front rims that one. Bruce McCrommon with the rebound. They missed them both. 3-point game. Oh, now Bruce McCrommon turns around and launches one up the far side of the deck, and it's over the hands of the intended receiver there and out of bounds. That was Isaiah Alla who was up the far side, and Bruce McCrommon threw it over his head. So a turnover for Gateway. Now up the floor with it, it is Reeder. Reeder loses the basketball, gets it back, gets it off to Gianni Grace back on for the Tigers. He's pressured out near the timeline, flips it over right side to Reeder. Reeder gets it off, gets it back, and he bounces up to the mid-circle, feeds it off to Grace. Grace drives in, kicks it underneath Bray, wide open, and he two-hands it. Jair Bray makes it 14-13. Kind of a half dunk, half layup, went up over the rim, and then just set it in with 2 hands. Jetchi kicks it into the left corner. Settles back out Jetchi's way. Now it's Viveris in the corner, gets run into, loses the basketball, but gets it back, flips it across the deck, and they get it to Bruce McCrommon in the corner. Kick inside, looking to power his way to the goal is Alla, cannot, and he's fouled. Fouls on Grace, his first. 4:22 left here in the third, 14-13. It is Gateway leading McKeesport, and 2 free throws upcoming for Isaiah Alla, who has scored 6 in the quarter, all 6 of Gateway's points, but he misses the front end. He's now 2 for 3 at the line. Gateway 2 points in the first quarter. That was it. 6 points in the second. They have already scored 6 here, not even at the midway point of quarter number 3. Second one upcoming for Alla, and he got it. Isaiah Alla with 7 points. Is now bringing it up the deck as Reeder. Reeder has a man wide open underneath, and once again, it is Bray, and he dunks it with 2 hands. Springing off the floor, Jair Bray, and he flushes it to tie the game at 15. The pressure by Gateway left Bray twice wide open down low. As Michael Bruce McCrommon looks to respond, feeds one off into the corner, settles. Baseline, dump off, and a pass inside and up and in on the turnaround is Isaiah Alla. What a quarter he's had. 9 points in the frame for Alla. All 9 of Gateway's points in the quarter. Reeder at the other end with his team down by 2, 3.5 to play here in the third quarter. Reeder drives with the right hand, jump stop, kicks it back out to Jones. And Jones will slow it down. Ryan Jones trying to get it off to Reeder. He does. Reeder in front of his bench on the far side. Lost the basketball. They're going to say it's tipped out of bounds. Last touch by the Gators. Back in will be McCullough. 4 points for him in the game. And Nichols will come in for Vern Benson's side. Viveris will step out. Lamont Perkins will do the inbounding. Gets it into Gianni Grace. And off to Bray. Lobs one back door, finds Perkins underneath. cutting to the goal. Now Perkins tries a jump pass across the lane. It's tipped and stolen by Jetchi. Kofi Jetchi brings it up the left side to Bruce McCrommon. Baseline. Did he step out of bounds? He did. And like how Bruce McCrommon, just 4 points in the game. Obviously, I think maybe affected by the rhythm, the flow of this one. He has just not been able to really get into too much of a rhythm here in the game. Full court pressure by McKeesport. Bounced into Gianni Grace. Grace going to jump in the air, try to get one over Bruce McCrommon, cannot. It comes back to Grace. Grace inside Bray, 2-hop layup, good. Jair Bray with his third open bucket down low. And Vern Benson asking, where's the travel? It's a couple of times he's kind of done a shuffle before going up for the dunk, and they have not called it. Now down low is Alla, turns to the goal, and he's fouled. As Bray gets a hand on him. Second foul for Jair Bray. Back in is Zagroski. In just a moment, they're going to shoot free throws here. Fifth foul of the quarter against the Tigers. Game tied at 17 with 2:25 left in the third. And it will be Isaiah Alla, who has scored all 9 Gateway points, make it 10 Gateway points as he hits the front end here in this frame. Not sure I thought anybody would score double figures for either side tonight, but Isaiah Alla has done just that, the 6'4" senior. Second one upcoming, and he misses that, and it will be Perkins who clears the miss. Lamont Perkins over the timeline, his team down by a point, looking to take on Bruce McCrommon. Jump stop on the right block, trying to get some space. Did he travel? He did. The long reach of Bruce McCrommon. Perkins at 6'2". McCrommon, who is over 6'7", according to Vern Benson, said he just got measured. He's listed at 6'6", but he's now over 6'7". He keeps on growing. Does Michael Bruce McCrommon. He'll be a Division I basketball player somewhere. There's no doubt about that. Feed to the right side, on the catch is Settles. Settles gets space, puts up a jumper, no good. Bruce McCrommon, the rebound inside, it's knocked away by McCullough. Good hands by Daryl McCullough, and it's stolen out of there by the Tigers. Jones with it on the far side, looking down low, had 2 guys cutting to the goal, but couldn't get it there. Now he backs it out to the mid-stripe. His team down by a point. Brian Jones with it, gets it off, and on the catch there it is Lamont Perkins. Perkins brings it out to the mid-stripe, looking to get some space. Front guarded now by Settles. Jacob Settles. Perkins, crossover, gets it off and gets it right back. $1:23 left here in the third quarter. Screen set up high for Perkins. Now he looks to take on Nichols. Nichols on him hard as he drives in and kicks it out to Reeder on the left wing. Reeder would not pull the trigger on the long three as they'll waste more time. 1:05 left here in quarter number 3. I wouldn't be surprised if McKeesport tries to hold for the final shot here. Reeder looking to drive. Goes right side to Jones. Jones feeds it back to the corner. All the way out near the timeline, and with it there, once again, it is Lamont Perkins. 48 seconds, clock rolling here in the third quarter. Perkins, crossover, drive, feeds it out to Agroski, was wide open, did not pull the trigger on a 3 again. And now a foul going to be called on Nichols as he stepped out on Perkins. Ball sent in on the catch, it's Daryl McCullough. McCullough with a crossover, half a minute to play here in the third. It was 8-8 at halftime. Gateway has outscored the Tigers 10-9 here in the third. But it's McKeesport with the basketball. Aaron Reeder, they send a double. Now it's McCullough. McCullough with 15, back out Reeder's way. Reeder goes right, a handoff to Jones. They run a weave up high. Perkins now with it, 8 on the clock. To Jones. Jones steps up, dishes it inside of Ogroski on the turn to the goal, and he's fouled. Malachi Ogroski, who has not scored in the game, will shoot a pair of free throws, and it was Bruce McCrommon who got him and picks up his third foul with 2.5 left here on the clock. And McKeesport, if they can get a couple of free throws down for Ogroski, will have the lead going to the fourth. He can at least tie it with 1. 2.5 to go on the clock. Gateway may get a chance with 2.5 ticks left. As Malachi Ogroski at the line. His first one, missed it badly. Free throw shooting starting to become a major issue. Reeder missed a pair. Perkins went 1 for 2 in this quarter. Now Ogroski 0 for 1, and he'll have a second to try to tie it. Averages 5 points a game. Malachi Ogroski, a lefty shooter, no good. McCullough, the rebound inside, goes to the deck, and the quarter will run out. 1 for 6 at the line in the quarter was McKeesport. They trail by 1 after 3. It's Gateway 18, McKeesport 17. To the fourth quarter we go. This is the KDK Radio High School Basketball Game of the Week, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Vaping and smoking can affect more than just your health. The materials in cigarettes and vapes turn into toxic waste that ends up in our waterways, soil, and harms wildlife. This is real. Protect your future in more ways than one. Tobacco-free Adagio Health and the PA Quit line offer judgment-free support at no cost to help you quit smoking or vaping for good. Visit adagiohealth.org/tobacco-free or call 1-800-QUIT-NOW.
Uh-oh, fender bender. Did you back into something? Hit and run? Time to call Remarkable Auto Works. Collision repair and service, the quality of their work is outstanding, and they believe in repairing your vehicle right the first time. Along with collision repair, they offer custom painting, welding and fabrication, and insurance estimates. Remarkable Auto Works, Broadway Avenue, McKees Rocks, RemarkableAutoWorks.com. Remarkable Auto Works, make your car remarkable. Congratulations to all the remarkable student athletes competing today.
To the fourth we go, a low-scoring, stall tactic-led basketball game for the McKeesport Tigers, but they trailed by 1 here to Gateway. McKeesport in desperate need of a win to keep their season alive and punch a ticket to the WPIL playoffs. If they lose, they will need help from the rest of the WPIL. And the 2 other games in their section here tonight, or 3 other games, rather, in their section tonight, potentially. Here's Perkins off the inbound, gets the ball inside, pump fake moves, blocked from behind, but a foul called against Gateway. And they will get Alla with his third, so he and Bruce McCrommon each with 3. And at the line is Lamont Perkins, 1 for 2 at the stripe in the game. And he makes number 1. That will tie it at 18. Second one up and good. Couple of big foul shots from Perkins. Makes it 19-18. McKeesport back in front. They go left side, does Gateway to Jetchi. Breaking the pressure, crossover move. Jetchi lost it, but it came free to Viveris. Viveris now loses the ball, but he's able to gather it back. Gets it to Bruce McCrommon. To Settles in the corner. 3 ball in the air. That won't go. Offensive rebound by Jetchi. Back out to Viveris for 3. That one won't fall. Jetchi with the rebound again on the offensive side. And Gateway will get another crack at it. Some big O-boards here from the Tigers. Bruce McCrommon, baseline, jump stop high in the air. Misses the shot. A lot of contact underneath. Ball loose, and it's pulled in by Jair Bray. Bray, who had 6 points in the third quarter, with a big rebound there. McKeesport can extend their lead if they score. Up high with it is Reeder, now to McCullough. McCullough flips it off Reeder's way, 19-18. Reeder looking to drive down the right side, gets some contact, missed the shot. No, offensive foul called against Aaron Reeder. And Dan DeRose not happy about that. And he got the shoulder down to initiate the contact, and Reeder hit with his second foul. Jetchi goes across the court, making a tough catch there. Settles, tries to go backdoor to Bruce McCrommon. He does. Bruce McCrommon, little pump fake move in the air, and he scores. Michael Bruce McCrommon, his first points of the second half. He's now got 6 in the game, and Gateway goes in front 20-19. Lamont Perkins out near the timeline. Would expect a long possession once again for McKeesport. They have not been as lengthy with their sets. A lot of that is due to Gateway's defense, bringing them out. With it is Lamont Perkins. Has 2 30-point games this year, including 37 against Penn Trafford. His team essentially has half that number as a collective tonight. It's 20-19. And now holding near midcourt is Perkins. Not dribbling the basketball. Settles, is not pressuring him. If you're Gateway too, you're leading right now. And the Gateway crowd doesn't like it. If you're Gateway, your mentality here is, hey, we are winning the game. Why do we need to go commit a foul and send them to the line potentially? And if you're McKeesport, it's, hey, we can hold and hold and hold and then maybe get a shot to go ahead. I think they're going to try to hold for as long as Gateway will potentially allow them to here. There's still 5 minutes left in the quarter. It would not surprise me if they use multiple minutes off the clock. Lamont Perkins with the basketball. Looking to drive now down the right side. Takes contact and a blocking foul called against the Gators as Settles slid underneath him. That's a good call there. Looks like Perkins maybe lost his footing, but Settles stepped in front and picked up the foul. They're actually... they are going to give it to Settles. That's his third. So he has 3. Bruce McCrommon 3. Alla 3. A little moisture on the deck that they will tend to. 4:57 left here in the fourth quarter. 20-19 is the score. First one to 25, you would think probably wins the game. Jones going to inbound, jumps in the air, and launches one to midcourt where Reeder makes a tough catch. Reeder with a spin move. Inside Perkins, gets space, pump fake up to the rack, he scores. Lamont Perkins now with 9 points in the game, and it's 21-20. McKeesport on top. A whistle blows back behind the play. It looked like the ball maybe got kicked towards midcourt accidentally, so they'll give Settles a chance to inbound. 21-20, McKeesport on top. If you're Dan DeRose, if this works, and Dan, one of the, I think, known better coaches in the WPIAL, has bounced around a little bit, but had great success at Penn Hills, won a WPIAL title. If you pull this off with the stall tactic to get you into the playoffs, that is something they will talk about for a long time at McKeesport, to get this program back into the postseason for the first time in 3 years. Here's Viveris back into the game, gets it off to Jetchi. Inside Bruce McCrommon, turnaround jumper for the paint. That's no good. Offensive rebound, putting it back up and in is Isaiah Alla, who's now got 12 points. All here in the second half. Gateway leads 22-21. Big offensive rebound. There's been a number of those tonight for the Gators. And holding the ball once again will be Perkins. Averaged 21 per game last year, 9 per game this year. Leads the team in scoring and rebounding, grabs 8 rebounds per game. He has been banged up, has had an ankle injury throughout the year. His right ankle is, you can see it from here, it's heavily wrapped, that right ankle. And he has battled through it, trying to, in his senior year, get his team to the playoffs. Perkins goes off to the elbow to Reeder. Reeder, pump fake, drive, hangs in the air, and he scores. Aaron Reeder with the bucket. And it's 23-22. Back and forth we go as we head down the stretch. 3.5 to play here in Monroeville. Viveris off to Bruce McCrommon. Back to Viveris. Bouncing it around the perimeter. Looks inside, does Viveris. Gets it off Settles. Settles against that zone. Goes to the left side. Jetchi for 3. No good. Ball tipped around. It comes down to Perkins. And now with a 1-point lead for McKeesport, would have to think that they will hold for a while. They got to get it over the timeline. Reeder struggling to do so finally against Bruce McCrommon does. And now a foul is called against Gateway. And Michael Bruce McCrommon and Vern Benson cannot believe it. A fourth foul called against Michael Bruce McCrommon, and it comes with 3 minutes to play here in the ballgame, and Vern Benson is irate out on the court, and he'll take a timeout. And I think that's more than anything to let this officiating crew know about that. They did not like that whistle. A timeout on the floor. A full timeout at that taken by Vern Benson. McKeesport last year just 7 wins total, 7-15. The year before that, 5-13. I talked to Dan DeRose before the game. He said, when I got here, I knew it was bad. I didn't know it was as bad as it was. He said the program was in shambles, and there were a lot of different things that were going on within the program that he has tried to weed out, eliminate, ease, whatever you want to call it. A lot of internal issues within the program that he has been trying to fix. And they are 257 away from heading to the WPIL playoffs and getting their 10th win. It has not been a perfect year by any stretch, but after 7 wins last year, 5 wins a year before, to get this program back to the postseason, that would, I think, be a big success for Dan DeRose and the McKeesport Tigers, given some of the things that he said they were dealing with as a program when he arrived. At the end of the day, he said he needed a buy-in from the players. Said it's been hard, but they're getting there. Ball kicked into the backcourt. Aaron Reeder comes to get it. Reeder bringing it to the near side. Viveris will come out and guard him. If you're McKeesport here, there is no reason to initiate offense if Gateway steps back on you. Oh, boy. Reeder gets bumped, no call, then dribbles the ball back behind the mid-stripe line and turns it over. A crucial mistake by Aaron Reeder. Took the contact by Viveris and it threw him off balance, and he lost it over the timeline. It's an over and back call, and it will be Gateway basketball. Here's Jetchi with it. Kofi Jetchi around to Bruce McCrommon in the left corner, back out to Viveris. Right side feed. Jetchi looking to drive, fadeaway jumper, front rim, no good. Ball loose inside. It is ripped out of there by Ogroski. He just took it away from Alla. And now 2:20 to go, and McKeesport will, you would think, try to hold and not turn the ball over. Boy, Reeder right there near the timeline. He's dangerous with that basketball. Down the lane, McCullough drives in, lefty layup. No, it's going to be waved off. Offensive foul called against Daryl McCullough, as stepping up to take the charge was Isaiah Alla. Maybe the biggest play of the game, perhaps, right there, the charge. That is the first foul against Daryl McCullough, but it took a basket to make this a 3-point game off the board. McCullough will step out. And again, if you're the Tigers, you've been stalling and stalling, got 2 minutes left. You don't need to go score there. You got to just run clock. Do what you've been doing. Here's Viveris with it. Goes right side, gets it off, gets it back. Around the horn they work it. Settles to Bruce McCrommon, left corner. Bounces it inside to Viveris. They collapse on him. I was kicked out to Settles. Right side, Jetchi. Jetchi lobs one over the D to Bruce McCrommon. And a timeout will be taken by Vern Benson.
Ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you please stay off the court of play at the end of tonight's game. Thank you.
1:42 remaining on the stopped clock. The possession arrow favors Gateway. By my count, McKeesport has 1 timeout left, and the Gators, I believe, with 3 remaining. 3 fouls called against Gateway, 2 fouls called against the Tigers, and that becomes very important in this just because, well, the way that they're running clock right now, McKeesport, you might have to come out and foul a little bit here down the stretch. If you're Gateway, you got to find a way to get back into the basketball game. Well, they aren't back in the basketball game. You got to find a way to get the lead back in the basketball game. 1:42 left as the clock is stopped. Gateway's 6 wins in a row over rival McKeesport. Gators have really dominated the head-to-head since the 2021-22 season. Also had a good cheerleader battle tonight. The cheerleading squads have dished it back and forth to one another. It's been certainly contentious on the floor as well. Ball will be inbounded to Viveris. It's Jax Viveris. Just 2 points for him in the game, their second leading scorer. They go to Jetchi in the corner, bounces one inside, ball in and out of the hands of a man down low. That's Alla, now it's loose on the deck, and Gateway awarded a timeout before the dual possession is signaled. Well, that's a big timeout taken. It keeps the arrow in favor of the Gators. A 30-second timeout used by Vern Benson. Now down to 1:28 to play. It's 23-22 McKeesport. Can they stall their way to the playoffs? They've been able to do a pretty good job of it tonight. They lost the first meeting to Gateway 45-33. Dan DeRose, for the first time in his 38-year coaching career, deploying a stall tactic to this game to keep this low scoring. And boy, if they win, and even if they don't, it has been successful. I mean, they have thrown Gateway off of their game, certainly. It's going to be a fun finish. Despite the stalling, it has not been a bad basketball game. It's been contentious for sure. Settles will inbound from the baseline, gets it out to Bruce McCrommon. On the left wing, he looks to drive, pull-up jumper from the foul line, it's good. Michael Bruce McCrommon hangs in the air and hits, and it's 24-23 Gators with 1:20 to go. A big shot from Gateway's best player. Bray with it. Feeds it off to Reeder. Now Perkins trying to answer down the lane. Two-step move to the rack, and he scores. Lamont Perkins answers. 11 in the game for him, 1 minute to go. McKeesport on top by 1. Settles with it. Left side to Viveris. You know they want to get this to Bruce McCrommon. They're trying to feed it to him inside. Guarded by Agroski down there. Here's now a pull-up on the left side. Viveris short on the jumper. Ball loose down low. They battle for it. Agroski down there after it, and a timeout is called from the McKeesport bench with Agroski on top of the basketball. A 30-second timeout by Dan DeRose. Wow. Viveris, a contested jump shot from the baseline with about 45 seconds to play. Not sure if that's the shot that you're looking for at that moment, but McKeesport with a big rebound, a big headsy timeout as well. And now the Tigers will try to run clock, and you would think Gateway as well. They'll be looking to foul here. I think if you're the Gators, you go for the steal, but the problem for Gateway right now, they've only committed 3 fouls in the quarter. They have to commit a couple to get McKeesport to the line. Tigers have not been great at the stripe in this game. They are 5 for 10 at the free throw line. Gateway is 6 of 10 at the line. Perkins will inbound from the baseline. They man up in the full court. Reeder comes to get the basketball. Reeder going to turn, trying to get around Jetchi. Needs to get rid of it. Now does to Perkins. They're going to struggle to get it over the timeline, and now Settles commits the foul. Boy, they were going to be very close to a 10-second call. They were about a second away from a 10-second call. But a foul called against Settles, his 4th. And that in the backcourt as well, so you will get a fresh 10 seconds to get the ball over the timeline. Reeder will inbound. Once again, some sweat on the floor, so they'll wipe that up. Don't want anybody to trip at this point in the game, certainly. 25-24, McKeesport leads Gateway, trying to pull off an upset win. Do they have what it takes? Gianni Grace comes back in for the Tigers. Agroski out there. Jones out there. Of course, Perkins, and inbounding is Reeder. They get it ahead. Ogroski with it. Now gets it off, and it's Perkins. Perkins trying to break free of pressure. Does so. Finds Reeder. Left side. Now Grace with it. Grace playing keep away to Ogroski. Ogroski left alone. Gets it off to Perkins. 20 seconds to go. And Perkins will back it out. Here comes the double team. He steps through. He loses the basketball. It's stolen by Jetchi. Lob pass ahead. Intercepted by Reeder. Perkins with it with 12 seconds to go. And a foul is called against the Gators. Gateway got the steal from Kofi Jetchi and then turned it over immediately with Reeder stepping up to intercept the basketball. And now free throws coming for McKeesport to try to make this a 2 or perhaps 3-point lead, and it's their best player at the line in Lamont Perkins. Perkins is 3 for 4 at the stripe in this game. He's shooting into the Gateway student section. His first one up, no good, off the back of the rim. It remains a 1-point game with 10.8 to go. Would assume that Gateway will use a timeout, or do you let it play out if you're Vern Benson? Second one for Perkins. It is up, it is good, and it's a 2-point game. And Vern Benson, I think he might let this play out. They pick up in the full court. Bray back in. Jetchi over the timeline with it. Jetchi brings it inside, scoops it underneath, ball loose. It's on the floor. 4 seconds to go. Ogroski down after it. They scramble for it, and a tie-up is called with 0.6 on the clock, and it will be Gateway basketball. They have the arrow with 0.6 left. I'm sure Vern Benson's going to ask for time to be put back on the clock. Kirk Bruce is asking for it. 0.6 to go. Gateway can catch and shoot. A timeout will be taken by Vern Benson. Well, this is simple if you're Gateway. You got a guy who's 6'8" nearly out there, and Michael Bruce McCrommon. Can you just lob that one up to him? Lob it up to your big guy and have him lay it in at the horn. (26-24). It is a 2-point lead for McKeesport, but an inbound play to come with 0.6 on the clock. Again, this game relatively meaningless for Gateway. They've already clinched the section title outright. McKeesport needs the win to get into the postseason. You got to watch on the inbound here, of course. You would have to think that they're going to lob it up or somehow find a way to get Bruce McCrommon a look with a shot at the horn. You have enough to catch and get it off kind of in one pop. You don't have any time to dribble the basketball with 0.6. It is enough time to get it to go. So here it comes. It'll be Viveris to inbound from the baseline. The goal to his left. Can Gateway tie the basketball game? Oh, it's going to have to wait. A timeout taken. So McKeesport did have one timeout remaining, and they take it now. 26-24, another full timeout take, and they are drawing out the theatrics tonight in Monroeville. Once again, McKeesport with a win tonight is heading to the postseason for the first time in 3 years. A loss, and they need a lot of help from some teams in their section. And here we go. They're about to break the huddle. 26-24. Possession arrow essentially meaningless at this point, but Gateway had it, so it will go back to McKeesport. 5 fouls committed by Gateway, 2 fouls committed by the Tigers, and that's important because, boy, if a guy catches the ball and he's not in the act of shooting, you could theoretically foul and stop the clock without, you would think that he would be in the act of shooting, but in case he's not, you could step into a guy and foul him to get the time really run down. So here we go. Viveris once again will inbound from the baseline. Bruce McCrommon, you would think he's the primary target, stands at the right elbow. Viveris will inbound. Looking underneath, has his man. It's blocked at the horn. Coming from behind is Bray for the denial. And the McKeesport Tigers stole their way into the playoffs. What a win for McKeesport. Gateway got a look at the buzzer, but right there was the outstretched arms of Jair Bray to deny the feed to Allah. And the win goes to the Tigers, and the Tigers go to the playoffs. What a victory tonight for McKeesport. What a game plan by Dan DeRose, and it works perfectly. And the Tigers, for the first time since 2022-23, are heading back to the WPIAL postseason. Final score tonight, 26-24, as it is a win for the McKeesport Tigers over the Gateway Gators. We'll take a break. We'll come back with our post-game show after this. This is the KDK Radio High School Basketball Game of the Week, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
At AHN, we see you juggling 100 things at once. That's why we made it easier to book with the doctors you need. With AHN online scheduling, you can book with your primary care provider or get time with a specialist. Visit ahn.org/schedule, answer a couple of simple questions, and search for providers, locations, and times that work best for you. Easy online scheduling. Because at AHN, we see you.
Come with me to get my Invisalign. They walked me through everything I needed to know. How long it'll take, how it works, and what to expect. Then it was time for the real part. They put on the attachments, they blend in with my teeth, they help the aligners grip your teeth and move them the right way. It felt a little weird at first, but honestly, not bad at all. They popped in my first set of aligners, showed me how to take them out, and that was it. I'm officially part of the Invisalign Club. I even wore them at a football game, super comfortable and easy to talk with. For someone who's always filming on the sidelines or covering sports nonstop, this fits my lifestyle perfectly.
Hi, I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, America's largest family law firm. During this time of year, difficult relationships sometimes become impossible. If you or someone you care about is facing a family law issue, let us set up a 1-hour Cordell Consult. The Cordell Consult is a meeting with a local attorney who will give you clear guidance about your options, whether it's a separation, a postnuptial agreement, divorce, or custody. CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
All the music.
All the sports.
All the news.
And all the podcasts.
Odyssey.
News, weather, traffic, and business every day. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
All the music.
All the sports.
All the news.
And all the podcasts.
Odyssey. All the music.
All the sports.
All the news.
And all the podcasts.
Odyssey. Find all your favorites and discover new favorites on the Odyssey app.
Welcome back to Gateway High School. What a win tonight for the McKeesport Tigers on the road. Their playoff lives hanging in the balance, and they find a way to stall their way towards the WPIO postseason. 26-24 the final tonight as McKeesport beats Gateway in a rivalry matchup that I'm sure they will remember for a long time. The senior class, a senior-laden group, 4 seniors in the starting lineup for McKeesport. They end up coming away with the win tonight. Let's take a look at the final numbers for this game. McKeesport, 4 points for Aaron Reeder, 6 points for Jair Bray, 4 points for Daryl McCullough, and a team high and tied for the game high, 12 points for Lamont Perkins. Gateway, 2 points for Jax Viveris, 12 points for Isaiah Allah, all after halftime. Michael Bruce McCromin with 8 points and 2 points for Jacob Settles. But it was just 6 points in that final quarter for Gateway as they come away with the loss here tonight, and the McKeesport Tigers pick up the victory. Let's get these on Lamont here. There you go, buddy. All right, our player of the game, Lamont Perkins, 12 points, 8 in the second half, as the McKeesport Tigers find a way. I think that's the best way to describe it. You guys find a way to get it done. I want to ask you, when Coach DeRose told you this week that you guys are going to run the stall tactic to try to win the game, what went through your mind, and what was practice like this week getting ready for this?
Man, the first practice he told us, it was probably the worst practice we had all year. Nobody wanted to do it, really, But basically, we all just convinced each other, you got to buy in. Asked him, we said, after this, what are we going to do? Is this what we're going to do? And if we do make it, he said, nah. So we all bought in, was like, well, let's do this to make it. And once we get there, we'll worry about what we do after.
What was it like out there? Take us through it. I mean, it's an unconventional way to try to win a basketball game, but you guys were able to run a lot of clock. What was the intensity like as that game went on, trying to just hold on to the basketball? Take me through that.
Well, it was a little scary because, like when you're holding the ball, turnovers a lot worse than whether you're just running up and down, because you got to use those possessions. If you're going to waste all that time off the clock, you got to score.
Yeah.
So really it was rough at first, like getting into it at first, but once my first couple came to me, just getting downhill, I kind of bought in on another level and was like, all right, this can work.
That's the offensive side, the defensive side as well. I mean, they have a heck of a player in Michael over there and scores over 21 points a game. You guys were able to limit him. You kept him in single digits, just 8 points for him in the game. Take me through the defensive side of that as well. What was that challenge like, and how tenacious were you guys tonight on that defensive end?
Yes, sir. Well, last game they scored a lot of their points off fast break points.
Yeah.
So this game we just knew, just drop back, get in a zone, forced them to beat us like that. And we played our zone really well. We didn't let the ball get in the middle too much, which we did last time, and it hurt us. We didn't let the ball get in the middle too much, and from that it all turned up.
I thought your teammate, Jair Bray, I thought he was fantastic, had a couple of big buckets and then got in there with the block at the end. What was it like as a collective with him and all of you guys put together? It just seemed like you were able to click here.
Yes, sir, that's my boy, so I'm super proud of him. He comes to me after every game, asks me what he could have done better, and he really wants to get better, so seeing him play like that, it really makes me so happy. And then Aaron, at the end, I turned the ball over, down up 30 seconds left, I turned the ball over. Aaron came up with a giant steal, got it right back for us, and forced us into a timeout, and we got it back, kept it, and won the game.
Last thing for you, it's been a couple of tough seasons the last 2 years for you, but you're a senior. You're heading back to the WPL playoffs. How's that feel? How does that feel?
It feels great, man. I want to cry. I want to cry. It feels great.
Keep that smile going.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations. Lamont Perkins, our player of the game, as McKeesport wins it tonight 26-24. Let's bring in the head coach of the Tigers, and that is Dan DeRose. You get all this as well. You get the playoffs and all the swag that goes with it, my friend. That's Dan, you and I talked before the game, and you said, I'm going to pull a rabbit out of the hat, something you haven't done in 38 years. Where did you get the idea in the first place to go with the stall tactic, and what was it like this week trying to implement it and get these guys ready for something that they're just not used to?
Well, I actually got it, believe it or not, in 1986, Blackhawk against Beaver Falls.
Yeah.
Sean Miller senior year, Beaver Falls was #1 in the state, #1 in the WPIAL. I think they were ranked nationally, and they just held the ball against them. They didn't win the game, but they kept it close and had a chance to win the game. I was at that game, so I'll never forget that. That was 40 years ago. So it was always something I thought about if I was ever in that situation, but I never was. So I said, oh well, had to come up with something. They weren't too susceptible to it at the beginning, but then they bought in, and we got a little careless a couple times when maybe some ill-advised shots to the basket, but all in all, they executed it well, and it worked, and I'm proud of them.
You bring Jair off the bench, 6 points in that third quarter, a couple of two-handed dunks thrown in there, and then comes up with the play of the game down there underneath the goal at the end. What can you say about what that guy was able to do? Another senior for you, coming off the bench and doing what he was able to do at both ends.
Well, it was so big, and the plan was be patient. Eventually, somebody is going to break down defensively.
Yeah.
And don't try to force anything. And eventually, when we get by somebody who's ever on those guys, whether it was, Manny or Malachi, whatever, you got to make a hard cut, and you got to finish, because we're going to hit you, and you got to finish. But it's going to happen, but we just had to, pick the spot, and proud of him that he put that through the hole.
You took over this team before the season started. We talked off the court about how it's been a process trying to get this thing going. You said it to me, this program was in shambles when you took over. You're heading back to the playoffs now. I know it hasn't been perfect, but that has to feel really good given where the program was to get this group into the postseason.
Well, yeah, I think I told you I was on the 38-year streak getting to the playoffs, and thank God that streak's going to continue. I know my mom's at home praying hard. She told me she was going to pray hard to make sure. But, it is exciting now, and now they have to, take this momentum and say, okay, it's 0-0 now. Just be committed the next couple of weeks, and anything can happen. So let's just go see.
You guys had come in on a 4-game losing streak. Now you head into the playoffs with a victory. You talk about momentum and carrying it over. When you see you go head-to-head with a 12-1 section team, your section champs, go head-to-head on the road and beat them, do you feel like it gives your group some optimism now as they head into a single elimination tournament? Well,
it should. They need to understand that because Gateway – from start to finish has been the best team in our section. They kind of went through it relatively easy. Okay, only one other team would beat them. So now and to beat them on their home floor to get into the playoffs, it's got to say something. So, hopefully they'll understand that, they'll buy into that, and they'll carry it because that was one hell of a team we just beat.
It wouldn't be a Gateway McKeesport game with a little chippiness at the end as well there, right?
Well, I'm glad it was. I'm glad, I'm sitting there like, okay, the fans and people are going to get restless because it's going to be a slow game. But I tell you what, for a low-scoring game in the action, that was one of the most exciting games, to be involved in that I have coached. So I don't think that took anything away from that.
Yeah, it was a great game, no question about it. Hey, congratulations. Congrats on the win, punching a ticket to the dance.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right, that is Dan DeRose, the head coach of the McKeesport Tigers. We got to get out. And we got to get out. But again, McKeesport now with a record of 10-11 on the year. They finished the section season at 7-7, and they'll head to the WPIL playoffs. They'll await Monday, the pairing show. You can listen to it right here on KDKA Radio on Monday afternoon. Gateway falls to a record of 14-7 on the year. They close their section year with a record of 12-2 in section play. The Gators will play a playoff tune-up game on Monday at 7:30 at Cannon McMillan. Stay tuned. Monday, the WPIL brackets released here on News Radio KDKA. Thanks so much to our great crew. Margot Rensall back in our Green Tree studios. Thanks as well, Ryan Thiele working here, Gabe James as well, and our entire KDKA radio crew. Appreciate the efforts of the collective as always. I'm Josh Roundtree saying good night from Monroeville. The final score: in a stall tactic victory, the McKeesport Tigers beat the Gateway Gators 26-20 for the final, as this has been the KDK Radio High School Basketball Game of the Week, powered by Bowser Chevrolet on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast has been brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico.
Think back to the last time you were in nature. What comes to mind? Hiking through a lush forest, floating on a lazy river, or perhaps watching a vibrant sunset on a beach full of glistening plastic bottles and food wrappers. Unfortunately, this isn't a joke. Here in the U.S., we generate the most plastic waste in the world, with 70% of it ending up in landfills. And by the time you're done listening to this ad, more than a dump truck's worth of plastic will have made it into the ocean. Plastic has become a useful part of our everyday lives, but it's polluting the air, water, and soil that all life needs to survive. This is a human problem that can be solved with human action. But it's going to take all of us, from individuals to businesses to governments and everyone in between. Help create a cleaner future for both people and nature. Visit wwf.earth/plastics.
A couple of snow squalls this evening could continue to lead to some slippery travel, then bitterly cold, a low of 3 degrees tonight. Tomorrow, a couple of flurries to start, otherwise windy and frigid with some sun, a high only 13. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The following program was pre-recorded.
Let's return to Rachel.